Alaikum wa rahmatullah. I seek refuge in Allah against misleading and being misled. I seek refuge against betrayal and being betrayed into ignorance by others. I ask Allah to guide my heart and to guide my tongue, and thank Him for guiding my heart and guiding my tongue into what I'm being allowed to say and would like to depart today. And I'm very happy to be speaking to you uh, through the cooperation of Muslim Matters, Muslim Matters, and also the Rashidun Center here in Washington D.C. In cooperation with the Imam Jamil Action Network. Today is the second day that we're gathered to bring forth the discussion. We're presenting the case of Imam Jamil under a different light, under a particular light of the community being under siege, with the understanding that he has not done anything wrong. It's been 50 years that we can count, at least since 1967, where we know of Imam Jamil being hunted down and arrested and being placed behind bars for doing absolutely nothing. You know, it's like he don't do nothing, and they go and they lock him up, and they put him behind bars, and they say things. You know, they say things to make you think that he's extra militant, or that he's extra radical, and one of the reasons they said he's so radical is because he said, as Imam Isa Abdul Karim pointed out in the khutbah yesterday, he says that that violence was as American as cherry pie. And he was talking about America. He was talking about the America in rural Alabama, where he had been organizing around the right to vote, around the right that people in rural Alabama, the African people, the descendants of those who were enslaved in rural Alabama, should have the right to vote and should have the right to defend themselves, because when they would dare to vote, they would be assaulted, with their houses being burnt down, they're losing limbs, losing their lives, and at least, if they were sharecroppers, being kicked off the plantation of where they were sharecropping and not being allowed to sharecrop. So just from the act of daring to vote, daring to consider registered to vote, it catapulted people from a position of dependence to a position of having to depend on themselves, because now they were no longer sharecroppers. They had some land that because they wanted to vote and control their own destiny, they were put on some land that they now own together. In tents, they lived in tents. And the white vigilantes would come around and try to burn those tents down and shoot at the people and kill them. But H. Rap Brown and Wendell Parrish, Stokely Carmichael, now known as Kwame Ture, and Allah be pleased with his work, who has departed from us. They were chiefly responsible for setting up self-defense forces so that those people could continue to live a life of self-determination. And that's the beginning of our journey into voting and our sojourn into voting. And that was the first element of fighting against voter suppression. And so we're bringing it right up to today. Imam Jamil is being held for over 21 years now for a case in which someone the next morning, within 12 hours after the shooting incident, within 12 hours, someone confessed to it. the district attorney, Paul Howard, one of the first black men to be elected to the office of the district attorney, said about the person who confessed, "We don't want to hear from them." And he called for the death of Imam Jamil. When I was opening up, and part of my dua to Allah was against betrayal and being betrayed into ignorance, that for the first person to be elected as the district attorney of Fulton County to lock up a person who lives in Fulton County and is working harder to bring peace and develop the community and to bring safety in the community than the district attorney himself. And for that district attorney to call for discount a confessor and then go along with the United States government and call for the death of Imam Jamil. He called for the death of Imam Jamil. And he's the first elected district attorney. This type of betrayal amongst our people has got to stop. This type of betrayal is what leads the way to our community being under siege as it is now. We're going to begin in a few moments with the program. Okay. Yeah, we're going to begin in a few moments, and we'll be coming right back to you then. Thank you. Community under siege.
The Prophet ﷺ has said, never petition Allah for armed combat, but when it comes, be patient. Never petition, never pray to Allah for armed combat, never pray for war, but when it comes, be patient. And so therefore he gives us those tools that enables us to practice sabra, to develop sabra, prayer, fasting, charity.
See, it's no in between. You're either free or you're a slave. There's no such thing as second-class citizenship.
If we go to YouTube and search H. Rap Brown, I don't think there's anyone, I think his performance was unparalleled. After, he became Imam Jamil, we know the tremendous work that was done.
We seek refuge in Allah from a knowledge that is not useful, from a heart in which there is no remembrance, from a prayer that is unanswerable, from a tongue that is not truthful, and from a soul that is ungrateful.
I don't think we either know or we give the proper appreciation for the work that Imam Jamil, even before embracing Islam in 1971. Imam Jamil was one of the most fearless individuals that they had ever met. African-American men said that they found their manhood. They found how to express their manhood in the face of conflict because of the example and the words of Imam Jamil. The loss for almost the last 20 years that the Muslim community has suffered is a loss that has been, to a certain degree, suffered by the non-Muslim community as well. Even after this bogus conviction, he's still not able to publicly speak about the situation.
Now it's time to kind of scrub that clean and get him back to, the position of reverence that he deserves to be in, because he's done so much for us at this point as a ummah and as Black people. So they understand the power of his words, to move people to whatever action. That's the reason why he's in federal custody at this moment. It's because, they put the leader of the Aryan nation in a cell next to him and they got to talking and he took shahada. So,
that's true.
After that, they were like, okay, federal custody, solitary, we don't have time for this. And we can't let you speak to anybody. But they knew that, all the way back in the trial. So The current gag order is an unofficial gag order. Basically, it's just if you request an interview, they're gonna say no. And the most pervasive thing in all of this is that since before day one of the trial, the guy who did it said, "I did it."
That you had committed a murder and were involved in the shooting of a cop in March of 2000 in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
All right. You weren't arrested for it, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
In fact, another person was tried and convicted.
Jamil Al-Amin, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the trial, they cheated time and time again. And when I say cheated, I mean cheated. From faulty ballistics, the lady who did the ballistics in our trial, who was, hired by the state, she was fired from her job because she did faulty ballistics. The ballistics don't match. The description matches the guy who confessed. They said the man who shot these police officers was wounded. The guy who confessed was wounded. My father wasn't wounded. And so then all of a sudden the blood from that was found on the scene, they couldn't find a match because it didn't match the imam. All the way to the constitutional violation. They violated his constitutional rights a few times, but the most prominent one was they did a mock cross-examination where they asked him questions in the closing argument and then answered the questions for him to the jury after he exercised his right not to testify, because we believe that they didn't present a strong enough case that warranted him to have to testify. We proved that he didn't do it. It's just so many things that happened in this one trial. I mean, we have all these other things listed out and we want them to review that as well. But it's like, hey, look, this guy, Otis Jackson, he's sitting in prison in Florida. He's telling you he did it. He's been telling you he did it. We have three affidavits from him. We have him on video. We have handwritten like every kind of confession you can possibly get from a guy, he gave us. So it's like, what do y'all want? Like, if nothing else, we deserve a new trial, but realistically, let the imam go. Like, let him go. Look, this isn't even in line with the man we know and love and have this respect for. If nothing else, he's told you he didn't do this.
And verily, man has been created into toil and struggle, that it is a part and parcel of the development that you encounter in this life, that you must struggle. So therefore, in this sense, the best struggle, the best way to be able to struggle deals with following the guide.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of Muslim Matters, Jan and Rashidun DC, I welcome you online for this amazing conference that started yesterday, and today, inshallah, we will be headed into the panels to discuss several topics relating to the siege of the Black community in the United States. This conference was put together by IJAN, the Imam Jamil Action Network, and conceived by the leadership there, because the U.S. has waged a sustained political, military, and cultural siege on the entire Black community for decades. And we are very, very honored at Muslim Matters to be the media partner for this conference and really give a platform to IJAN and its work, to the Black community, to Black Muslim leadership that often is missing from the stages when we attend gigantic conferences and other places where these voices need to be absolutely heard. So thank you all who are online and watching, and please continue to stay with us today and tomorrow. There are many amazing voices that you'll be hearing. The first panel for today's discussion, we will be starting with, the title of the panel is, we're going to be talking about militarization against the Black community. This is an extremely, extremely important panel because of the several ways the community has been targeted and the increasingly militarization of our police in the United States. American police in the way America polices its neighborhoods and the world are linked in a manner that it's so clear. Internationally, the United States military is engaged in Black and brown countries as convenient battlefields. Domestically, the militarization of police departments is linked to the expansion of surveillance, harassment, and extrajudicial deaths. As a civil rights activist and founder of the Racial Justice Coalition of San Diego and Domingo, and George Horry of AATC, the Arab American Discrimination Anti-Arab Discrimination Committee, says, since the war on terror began in 2001, militarization in American policing has been amplified by training in Israel. Hundreds of law enforcement officials and government agents from across our country have been sent to Israel to meet with military and police forces, and thousands more have engaged in conferences, trainings, and workshops with Israeli officials in the United States. Israel's police works closely with its military occupation forces. So police use of tear gas, rubber bullets, and live ammunition against indigenous people in the occupied territories is an everyday occurrence. And we see this, like, for example, just over the summer, we saw these tactics being used against peaceful protesters in the Black George Floyd protests. The knee on the neck restraint, like those that the one that killed George Floyd, are regularly applied to the Palestinian population. And increasingly, we're seeing the same tactics being applied in India against protesters and Muslim communities there, indigenous community, the tribal communities there. So there is increasingly a link between forces, and especially in Kashmir, in the occupation of Kashmir, you see these tactics. So there's a definitely sharing of resources in occupational forces across the world. For example, since according to Israeli own their own websites, more than at least 1,000 law enforcement officers and first responders have gone to Israel for joint training and exercises with their Israeli counterpartners. Since 2003, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security established a special Office of International Affairs to institutionalize the relationship between Israeli and American security forces. In November 2011, a delegation of senior American law enforcement officials, including police commanders, security experts, and FBI agents, went for a joint training seminar. In early September 2012, the New York Police Department opened an Israeli branch at the Sharon District Police Headquarters in the Israeli coastal city of Kfar Saba. The NYPD also decided to open an Israeli branch because the Israeli police is one of the largest major police forces, which it maintains close work relationships and daily contact. Officials hailing from the U.S. Marshals, the U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement, and International Association of Chief Polices from Chicago, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Seattle, Austin, Oakland, Miami, police departments all participate in these training exercises. So you can see, and these are the places exactly where Black communities especially have been targeted. In a diverse group of 52 law enforcement officers from 12 U.S. states visited Israel and participated in 2017 under the tour called the Police Unity Tour. in 2018, 21 senior law enforcement officials from Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee participated in peer-to-peer training in community policing, recruitment, and other advanced technologies. So this is something that is extremely concerning to all of us. We really need to look at the ties between these different levels of oppression, and it's important because they're learning. And for those of us who are fighting against oppression, we should learn from each other. Communities need to come together. Just this last weekend, the Stop Asian Hate, the killing of Asian Americans. So if communities that that are oppressed can join together in love and against militarization of our police, the killing of our communities. This is something that is so powerful, and what many occupiers are afraid of. So this is something that I personally, and we'll talk more about this later in a panel, about how we can fight and various other trends that we're seeing around the world globally. For example, targeting of specific groups with terms that imply guilt by association has become the norm. For Black Americans, one term is Black identity extremists. Arab and Muslim Americans are known as terrorists. So now imagine the Black Muslim experience that are on the crossroads of both identities, that where they're targeted for their Black identity and their Muslim identity. The abuse of these terms have facilitated in the inability of the or maybe the unwillingness of the U.S. State Department to more specifically define the word terrorism. The tactics and the strategies that the U.S. and Israeli government have used to suppress marginalized communities are strikingly similar. There needs to be a unified movement against these oppressive forms of law enforcement and population control. And we believe that all police departments should immediately end training in and by Israel. The time we have the data, we have the street knowledge, and the unity amongst people who are oppressed to succeed. We really can't. These are the reasons why Imam Jamil Amin is still in prison. And so when we get to see that, when Muslims and Black Muslims specifically are looked upon as the enemy, then he becomes the enemy of the state, right? So that's it for now. We will discuss this more in the next panel. But to discuss militarization against the Black community, I'd like to now invite our sister and elder that we all learn from, ZAYNAB Abdullah. ZAYNAB is an educator, an activist, speaker, author, mother, and a da'iyah, caller to Islam. She's a lifelong member of Darussalam Jamaat, a co-founder of Ihsan Incorporated, which is a homeschool education network out of Detroit, Michigan. She met Imam Jamil through her brother when he was H. Rap Brown, a chairman of SNCC, during a sit-in in Riverside Baptist Church in New York. As a Black nationalist, Imam Jamil was her leader, and as a Muslim, he is still her leader. She believes that they have a mutual legacy that needs to be fulfilled. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Zainab.
Wa alaikum salam, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Sister Hena. How are you? Long time no see, alhamdulillah. Long time no see, alhamdulillah. This is a hardship on all of us, alhamdulillah. Allah Ta'ala reward you, inshallah, for your constant effort, inshallah, in this path, inshallah. Ameen.
Yeah, Ameen. I'm going to hand it over to you, inshallah.
All right, thank you so much, alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to my home, inshallah. Welcome to this panel, to this marvelous occasion. I told my children when I was inviting them to join, I said, this is a historical occasion that is spearheaded by, inshallah, our community to make sure that we are aware of what's going on with Imam Jamil, not only him, but because he's representative of the global situation that's going on with human beings. And so I'm very, very happy to be here with you today, inshallah, to share some of my message about how we should be looking at and approaching and understanding this mission of Imam Jamil release. And I want to theme my talk with a statement or a question after Imam Jamil is released, a message to Muslims. So after Imam Jamil is released is the point of my message today, inshallah. So we're going to go and see if we can talk about that a bit. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulil kareem. Amma ba'd. The paradigm doesn't shift. Allah Ta'ala says, and how many generations did we destroy before them who were mightier in prowess than they? So they went about and about the lands is their place of refuge. Factors foreshadowing the destruction of nations repeat themselves. Foretelling of that demise remains the mission of the righteous. Foretelling of that demise remains the mission of the righteous. O believers, are you in doubt about the message? Allah enjoins believers in Surah Fatiha to recite it Surah Fatiha is 7 oft repeated verses. And we recite Fatiha 17 times per day within 5 prayers. Have you forgotten that this surah is the opening to the universal message of Quran, as well as the confirmation of the methodology and system of life for all humanity? Have you forgotten that Surah Fatiha is on its face a plea from the beggar to the benefactor, the slave to the master? To offer this plea, Allah Ta'ala prescribes the words, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in, ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim, ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise is due to Allah Ta'ala, the Lord of the worlds, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. Thee do we worship, and thee do we beseech for help. Keep us on the straight path, the right path, the path of those upon whom thou hast bestowed favors, not the path of those upon whom thy wrath is brought down, nor of those who go astray. Allah Ta'ala responds to the hearkener, to the pleader in Surah Baqarah, ayats 1 to 5, where he says, Alif Lam Mim, this book, this is the book. There is no doubt in it. It is a guide to those who guard against evil, those who believe in the unseen and keep up prayer and spend out of what we have given them, and who believe in that which has been revealed to you and that which was revealed before you, and they are sure of the hereafter. These are on a right course from their Lord, and these it is that shall be successful. Allah Ta'ala lists the qualities and the characteristics of those who will be successful in Surah Baqarah, ayats 1 to 5, responding to the prayer, to the plea of the beggar. He is the benefactor, responding to the prayer of the beggar, and responding, he is the master to the slave, responding to the slave, in answering his plea to be on the right path. And he lists these various qualifications that will lead to your success. And he embeds this into our minds daily, 5 prayers a day, 17 times in the day, and more if we're doing other prayers. We're reciting this surah, we're making this plea to Allah Ta'ala, and we are acting as if he does not hear us. But are you uncertain of how to convey the message? Is this the problem? You don't know how to convey the message. Look to our legacy. We look backwards to come forwards. History reveals the lessons wherein we Muslims find strength in discourse and models. Through our conversations and through the models that Allah Ta'ala has given and prescribed for us and shown us, we can see these models of success. We can see Baqarah 1 to 5. We can see it happening in real time through people and their struggles. And we're going to talk about that further. Allah Ta'ala confirms this when he prescribes a method of conveyance. One of Imam Jamil's favorite surah, Wal Asr. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wal Asr. Inna al-insana lafi khusr illa alladhina amanu wa amilu salihati wa tawasaw bil haqq wa tawasaw bis sabr. Allah Ta'ala says in the English interpretation of that ayat, of those ayat, by the declining day, And some commentators say, scholars say this means Asr, declining day. We also started off talking about the fall of civilizations, the destruction of civilizations by the declining day, that time when the night or the afternoon or the night and day are emerging slowly. Lo, man is in a state of loss. Save those who believe and do good works and exhort one another to truth and exhort one another to endurance. But do you remain in doubt about the kuffar, about the disbelievers, about the mushrik, about the idolaters, the munafiq? Do you remain in doubt about them because you want to convey the message to them and perhaps shift the paradigm? Allah Ta'ala says in Surah Baqarah, ayah 6 to 11, surely those who disbelieve, it being the same to them, whether you warn them or do not warn them, will not believe. Allah has set a seal upon their hearts and upon their hearing, and there is a covering over their eyes, and there's a great punishment for them. And there are some people who say we believe in Allah Ta'ala in the last day, and they're not at all and they're not at all believers. They desire to deceive Allah Ta'ala and those who believe, and they deceive only themselves, and they do not perceive. There is a disease in their hearts, so Allah Ta'ala added to their disease, and they shall have a painful chastisement because they used to tell lies. And when it said to them, do not make mischief in the land, they say, we are but peacemakers. Now surely they themselves are the mischief makers, but they do not perceive. And when it is said to them, believe as the people believe, they say, shall we believe as the fools believe? No, now surely they themselves are the fools, but they do not know. And when they meet those who believe, they say, we believe. And when they are alone with their shaitans, they say, surely we are with you. We were only mocking. Allah shall pay them back their mockery, and he leaves them alone in their inordinacy, blindly wandering on. These are they who buy error for the right direction, so their bargain shall bring no gain, nor are they the followers of the right direction. So Allah Ta'ala shows us in Surah Baqarah again, ayats 1 to 11, where he contrasts the ones who are on the right path and gives those qualifications, and the ones who are not on the right path, who are perceiving themselves as being there, but they're not. Still, are you in doubt about who you are? Allah describes you in Surah Al Imran, ayat 110. He says, you are the best of the nations, raised up for the benefit of men. You enjoin what is right and forbid the wrong and believe in Allah Ta'ala. And if the followers of the book had believed, it would have been better for them. Of them, some are believers and most of them are transgressors. My Imam Luqman Abdullah, rahimullah, would recite this ayat all the time when in a conversation of dawah. He would say it would be better for the disbelievers to believe in Allah and follow his Prophet if they only knew. Do you accept the mission that you swear to with tashahhud on each daily salah? You accept, but you're not sure how to convert to Islam, how to convert sins to virtue and impurities to purity for the pleasure of Allah Ta'ala. Allah commands in Surah Ma'idah, forbidden to you is that which dies of itself, and blood and flesh of swine, and that on which any other name than that of Allah Ta'ala has been invoked, and the strangled animal, and that beaten to death, and that killed by a fall, and that killed by being smitten with a horn, and that which wild beasts have eaten, except what you slaughter, and what is sacrificed on stones set up for idols, and that you divide by the arrows. That is transgression. This day have those who disbelieve despaired of your religion. So fear them not and fear me. This day have I perfected for your religion and completed my favor on you and chosen for you Islam as a religion. But whoever is compelled by hunger, but inclining willfully to sin, then surely Allah is not inclining willfully to sin, then surely Allah Ta'ala is forgiving, merciful. And I want to just put another term, or I want to address the term of religion. We do not believe in religion. This is not our way. Religion is a ritual based on its evolution through the times. It may have meant a deen before, but it doesn't mean deen now. And so they've used this term to separate us from our way of life. Allah Ta'ala says deen in the translation of the Quran. In the actual Quranic ayat, he refers to deen. And that means a covenant, a contract, a promise that was taken from Ibrahim alayhi salam, and that we take from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for Ibrahim. So therefore, inshallah, we are, this is our way of life. This is what we do. This is how we behave. As we can see from Surah Baqarah in those ayahs that I recited to you, in Surah 1 to 5, he gives you a behavior that verifies or confirms, solidifies your path, or solidifies your place on that path. There's a hadith that Sheikh Abdul Hakim has a lovely book, 40 hadith, that he's comprised for contemporary, for today, inshallah, for us. And one of those hadiths is hadith 2, and this is from the Sunnah of Abu Dawood and Ibn Majah and others, where it says, this my ummah is a nation that has mercy on it. Its punishment will not be in the hereafter, but in this life. That being fitan, trials, tribulations, punishment, temptation, confusion, or calamity, war between Muslims, earthquakes, and murder. This is the punishment for the believers in this life. Mercy for the believers in the Akhirah. Imam Jamil continually pushes and continually reminds us that our lives are engaged with struggle continuously from one to another. This is how we spend our time, in struggle from one to another. And of course, there's the happy times. Even in the happy times, getting to them, there's a struggle to get to them. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Prevaricate means to deviate from the truth. To prevaricate means to deviate from the truth. Not to disbelieve in the truth, but to deviate from it, to not follow it. That means to veer from the path, to veer from the path. And when we veer from the path, we become prey to all of those things away from the path. So inshallah, to prevaricate is to deviate from the truth. And Allah Ta'ala says about that, he remedies this problem in Surah Al-Anbiya in ayah 18 when he says, now, nay, we cast the truth against the falsehood, so that it breaks its head, and lo, it vanishes, and woe to you for what you describe. And whoever is in the heavens and the earth, and whoever is in the heavens and the earth is his. And those who are with him are not proud to serve him, nor do they grow weary. In the case of Imam Jamil al-Amin specifically, world and social events do not shift paradigm. They confirm them. Quran does not languish in the past. We do not spend our time mulling over and lingering in the past. We live, as one man said, one scholar said, we live in the moment, moment to moment, so that we're present in what is happening right now, at this moment, today. And we're present in the next moment that's happening right now, in this moment today. And we have such skills and such ability Allah Ta'ala has given us. He has given us a platform, a paradigm by which doesn't shift regardless of what we're going through. And we can fall onto that paradigm. We can use that to take us through any situation, to negotiate any time, to facilitate any problem. We have it all. We are not without anything. We may be absent a person. We may be absent a time, but we're not without a mechanism or remedy or solution to any space, any time, any place, ever, by the mercy and grace of Allah Ta'ala, subhanahu wa ta'ala. Quran is the past, present, and future. It links ideology to method and belief to application. Believers live this pattern daily. Their worldview aligns with Quran and is confirmed by the character of the Prophet ﷺ. In other words, messages from the Quran and the life converge. So the messages from the Quran and our lives through the agency of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ converge constantly, daily, endlessly. Imam Jamil and his family exemplify this reality. Imam Jamil and his family exemplify this reality, which is the way of Allah Ta'ala to reaffirm, reinforce, review, and sustain his governance over his creation, especially humankind. It does not matter the persona, believer, disbeliever, mushrik, munafiq. Allah Ta'ala is the owner of them all. He does as he pleases with whom he pleases, and we, the created, may or may not be privy to his design, except as he informs us. So how does Allah Ta'ala inform us of his design? By alignment. By alignment. He aligned the character, law, legislation, application of the Quran to the behavior of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who then mirrors the message of the Quran in every aspect of human life. Barring the presence of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because he is not with us now, Allah distributed his character, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's character, to the Sahaba, then to Tabi'i, then to Tabi'i, then reformers who appear in generations. A continuum of reformation appears and persists by time. He aligned the character of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam with Imam Jamil, his wife, Karima, his son, KAIRI. We notice and appreciate his struggle, her loyalty, and his sacrifice to understand our responsibility as an ummah within the paradigm for these tumultuous times that we are witnessing, while offering modicum, if any, activity to inform the masses and establish Islam. So we recognize the character of Islam, and we recognize that character through the family, just like, inshallah, just like Allah Ta'ala sent Isa, the family of Imran. It was not just Isa that he sent. It was the whole family of Imran that he sent in order to give us a picture and a view of every aspect of the life that we lead as believers, every aspect of the path, and being a particular role on that path. He showed us what it looks like, how it plays out, how it behaves. He showed us. And Allah Ta'ala is, as we said earlier, the Quran is the past, the present, and the future. So in the present today, as we speak, as we sit in front of you, we have 3 human beings who are propagating Islam for us and inviting us to use them as a conduit to that success. So as we understand that KAIRI, and we saw the films, we see the pictures, the beautiful pictures of the son and father relationship, which is so absent from our communities today. The son-father relationship absent from the communities today. Not only the son-father relationship, but also the son-father community relationship is absent from our communities today. And so therefore, who can take us seriously? Who can believe us? But we have this model in front of us that Allah Ta'ala says, you are not left high and dry. I will give you a model that you can propagate, that you can put in front of the people. And that is Imam Jamil and his family. So now when we take on this cause of Imam Jamil, inshallah, in terms of releasing him from prison, when we support, inshallah, what is being done, inshallah, the sacrifice of KAIRI and the loyalty of Sister Karima, when we support them, inshallah, and we show them and we highlight them and we showcase them, we do not leave them in the background. We do not let them hide. We keep them in front of us and in front of the people. We say, this is Islam. This is Islam. And this is Islam. Anybody can put Sister Karima in front of any feminist movement, any derangement or degradation of women in Islam. And we can see Sister Karima in her relationship with her child, KAIRI, and with her relationship with her husband, Imam Jamil. And we can see Khadija. And we can see Aisha in terms of pushing them forward to do what they had to do, to carry the mission of Islam. There was support, dedication there with her. We see it. Then we see paying back the situation. So young, 12 years old, his life was spent with his father in jail, but he went towards a goal to do what? Get him out. Made that his mission. And you see it in his person. So let's say we cannot consider Imam Jamil without looking behind him at those intimate relations that continue to exemplify the qualities of belief in their presentation of humility, dignity, and hope. They are conduits for one another, and they affirm the station of Imam Jamil as da'i, exemplary of the Prophet ﷺ by his speech, his sincerity, and his works. They have established the way of Islam in their lives by not only steadfastly upholding the mission that Imam Jamil is, but also by keeping the light of Islam burning in their character. When Muslims understand how Imam Jamil, his wife, and his son bring the message of Islam to the forefront of society, then Imam Jamil becomes the mission of the Ummah. When Imam Jamil becomes the mission of the Ummah, the paradigm will not change, but it will shift. It will shift from Taghut, the system of disbelief and shirk, to Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. The environment of Islam begins with individuals who work spiritually, mentally, and physically to shine the light of Islam in every aspect of their lives. Do you Muslims see the intense, sincere effort and sacrifice for his father in the persona of Imam Jamil's son, KAIRI? Do you see it? when you look at him? Do you recognize the beauty of Islamic womanhood, the dedication, devotion, loyalty of Khadija radiallahu anha when you see Sister Karima? Do these three people individually and collectively remind you of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, of his Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Could this model impact the message of Islam in this country, indeed in the world? Yes. And this is Allah's plan. A brother said so nicely in Juma, Imam in Flint, Imam Hanafi, said so nicely in his Juma, he says, man plans, and he says it in such a beautiful way. Man plans and Allah plans. As man executes his plan, Allah Ta'ala is executing his plan. Which one is the success? So we pull success from the struggle. We pull success from the struggle and we spread it around. We don't let it sit and lie dormant. We spread it around. This is our task. This is our ability. This is our innovation. This is our synthesis. This is what we do as Muslims. This is what the Prophet did. You go and you look at Andalusia and you see the Muslims who went into Andalusia and they created a civilization like no one, like had not been seen before. They invented many things. They innovated many things. In the Arabs, and when they came out of Arabia, they went into other towns. They went and they expanded all that was good. So we don't take struggle and we sit inside of struggle and we go dormant inside of struggle. We become apathetic inside of struggle. We don't do this. This is not our way. We take struggle. We pull from it. We take the energy from it. It is a conduit for us to increase us, to revive us, and to spread Islam to others, inshallah, which is our obligation as this destruction of this society proceeds. We all see and we must know, we must understand that America is falling. But Allah Ta'ala says in the Quran, he says, inshallah, that he will not cause the destruction of a civilization until the message has come. And we see our prophets and the prophetic mission in front of us, and it's falling, and we're acting like we're ready to free fall with it. We cannot free fall with it. We cannot possibly think about releasing Imam Jamil in a free fall. Allah Ta'ala not do that to him. During an interview with the late Fred Hampton's son, who drilled Imam Jamil for an answer to this question, what can we do, Fred Hampton said, what can we do for you? How can we get you out of here is what he was saying. This is the same, the picture that you have on the screen of the community under siege. That particular picture is coming from that interview. Fred Hampton persisted in prompting Imam Jamil to say, he persisted in this question. He kept asking this question. And Imam Jamil said, they think they got us in here. But they don't. We got them. So, as if to say, don't ask me about how we can get out of here. He flipped it on him. He said, what are you doing out there? Imam Jamil voiced valid concern about the environment he would enter when he is released. Rightfully, his expectation of the Ummah is as high as his expectation of his family. And I do want to add to that group, I want to add his brother to that group. May Allah give him hidayah, inshallah. And I want to add his brother to that group, who was like an Abu Talib for him. He was like an Abu Talib for him. He fought hard for his release from the time he would end, and fought hard for him even before this particular event. He would expect the Ummah, we believe, to live and act upon the message of Quran implanted 1414 years ago. He would expect that effective programs of dawah are pursuing and ongoing between communities, and the citizens in every town where Muslims maintain masjids, and within the citizens of every for the citizens of every town where Muslims maintain masjids. He would expect self-sustained communities and product-driven self-sufficiency to be the ethics supporting the Islamic societies appearing from that dawah. He would expect human interaction and social engagement daily by law, whereas believers are locked down. Daily. He would expect loyalty and his sacrifice to understand our responsibility as an ummah within the paradigm for these tumultuous times that we're witnessing, while offering modicum of any activity to inform. I'm do that. Allah Ta'ala aligned the character of the Prophet ﷺ with Imam Jamil, his wife Karima, and his son KAIRI. He would notice and appreciate the struggle, her human interaction, societal engagement daily by law, whereas believers are locked down monitored and barred. I want to say here, I'm skipping a page, but I want to say here that the release of Imam Jamil is where we are. And let me find my spot here. He would expect alliances between Muslims and movements. He would expect his model of community building to be adopted and instituted as a strategy toward an Islamic state. In essence, in 20 years, he would expect us to have progressed beyond Atlanta, Georgia, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Detroit, Michigan, and New York City, in a world ummah of unity and Islamic sovereignty. If not the goal achieved, the goal sought. There's a hadith number 7 from the same text of Brother Abdullah Hakim Quick, where he says on the destruction and salvation, there are 3 things which cause destruction and the 3 things that lead to success. The 3 things which cause destruction are miserliness, the opposite of charity, which is success, which is obeyed, passion, which is followed in decency, immodesty, etc., and self-conceit, which is arrogance. 3 things which lead to salvation are fear of Allah Ta'ala, taqwa, in secret and in open, moderation when rich and in poor, and justice when angry or pleased. This is related to from Al-Bazar and Al-Bayhaqi, and it's rated as Hasan. How will the Muslim Ummah respond to Imam Jamil's question, what are you doing out there? Evidently, it may be a constant concern for the unincarcerated, imprisoned Muslims out here, for the Ummah of Muhammad. Who amongst us strides the mantle of our forerunners today? If you claim to be one of those, then you know those who are aware can energize the road to Imam Jamil's release and unlock the gates of oppression for justice sake. They know that patience, persistency, and consistency through struggle will unlock the doors to success. They also know that Imam Jamil's release hinges upon not only the work of KAIRI, his son, and his team, but also Imam Jamil needs an environment to be released into, to be secured and able to continue the struggle. Those who know, like Imam Jamil, understand the goal is akhirah, firdaus, to pass the test in dunya, answer the questions in the grave, and please Allah in this world and meet him without reckoning on the day of judgment. Imam Jamil cannot be released from an illuminated state into a state of fitna. Deprivation of physical human access is not deprivation of spiritual access. Allah Ta'ala is high. Sincere believers, especially Shaheed, accept, adapt, and adjust to their circumstances. In all situations, believers in our circumstances, and situations maintain and prepare to meet Allah Ta'ala in the same way the oppressed Muslims must do so, so that there is harmony in between faith and action for all of us. This means that the Islamic environment out here must not be oppressive like the environment Imam Jamil suffers. The only difference right now is that Imam Jamil is locked down with bars and chains and denied the right to human interaction and social engagement daily by law, whereas believers are locked down, monitored, and barred from freely engaging with humans of their choice and society at large by a false dichotomy and propaganda. Injustice prevails whether you are a prisoner of war, in or out of jail. But this matter concerns the connection between Muslims, their leaders, and their legacies. It is special by that. It doesn't matter the circumstances of oppression. What matters is the remedies to remove it. 1, Imam Jamil is accused, convicted, and serving time for a murder he did not commit. The injustice is that the county, city, and I'm calling these out, witnessing, bearing witness, and calling these out, so Allah Ta'ala knows, we know who you are. The county, city, precinct, arresting officers, the district attorneys, the judges and justices, state and appellate for the state of Georgia colluded in this adjudication of an innocent man, and they all continue to cooperate to keep Imam Jamil imprisoned. These are the oppressors, and they are guilty of crimes against Allah Ta'ala and his Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The federal courts, federal prison system, prison authorities, and those who transported Imam Jamil between states to imprison him in Georgia, Colorado, and North Carolina, as well as those who deprive him of medical services, abuse his human rights in those facilities, and refuse to hear of his innocence by taking the testimony of the real perpetrator, are guilty of injustice and oppression. About them, Allah Ta'ala has said, Let not the free disposal and affluence of the disbelievers throughout the land deceive you. At a brief moment, a brief enjoyment, then their ultimate abode is hell. And worse indeed is that place for rest. Remember, Allah Ta'ala says that the believers' punishment is in this world, whereas the disbelievers' punishment is in the Akhirah. So rest assured that they are not getting away with anything. What's happening to Imam Jamil and others is from Allah Ta'ala a purge and a notification to the believers to step up and be aware and do what's necessary in order to propagate this deen. A brief enjoyment, the Muslims who committed, number two, the Muslims who committed rancor against themselves by committing sins against Allah Ta'ala and the Prophet ﷺ, breaking the laws of Islam, disobeying the commandments of Allah when Imam Jamil was with the community. These were those about whom Allah Ta'ala says in Surah Ma'un. He says, have you seen him who denies the recompense? That is he who repulses the orphan harshly and urges not the feeding of the miskin, the poor. So woe unto those performers of salat, hypocrites, who delay their salat from their stated fixed times. Those who do good deeds only to be seen of men and refuse al-ma'un, small kindnesses like salt, sugar, and water, etc. The munafiq who weakened the bonds of humanity that Imam Jamil tightened with Quran and disenfranchised the love Imam Jamil infused for the love of the Prophet ﷺ, and that was implanted from his days of ignorance to his days of enlightenment, which made Imam Jamil the forerunner who carries the legacy of our Muslim ancestors gifted from Allah Ta'ala by the Prophet ﷺ. And we Muslims did not use our lives to protect that flag. So it fell, and we are deprived of its energy in the physical person of Imam Jamil. We are guilty of the issue and the closer for the issue. And Allah will not return him to us until we reform ourselves and put Islam in the world so that Imam Jamil will return to at least a community of believers who are a semblance of who they were when Imam Jamil began this mission. This is a call to revive Deen in America, and Imam Jamil is the living sacrifice inviting us to that call. His energy prevails through his body, though his body fails. His son KAIRI was born for this mission. His efforts, prayers, and successes convey the measure of spiritual progress Muslims are making towards Imam Jamil's release. KAIRI said at the last gathering we had in Georgia during the Riyadh, KAIRI said he didn't want his father to be thought of as a murderer. A sincere, heartfelt plea we witnessed. Subsequently, Allah Ta'ala informed the wider Muslim community who did not believe that Imam Jamil was not a criminal. The wider Muslim community, that Imam Jamil is a legacy and a leader, not a murderer. Allah Ta'ala proved and confirmed his innocence when the perpetrator testified in court on camera for the world to view. A plea was answered. Muslims now can prove Imam Jamil is not a murderer. Verily, Allah Ta'ala hears and answers the prayers of the oppressed. Each step he takes, KAIRI, brings Imam Jamil nearer the goal. And each time KAIRI takes another step, he calls on the Muslims to energize his effort with their prayers and good wishes. By default, his agency unites Muslims under a common cause, with individual Muslims forced to reaffirm their spiritual, ritualistic efforts, purify them to gain the attention of Allah Ta'ala so that they individually may impact KAIRI's efforts to get his father released, which is his sole current mission. He embodies hope for his mission, but that character portrays its value in struggle, which becomes a lesson from the Prophet ﷺ to the Muslims. We humans reside in a parallel universe with tracks or paths connecting one another. There are multiple paths, but the connections along them attract like energy. Ours, Muslims, is the path of light upon light emanating from a single source. The rubric is the same whether we are groups or individuals, and we can recognize one another from its paradigm. KAIRI was born from Karima and Jamil to be a conduit of their energy congealed with his own. They're reflections of times linked to one another. As Imam Jamil often recites Surah Asr, KAIRI is the link between Imam Jamil's time, literally and figuratively, wherein his success hinges on our Muslim revival and unity. When Allah Ta'ala witnesses our sincerity, ikhlas, and tawheed appropriate to establish his deen in the world, he will release Imam Jamil. One way or another, to us or to him. And Imam Jamil, will never die in his life or in his legacy. Strengthen our bond. What is our strategy? Strengthen our bond of love for Allah Ta'ala and His Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Purify our intentions, increase our amals, and adopt a consistent program of ibadah for yourself and your family. Wage jihad in the path of Allah Ta'ala with dawah, enjoining all that is halal and forbidding all that is haram, and own your vision of the world to remove injustice everywhere in the name of Allah Ta'ala. This is Imam Jamil's living legacy, bequeathed to him by Allah Ta'ala through the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And this is Imam Jamil's along with our other martyrs' gift to us. What is common between Muslims and Imam Jamil? The link that justifies bringing Imam Jamil from the present light into renewed light. May Allah Ta'ala expedite this matter. May Allah Ta'ala hear and answer our prayers. May Allah Ta'ala protect, guard, and increase our martyr and his family. May Allah Ta'ala always sustain KAIRI and his mother for the Ummah and for Imam Jamil. After this, inshallah, I'm sending salams on the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Subhanallah Allahumma bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Jazakallah khair, Ustada Zaynab. You, as always, really make us ponder and think and reframe. Jazakallah khair for everything that you do. Now we will have, I believe, live from Rashidun, DC. We have Imam Abdul-Ali, who will be speaking on, so let me just give you a brief introduction of Imam Ali. He is the Imam of Al-Rashidun Community Center in Washington, D.C., where he has been working on the street and in the masjid for over several years. He is an elder, a mentor, someone that we learn from every day. MashaAllah, Imam Ali is a part of the Bridges community as well, and he received a certificate of achievement of excellence for community service from them. This is an organization of young people who mentor young boys and men in the streets of Washington, D.C. Imam Ali has been also an elder in Washington, D.C.'s interfaith circles, where the city leans on him heavily to guide them on Muslim youth. MashaAllah. He's been given the certificate of appreciation from several local masjids and from the city of DC as well. So we are just going to hand the stage over to him, inshallah, and he's going to be talking about setting up the streets for da'wah, to make sure, as Sister Zaynab said, that when Imam Jamil is released, then that there are young people on the streets and in the communities, that the community is ready for him. Assalamu alaikum. Imam Abdul-Ali.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Inna alhamdulillah nahmadu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiru wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati amalina. May yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa man yudlil fala hadiya lahu wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. This is your brother, Imam Abdul-Ali, and my title is the Street Imam. That was given to me by Brother Talib from El Hassa. And what we want to talk about briefly is who are the accountable people for the era of time that we live in that is responsible for the guidance of humanity. and we would have to admit that it is the Muslim community. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said that there is no prophet or messenger after him, and that there is no community after his community. We are the ones that are responsible for guiding humanity. And what humanity needs right now, more than any other time in human history, they need a murshid, someone that can teach them the science of human nature. And that is our job. We say that we have ilm ul mu'amalat, the knowledge of social behavior, how to treat people, how you want to be treated. Ilm ul ruhaniya, the spiritual knowledge that you can get yourself from an animal stage to a human stage to a spiritual conscious stage. When we look at the historical footprint of humanity, we have always had a foot on spirituality. Now the shaitan and his imps, they have moved us from the spiritual conscious, even from the human conscious, to an area where we're behaving on what's known as nafs al-amara, the animal level of human passion, where we can be trained just like parakeets. We can be trained like lions to jump through fire. We can be trained like monkeys to drive spaceships. And this is what we want to do. We want to move the human being from nafs al-amara to nafs al-lawama, the human consciousness, where we will treat one another as we want to be treated in a humane fashion and manner. Now, one of the things that we do here at the Rashidun Community Center is that we go into the street. When the weather break, you can find us in the street at any time of night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. We're out there hanging out with the brothers and sisters that need our aid and assistance the most. We wonder often why, when we go out in the street and people make promises to us that we're going to stop this, we're going to stop that, we're not going to do this. But if you go out during the daytime, majority of the time, you're talking to the people that want peace anyway. But if you go out at night, 11:30, 12 o'clock, these are the so-called people that society say these are the hell raisers. You got to go out at night and talk to them. 9 times out of 10, if you go out there and you show them some love, they're going to show you some love back. You can't be afraid to deal with these, our young people. I remember we was at a meeting and we were dealing with some of the resident council members, the president of the resident council, some of the ANC commissioners, and we had one of the had the chief of police from 6th district over there. And they were telling him that they want him to clear out these hallways. They wanted him to clear out the people from standing in front of the stores. And his response was that when you were their age, you had people that made sure that the rec center was open. You had people that made sure that the school gymnasium was open, that they made sure that you had somewhere to go and get your energy off. Now that it's your turn to make sure that the young generation have something to do, you are failing in your responsibility, and you're calling me to lock all of these children up. But soon as I grab one of your grandchildren or your niece or your nephew, you're in my office begging me to let them go. So it is our turn. We are now Miss Wilson, Sister Harriet. We are Mr. Johnson. We are Mr. Jones that have the responsibility to set something up for our young people so that they don't have to hang in front of the store, so that they don't have to hang in these hallways, so that they are not a nuisance to us, but they are fulfilling their obligation to serve the senior citizens. They have an obligation, but the seniors have an obligation also to make sure that they get trained up and raised properly. And we are failing in that because we are afraid to talk to these young people out there in the street. And they see this fear and they operate on this fear and they feed off of that fear. So what we're saying is, let's take La ilaha illallah. Let's take this message to the street and let's build a school for our children. We're saying, let's take La ilaha illallah to the street and let's get all of the liquor stores out of our neighborhood. It is not fair to take the street pharmacists off the street, but leave the illegal pharmacists in the liquor store on the neighborhood corner. Do you know they're even selling liquor out of the grocery stores now because they're selling malt liquor, and malt liquor is liquor. It's just in a malt form, and they're selling it out of the grocery store that you take your grandsons and your granddaughters in. Let's say La ilaha illallah and let's get all of that hog out the grocery store. Let's put halal food in the grocery store. Let's say La ilaha illallah and let's build a clinic for our senior citizens. Let's say La ilaha illallah and let's get a homeless shelter. Do you know how many homeless young people are in this city right here in Washington, D.C. alone? Let's build a shelter for those people. Let's get a drug clinic that do not use a stronger drug that is more dangerous than the drugs that they're buying on the street that's tearing their bodies up. Let's get a drug clinic in our community where we can use acupuncture and get people off of drugs. Let's say La ilaha illallah and let's end domestic violence. And why am I saying La ilaha illallah? Because everywhere that I go, the first thing I say is Assalamu alaikum. And I'm going to get at least 3 responses if it's 10 people. Our Muslim brothers and sisters are out there too. Let's say La ilaha illallah and let's build a serious prison project that's able to employ our brothers and sisters that's coming home from this penitentiary system. Let's do that. Let's take our dawah and let's take it to the street. Imam Jamil AL-AMIN has shown us that you can do it in 18 months, 2 years at the most. What happened in the West End? The West End was just like anywhere else. It was OK Corral, all systems go. Imam Jamil AL-AMIN, they changed that whole community and they only did it in 18 months. So we don't need a lifetime to change a community. All we need is dedicated people to go in there. They have one vision, they have one imagination, and they go in there and they work with the people in the community, because you're not going nowhere unless you get in the community and work with the people in these communities. And we have beautiful brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers that want a way out, but they don't have a way out. They don't know the way out. That's our responsibility to go in and show them a pathway out. One of the things that we say as Muslims, we say Hayya ala salat. We call people to come to pray, but we also say Hayya ala falah. Come to the success of this world's life, but do not neglect the success of the next world's life. And see, this is what the shaitan has done. The devil has tricked us into believing that all we have is this world, and when we die, there's no accountability and there's no afterlife. But let me share this with you. Once you get life, you will always have it. It'll just be in a different form and in a different stage. There's life down there in that grave. There's life on the day of judgment, and there's life after the day of judgment. And you get to choose which life you want to live. You get to choose it. But what we want to do is we want to show you out here, because see, you don't have to be like me and Imam Jamil, get your shahada in jail. You can get your shahada out here. But you got to come to the masjid. You got to come around people that truly care something about you. And let me tell you this. You got a lot of poverty pimp parasites that's out there feeding off of the filth that these people have gurgitated in our society. Stop and think for a minute. Prior to the 1970s, we lived in neighborhoods. We didn't live in the hood. We had what? A mother and a father in majority of our houses. We had grandmama and grandpa. We didn't put them off in some old folks senior citizen building. They lived right in the house with us. When mama and daddy went to work, who watched the children? Not your oldest sister, your grandmother or your grandfather. When you look in our communities, right now today, I can take you over here on the other side of the railroad tracks and I can show you where this was my father's house. And now this is my house. I bought the house right next door to my father's house. 2, 3 people over there in my old community are just like that. What happens now? You got a college degree, so you sell the house that your mama had and you move down there in, I'm not going to call the name of that place, but you move down there next to them and they calling you that N-word. Yep, that's right. The same things will apply. You're a raghead or even you're a sand, the same principle. You know what I mean? So what we got to do is we got to click up. We got to jamaat up. We need to move and build our own communities. La ilaha illallah, establish your own righteous community. Defined by righteousness. Stop allowing other people to create a situation that you respond to. You create the situation. And this is something else that we really need to look at. And now I'm talking to the street brothers and sisters. I thought all money in the neighborhood belonged to people in the hood. I don't see you getting no grocery store money. I don't see you getting no barbershop money. I don't see you getting no gas station money. I don't see you getting no laundromat money. I don't see you getting no carry out money. Only thing I see you getting is street hustle money. And that's low level money compared to the money that they are legally taking out of our neighborhoods. I challenge all of my street brothers and sisters to move to getting some of that legal money. Let me see you get grocery store money. Let me see you get laundromat money. Let me see you get barbershop money. Let me see you get beauty parlor money. Let me see you open some of the stores in our community. That's what we want to do. We want to take back our communities. We are tired of people sending their children to college while our children go to the penitentiary because they are raping our communities for all of the finance that are in the communities. Yes. So we have to start taking some stances. And those stances that we take, they have to be based on right. And you cannot get a better principle than La ilaha illallah. There is no God but Allah. I submit and surrender to Allah alone. This is where we need to move people back to, the spiritual way of life. That life that your grandmother and your grandfather one time had, that you got away from. In closing, we want to do this right here. We want to invite all of y'all to stand up and help get our brother out of that penitentiary. Imam Jamil Abdul-MUMIT, he's been illegally convicted. He's been illegally held in the penal system, and they know it, and most of you know it, but you're not doing anything about it. We need to click up, mob up, and we need to get that brother out of the penitentiary. I'm calling on all of the street soldiers, men and women. I'm calling on all of y'all to line up and let's get that brother out of jail. We got a lot of good brothers and sisters in jail that been in the jail since the 60s. some of them since the 50s, because they took a stance for us when nobody else would. And now it's time for us to take a stance for them and get these brothers and sisters out of the penitentiary. And we need to get away from all of these political bootlickers and hind pot kissers. We need to get them out of our communities. And we telling all of you parasites that's raping the community of the funds that's set aside to aid and assist our people, we're telling y'all it's over. Get out of our community. We don't want you in our community no more, and it's time for you to leave. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Subhanallah. Jazakallah khair, Imam. May Allah bless you with health and just increase the strength of the community that you have built around that beautiful building. May Allah bless it and bless everyone who is connected with it. Subhanallah. Next, inshallah, we will be having with us a brother Amir Al-Hajj Khalid Abdul-Samad. Al-Hajj Amir Khalid Abdul-Samad is an internationally known and recognized community activist, peacemaker, and leader who formerly served as the special assistant to the public safety director for the city of Cleveland for youth gang interventions. He's also served as a gang prevention and investigative specialist for the CMSD Gang Task Force. In addition, he's the chief executive officer and co-founder of a Coalition for a Better Life, otherwise known as Peace in the Hood, an organization dedicated to peace, justice, empowerment, as well as serving as a spokesperson for the formerly National Council for Urban Peace, Justice, and Empowerment. The council is the largest faith and community-based collaborative 35 organizations dealing with youth gang crime and violence, radicalization of communities, and cross-cultural issues in the United States.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah, Shaykh. I'm going to leave this. Welcome to the conference and thank you so much for being here.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, rabbil alameen. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us another day on this planet, and we are grateful to Almighty God Allah for giving us this day and asking that He guide our heart and guide our tongue and allow us to be somewhat inspiring, to be there for those who have questions for some of the work that we have done. We ask Almighty God Allah to give us the ability to answer any questions or provide some insight into some of the things that our brother talked about previously, which was very inspiring. And, you know, it reminds me of us a few years ago. We thank Almighty God Allah for the energy that He has, and the energy and the foresight and the insight. That's very important for the work that we do. Again, wal asr innal insana lafi khusra illa alladhina amanu wa amilu salihati wa tawasaw bil haqq wa tawasaw bis sabr. Chose that small chapter. We know it's one of the smallest chapters in the Quran, but it is said that there was no other chapters left that would suffice. Truly, by the token of time, humanity is in a state of loss, except for those who have faith, do righteous deeds, and join together for the mutual teachings and establishment of truth, patience, and consistency. And I would like to just focus on the work that's been going on to put this program together, a community under siege. IJAN has done a lot of work, and it's very important that we continue to energize ourselves for the work that we have to continue to do. I would like to just say that Imam Jamil, in his holistic approach to human life and existence, put together a team that worked with him in the establishment of Al-Ummah, and many of those people were already working in the respective cities that they lived in But one of the things that we saw earlier in our relationship with Imam Jamil, in the relationship with all of those who were involved in the work of community building, that the concept of collaboration, the concept of working together, the concept of being able to agree to disagree without being disagreeable, and all those things that work when you're talking about doing community work is very important. And Imam Jamil has always exemplified that in his life, even before a Muslim. He always exemplified the what I would call the ability to agree without disagreeing, and how to work collectively to establish collaborations that's under the Quran and Sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we in Cleveland had been around for a while, and we were fortunate to meet Imam Jamil when he came home from prison and into the Western area. A lot of brothers and sisters that knew him in his capacity as H. Rap Brown developed relationship with him when he was in prison, also in part of the movements that he had been involved in during the civil rights and the Black Power movement. And so those kinds of relationships actually began to blossom with those in New York City and Chicago. Obviously, it was already done in Atlanta and many other cities around the country where the movement that we call the Al-Ummah, under the umbrella of Al-Ummah, began to grow and develop. And myself, at the time, those of us who were working in the area of the inner city areas have been brought together by former, gang leaders or former formations. We call them formations that came together to try to develop some type of program or some type of initiative that would begin to show us and show our young people how they can, reduce the violence and the drama amongst themselves. And that was in the late 80s when you begin to hear about the opportunities, the proposition of Bloods and Crips coming together in Los Angeles, Vice Lords against the Disciples in Chicago and other cities, Cleveland, other cities around the country, that there was a movement afoot, and many of those that led that were Muslim, to try to bring these young brothers to the table, as our brother said earlier, and transform themselves into business owners, as opposed, and to help build up the hood, as opposed to tear down the hood. And in many of these meetings, Imam Jamil would be there, and he would have already developed relationships because who he was as H. Rap Brown, and many of those relationships blossomed, in not only behind the walls, but outside the walls when they began to come together. And we had shuras in Atlanta and other cities, sponsored by several organizations. And one of the topics that would always become important was how can we build community in an environment that's ridden by violence and crime and things that are self-destructive. As our brother said earlier, you can't move forward and build a community when you have things pulling away from the community in terms of the economic development, in terms of the education, in terms of the family, in terms of the social structure, in terms of the very important thing about how does a community develop itself. So many of these cities were important and very successful in that area. And I don't know if we need to go into it deep, but clearly, Chicago, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Cleveland, other cities around the country began to develop programs that revolved around that kind of work. And not that being the only kind of work, but one of the initiatives that should be done is how do we clean up our community? How do we, develop initiatives in that regard? In fact, on that particular note, and I'm open up for question and answer, I want to acknowledge those brothers and sisters that passed away in the last, brother, we call him Big Haroon down in Atlanta, done a lot of work, put in a lot of work in Atlanta. He passed away. Brother Emir Yahya Abdul Sabor worked with us in Cleveland, did a lot of work with IJAN as director of IJAN. Imam Khalil out of North Carolina, Greensboro, who assisted Imam Jamil in a lot of work that he has done. May Allah be pleased with the souls of these brothers. May Allah give them paradise, spare them any punishment of the grave, and allow them to be in paradise, inshallah, after the day of judgment. So I'd like to open it up to, some of the things I think we were successful in doing, and see if there's any kinds of things, that any information we can lend to you in terms of that work that we're trying to do now. Obviously, first and foremost, on one end is to get Imam Jamil, as we said, out of prison. He shouldn't have been there. He should have never been there. And clearly he shouldn't be there now. And hopefully, inshallah, not just with dua, but continually to practice, outside community agitation, writing letters and doing whatever we can to see that our brother comes home, Imam Jamil Al-Amin. So inshallah, I'd like to, open it up for a panel, open up for questions, and hopefully the things that we will share today, and then things that I will learn from you all that can help us in terms of developing more programs and making the programs more effective in the, areas and communities that we live and work in today.
Yeah, you caught me, right?
All right.
Alhamdulillah. That's one of the benefits of being online, right?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum. So there was a question from one of the audience members. They say, do you think it's too many renegades? A lot of the youth do not understand collective versus individual. There's a lot of loyalty to money. And then they say, parentheses, the condition.
Yeah, in terms of the renegadism, that is a byproduct of the attack that has gone on in trying to neutralize the family and to make the family subservient influence our young brothers and sisters today. You're absolutely right. It's like the social media, the whole aspect of what influence that has had on parents, on their children, and on the society outside of the family circle is one of the biggest issues that we have to deal with. And you can't get around it because, everything starts in the home, and one of the things that we saw when we would begin to deal with young people is that we had one of the elders, elder Muslim brother that we worked with quite a bit. His name was Harun too. He said, if you want to know what's going on, just follow him home. And that was an accurate statement because we began to learn that the issues that our children were dealing with, the young people, in terms of renegadism, being involved in gang violence, joining the violence of the gang, because they found some love in the gang. That's one of the reasons why they joined the gang, is that there was some love in the gang. But that's not the kind of love that we want to see them involved in. So it's very important that there be some family counseling, understanding, and how we can train people. Many of our brothers and sisters are trained social workers, taking a holistic approach to dealing with our young people, trying to provide them with some insight to develop a process that we called it dealing with the mistaken thinking. There was an author named Dr. Carter G. Woodson who wrote a book called The Miseducation in the Negro. And truly, many of us have been miseducated, misguided, misdirected. And so it's about us trying to develop modalities that will turn that back around and change the thinking and the social behavior of our young people for self-construction as opposed to self-destruction.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheikh. Sister Zaynab, do you have anything to add regarding the youth?
Yeah, I think one of the other things that we have to do is we have to, as far as our youth are concerned, is we have to be able to give them a vision of Islam that is realistic. And I think that because we're right now, you have the power of the society, the propaganda of the society and the media, social media, etc., acting against their fitra. They're acting against who they can be and who they are. So therefore, we have to have a mechanism whereby we're able to not counter, but we're able to actually remove those influences. And we have to give the youth a reason to remove those influences. And that's a matter of the heart, effectuating their heart. And the only way their heart can be effectuated is through the seer of the Prophet. So I think that a dawah program has to include, or even a dawah program, whether it be an informal or a formal dawah program, has to include a discussion of the Prophet in every aspect of that communication. How would the Prophet solve these problems? And I know one of the things that he did often was to use reason and sense in order to convey a message for an issue that concerns a human being. And I think we need to be very intimate in our relationships with these youth, We have to be very intimate in that we have an open door, or we have a behavior ourselves or a conduct ourselves that lends itself to them being open with us. And I think that's one of the pitfalls of being in that earlier generation where we were new to Islam, but now going forward, we have, you know, more understanding of the Prophet ﷺ and how he proceeded or how he conveyed the message of Islam. I think that inshallah we have to have a heart ourselves that lends itself to be open to their hearts in order for them to be open to actually conveying and communicating what truly concerns them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a very important observation, because what happens is you're developing a standard based upon the model that was put together by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam at following the directions of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that those kinds of things are very important. I want to see and ask you all, I know we're talking about this aspect of what's going on with our young people. We are Cleveland, we're doing a few things, trying to develop a piece that undergirds them with introduction to Islam. But a lot of our young people are not Muslim. Some of them are, but many of them are not. So we kind of use language that speaks to that aspect of the unity within, with God consciousness, being conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and beginning to ingrain these kind of values and morals inside of the youth, that obviously first and foremost the ones that are Muslim that we have access to, but also the ones that are non-Muslim that they socialize with, that will not make our children would be as strong as they should be around them, so they don't become influenced by that same influence themselves. How do you deal with that kind of issue? Are you telling the parents that that these programs and these you know, activities that are going on specifically just for the Muslim, or how do you address some of those things?
This is a very very strong question. It's a very strong, very profound question, very complex question. Unity in the community, I think, is that we have to be on the same page. I think we don't have a united community. You know, we got all kinds of different sectarianism going on in our communities. People have a different way they approach Islam. You know, they have different beliefs. For example, you know, I'm a teacher in Charlotte, teaching for years, and I teach high school. And, you know, I'm hearing when these issues come up in the society, you know, they'll come to you and they'll say, you know, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And there's a way that they expect you to answer. And if you don't answer, they kind of shut down. You don't have a reinforcement from the larger community. For example, with the homosexuality, talking about homosexuality, you have different messages being sent from the community about this particular issue, instead of coming directly from the Quran and saying, well, Allah Ta'ala says about this issue, and leaving it there, letting them think about that, or think about what Allah Ta'ala says, and then you go look and see what it looks like to you. You don't have a community that's supporting that, that's supporting Quran and that's supporting what Allah Ta'ala says like that. You have all these variants that are coming in. And the youth, inshallah, they don't trust us to actually resolve their issues. They depend on each other more so. So now, as far as my children are raised, but as far as the other adults and young adults that I deal with, if they trust you, I mean, I have seen, especially, and it really make a difference here in terms of the African American youth and the non-African American youth, the immigrant youth. It'll make a difference here in terms of the ethnicities, because that's important in terms of how their psyche and how they view adults. But if they trust you, then they'll listen to you. And I mean, like they're different from us. I mean, we had a little bit of baggage, maybe a little bit of anger, you know, whatever. But this generation, even with everything that's influencing them, and they're very highly influenced, they are still have a little bit more openness and heartfelt emotion. I mean, if they trust you, they will listen to you. I mean, they will fight for you, literally. I mean, these people, that's one of the benefits of this 80s generation, that those youth were not afraid to face off with what they were confronted with. They were not afraid. You know, I'm looking at my own children, you know, you get stopped by police and begin to question them. What are you stopping me for? You know, right. Very, very aggressive, you know, in terms of, and not afraid. And so we can take that, use that, but at the same time, we have to put ourselves in a position where, like I said earlier, where they can trust us, which means we have to be what? Consistent, persistent, constant, tell them the same thing over and over and over and over again, and then live it ourselves. I mean, you got more, brother. I know, brother Khalid, I know you from years back here from Cleveland. Yeah, brother Abdul was a very good friend of mine over there in Cleveland.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, and sister Aisha and so forth. But anyway,
the trader, Abdul Shakur, he's the trader. Economics, man. That's alhamdulillah. May Allah give you paradise.
I mean, inshallah, I mean. But yeah, that's, like we have to, we haven't shown them a good picture. We haven't shown them, even amongst the non-Muslims. I had an occasion where I was with my neighbor one day, and there was a lady who was selling drugs right in front of her house. Who was right in front of her house, and I walked up to the lady and I said, "Listen," I said, "You can't do that here. You can't sell these." She said, "I get most of my drugs from Muslims. Most of my drugs from Muslims." So these are the kind of things coming, and we have to come behind this now, really, and we have to undo all this. We have to come behind this, and the youth have not been involved in that scenario, but they're watching, they're watching, they're paying attention. But they do, like the brother said, Brother Ali said, they want relief from this. They want relief from this.
It's no doubt about it. You're right in terms of, and also, these problems and these challenges are not intergenerational. Internalized trauma. Being born into families where addiction is there and it's that amongst the Muslim Ummah, and so consequently, obviously, we need more clinics. We finally in Cleveland, we got a couple small clinics that are going on at Masjid Bilal. Masjid Bilal was one of the first masjids. It was in Cleveland, first masjid built from the ground up, and so they have a clinic that's going on there part time. That's funded by some of the contributions that come from some of the Muslim faith-based organizations. So there's one going on there, and there's another one that has developed at the Islamic Center in the Parma Mosque. So these are all just some small examples. And now that the pandemic, COVID-19, it's even making it more important that we have a strong relationship with Muslims that are involved in the medical community, and these efforts that appear they're small now. What happened, but inshallah they will grow, and more young people will get involved in that whole aspect of understanding how they can develop themselves in a way to make a contribution in these kinds of initiatives, because we know that these challenges and these issues are going on in our community today, but 20 years ago we didn't have those small family-based medical centers, which we have them now. We got, I think, 2, and there's another one going to be opened up soon. So that's a good idea, in terms of what's going on there.
Assalamualaikum. So there's another question. Gang members play a large part within our neighborhoods. How can we reach out to these figures that have a great influence within their neighborhood?
Well, it's a big task, but you can't get around. We in the early 90s put together a series of Stop the Killing summits around the country. And in fact, we were working with Brother Raheem Jenkins and a lot of the Brother Hadari, Brother Jahari. We were working with a lot of Muslim leaders here in Washington, D.C. back in the mid to late 80s. And that's how a lot of these efforts became more important in the inner cities around the country. So what happens is that there's a head for everybody. There's nobody without a head. And so consequently, that a lot of that work has to go into in terms of finding out who it is that you're dealing with in leadership, which sometimes you have to be, you have to watch yourself, because they wonder, well, why you want, that kind of thing. So consequently, that's important. But usually what happens, a lot of times you find Muslims that are already part of the street organization, man. They already acknowledge that they are involved in that, but they say we're Muslim. That is going on in the prison for years. And so a lot of that work that's going on in the prison, hopefully preparing these young men and young ladies as well to come out and get actively involved in that positive aspect of what's going on in their community, as opposed to that thing that is negative. But that's what we did. I mean, obviously it's a different era, but we still have relationships when some of these young people that came out, they became Muslim, they got involved in the work that did. Many of them have businesses now. They're doing, a lot of them are working in home repair. They've developed themselves. They can go out and we could be in a house, they know how to do that kind of work, and they can move around the community good in that way. So that's one aspect. And then you got another thing with the reentry programs that are going on, and should increase now with this new administration that we've got in place, and we can push as a lobby of Muslims to make sure that we have access to those resources. Not that we're going to twist somebody's arm or anything, but the new HUD director is of the former Congresswoman Marsha Fudge from Cleveland, Ohio. So she was actually our Congresswoman. Now she's director of HUD. So and she has real good relationship with the Muslims. So I highly advise anybody that's involved in that kind of work and want to work within the inner city areas, especially in particular with public housing now, the door is open for the work that can be done, and resources are available as well. And if you're having issues with people that are in the neighborhood that you don't know, look to the Muslim leadership, and maybe that they can find out if this individual, group of individuals, are somebody you can approach by something like what our brother was talking about, taking that money and reinvesting it. You understand? And instead of investing it in Cadillacs and Rolls Royces and jewelry and all that kind of crap, take that money that you already have, been able to save or whatever, put it in a business. Put it in something that's going to return on the investment, as opposed to some material thing that's all going to do is get them locked back up, and then they're starting all over from scratch once they get busted again. Any other?
Thank you both for those excellent insights. One of the things that also faces the communities is policing and relationship with police, community policing, especially with the now defund policing initiatives. How can the Muslim community get involved with this and redirect some of those funds that that somehow target the community instead of healing and helping the community?
Mm-hmm. Well, I could use myself for an example. We got involved in electoral politics in Cleveland, and a lot of the heads of the mosques came together to talk about, what would happen if this individual who was running for office would be elected. They said they wanted to see some Muslims in positions in key areas. Obviously, one was public safety. So by the grace and mercy of Allah, I was asked to assume a position of assistant safety director in the city of Cleveland, which was I was the first one that I thought of had been given a position like that. The safety director's office is very influential, and we a lot of things that were going on that we would not have been a part of if I wasn't there to see. Oh, there's some funding coming down to deal with gang intervention. There's some funding coming down to deal with this. There's something going on in the community that has been a problematic, and being in that position as assistant safety director allowed us to go in and allow me to go in and work with Muslims directly with those kind of areas and see whatever we need, whatever problems we had be solved, that we could be effective in that. And that also, we had Muslim brothers that actually joined the police department, and we're involved with housing police, because a lot of problems come up with housing, as you already know. So that was one aspect of it. The other aspect is the funding for programs that, everybody should have access to. Many times we didn't as Muslims because we didn't have a relationship. We didn't know who the people in positions of power were. And when those things begin to open up for community relations efforts, public safety efforts around housing and neighborhood development, areas that revolve around employment. We had another brother that was went from an EMS employee in a truck to assistant director of the EMS in the city of Cleveland. So all those positions that developed and opened up as a result of a handful of us, as a result of the Muslim leadership saying, we're going to get involved, we're going to support some of these, young men and young women that are running for some of these offices. And as a result of that, it didn't solve every problem. It's not once you get in there, you're going to have to work hard or whatever, but that would help us out. And then the Muslims that in these positions like safety and this and that have to have forums, invite the Muslims in so they can be a sounding board for any kind of things that they need for help for them. But when you have a meeting and you have the people there that represent that particular council ward, this and that, then that would help out as well. We just had a young brother a couple years ago, Bashir Jones, who is now a councilman. He started off as a young man running behind us at vigils and rallies. He would get on the microphone and say poetry. He was interested in getting involved with community activity. Now, as a result of that, he's a Cleveland-based council person, and he's developed relationships with the mosques and other people around the country that are doing similar things. I'm not saying that's a quick fix, but it definitely is better when you're invited into the room as opposed to standing outside saying no justice, no peace.
In regards to that same issue, one of the things that I have seen in the years is that all of these strategies that we've used, that have been used, have not improved the situation, but the situation has actually escalated. The communities are in worse state than they've ever been in years. Our youth are further away from solutions, or further away from safety and security than they've ever been for years. And I think that that one of the things, as Imam Ali was talking about, and El-Hajj Malik talked about, and Imam Jamil also stressed, and that is that until we are able to individually and collectively decide who we are and how we want to move forward, and what our goal is, and that has not been consistently added to our engagement with the community. For example, in terms of the gang situation, I'm a strong believer that gangs represent the maleness of our society, lacking the ability to protect and secure governance, justice in their communities. They have a skewed way of seeing this as being a means to attain justice.
Oh, let me I agree with you. Let me say this, and this is real good that you brought this issue up. When we were moving around in the 80s, we had already embraced and reached out to these leaders in the prisons. We were all on the same accord. Now, what happened is, you remember when Imam Jamil got out, we went right down. It jumped in New York, it jumped in Atlanta, it jumped in Cleveland. So these summits produce results. And so what happened is, right away, I was checking the statistics, all the crime and all the violence was going down in every major city that these movements went to, and we documented that. But at the same time, you got that other component within public safety or within politics. They were saying that we were all a threat to the community because we weren't really trying to organize the community, for safety. We were trying to get the gang leaders together so they could sell dope without being violent, without having problems in the hood and this kind of, that's a bunch of BS. Yeah, well. But what happened is, that's where you got the 3 strikes, you got the minimum mandatories and sentencing, all those draconian, prison, it was like criminalizing, you're right, all the communities. They saw what was going on. They were taking note that the violence went down in the West End. Wasn't no doubt about that. Wasn't nobody selling no dope on no corners in the West End. Wasn't nobody selling no dope or kicking no doors in and robbing nobody around the mosques in Cleveland or any other place where you get even a security team that's in place to be, organized to deal with that. And consequently, that's why Imam Jamil was put in. I believe that. I believe that because of the influence, they saw the numbers go down. So they're saying like, oh, okay, so who is this leading this stuff? Who's it behind this? And then right away, there we go. When the Imam Jamil hadn't committed any federal or crime or anything, when he was pulled over by that cop, that all that was done because they saw the work that was being put in. You understand? And consequently, this is what it resulted in. He's 5'9". Imam Jamil 6'5". The person that shot the detective, he had gray eyes. Imam's eyes are brown. It's obvious that he wasn't, involved in the shooting of that sheriff. He gets on there and I hit him. But Imam Jamil wasn't wounded. He didn't have no bullet wounds in him. He's not 6 foot. He's not 5'8". He don't have gray eyes. So how did it go from there, you know, to there? That's what it was. It's like, hold on now, you know, these Negroes are getting together. These vice lords and GDs in New York, in Chicago, the Stones and stuff in Chicago, Fred Hampton, that's what the movie was all about. You know, Bobby Rush, who was not a congressman, was a member of the Black Panther Party. You understand? All this was a part of what was going on in the 80s into the early 90s. And that's when the attack came down, you know, on Imam Jamil. And many of us were on Hajj when that faithful day. We knew it was Al-Adha. So, you know, why would think about that? Al-Adha in Atlanta, who in the hell would come down there, and why would they send 2 African Americans down there to roll on Imam Jamil for a daggone traffic ticket?
You know, I want to say, you just follow up on that emotion. This is Imam Jamil is not the only one. Imam Jamil is the one that's how I chose to lead that. But you all been working for like years, and we got to go back historically to the Dar es-Salaam movement and all of the changes that were made in these major cities. My father was not Muslim, and he was tutoring the work of the Muslims in Philadelphia. The fact that they had ownership of economics in Philadelphia.
Right.
And, you know, so we know that, you know, anytime, of course, and that's the point. The point is that anytime you step up, especially attach Muslim to Black men, and you got a problem. That's been a problem since slavery. So I mean, I think at this particular juncture, I talked about earlier, living in the moment. Let's live in the moment. Can we revive that? Can we revive that particular ethic with our youth? You have a program. It's been a program. It's a workable program. It's turnkey. Like I said, paradigm doesn't shift. But can we turnkey that program? We talked. The question was asked: how do you communicate with these gang leaders? Not only an individual, but we have groups that are countering, groups that are giving dawah lessons, training in dawah to specifically speak to these particular individuals, or establish a power broker or a power jamaat that is going out, or that is seen, if not even saying anything, but seen in the communities and talking to various people, talking about how they can do this differently, except from our youth themselves. And now we have the other advantage we have also is now we have an international community. Our community is not just African American. We have an international community of youth who align themselves with us and are suffering the same struggles that we suffer. I know the Somalian community and the Ethiopian community, their young men are suffering a great deal from this gang thing. Pakistanis, Bangladesh, and Detroit, same thing going on. They've picked up the negative or the not-nots of our communities, and they've taken that and they're running with that. But their ethic is coming from the African-American male. This is who they've looked at and picked up that culture, the music, the whole nine. So can we kind of harness that energy? And also the other thing I want to say too is another thing I want to say, that aside from that's the youth part, but the other part is, like you said earlier, you have all these professionals. The Muslim community has like 3 million Muslims in this country, of which we are probably the smallest group. But I talked to one sister. There was a sister who was actually she's from DC, and she was going through some changes in housing. I called the sister. She was from Somalia. I said, listen, I said, this sister's going through changes in housing. You know who she is. I said, and I asked him, I said, why do I try to send you all over here? Why are you here? I told him, I said, you're here. She said, I said, you got the jobs we don't get. I said, you got the opportunities we can't have anymore. I said, you came over here for that. I said, why do you think you're here? I was talking to a Muslim. And she said, I said, yes, for the money. I said, economics. I said, you have the economics and you have to support this. Right. You have to, because you have that economics and show. You were invited over here for that reason. That's new slavery. You invite over here, diminish bring them over here, set them up, make them professionals. I mean, people making upwards from $100,000 a year, etc. Can we establish a pool of professionals, doctors, categorize them, doctors, lawyers, teachers? Can we get a database going where we know who they are, Muslims, we know who they are? And anytime there's, like, for example, with Imam Jamil, I think all of the lawyers that we have in this country, Muslim, should be supporting KAIRI. He should never have to set up a GoFundMe in order to get his case in court. He should never, because we have too many lawyers, Muslim lawyers, in this country who have enough money to support all of his effort. And I think we should contact them. That should be our dawah. That should be our persuasion. And then we have the doctors, the teachers. Imam Ali's talking about he wants a school, dawah, teachers, whatever. We should have a pool where we have teachers, Muslim teachers. We say, listen, we want a dawah program over here, and then we need you to at least come in and train people, or at least come in and teach us how to do this, whatever. But you all can decide what. But I think we need to categorize Muslims in this And that's another way to unify the Muslims, to unify them in this country. To make it,
you're right. We have to know our numbers. You know, that's what every you know, you can't know if you don't know. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know, some people didn't used to want to come down. That huge Somali community in Minneapolis. I mean, you know, we got a congresswoman there, the brother who's the lead, he's the attorney general. He's a Muslim. You know, he's a Muslim. Keith Ellison is a Muslim. He's the attorney general of Minnesota. His son is a councilman. You know, he actually represented the gangs in Minneapolis. They had a group called United for Peace in Minneapolis, and he was a Muslim attorney that represented that street organization in the efforts they were involved in. And there was another Muslim in Chicago that was working with Bobby Rush and them when they had the Gangster Disciples and Vice Lords and Black Stone Rangers. A lot of them took Shahada, became, you know, they went from El Rufin to Muslims and all that. So you're right. I think it's you know, maybe that we should, as those of us who, you know, been around for a minute or two.
Well, I think just let me interrupt. Let me just interject. I definitely believe that you all are the leadership in this country. No doubt in my mind about that. That's why you're still here. We've been well preserved.
I mean, you know, we know that this is a war. You know, this ain't a battle. We don't judge the war by the casualties. This is a footnote, and this is funny. You get time to think about this. When Obama came to Cleveland, you understand, they wanted to get down, they want to build up the, you know, a big team here and this and that and whatever. So we found a Muslim brother who had a restaurant that was right across the street from the Board of Elections, right? So we go in and talk to him, and he was like, "No, I was gonna shut the thing down because I don't want nobody." In his restaurant began to be the informal headquarters for the Obama, you know, a campaign in the city of Ohio, the county, you understand, as well. And we remember the day that, you know how they say the electoral college or at this time at night and whatever. And so what happened is they saw all of these Muslims out in front of the restaurant making salat. And it was so big, the Jamaat that came down here, the line went from outside on the cement all the way into the street. And then later on that night, they put that he's dead now. That right wing commentator, what was his name? He always starting stuff on that night. He right wing. He just passed away a little while ago.
Oh, you're talking about Lim? Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah. I can't think of it.
He was the big mover behind.
You're talking about Rush Limbaugh.
Rush Limbaugh was another fool from the Fox station that sent his people down there to accuse the Black Muslims. They called us the Black Muslims then, of intimidating the people that was coming down there to vote for the Republican thing like that. And they were like, it's the new Black Panther Party. And all we did was tell some brothers to put on some kufis or some black fatigues, and we're gonna go down there and try to be present that people won't be intimidated on the other side. They swore up and down, you know, that we did. So they're gonna tag you and label you and make, you know, they're gonna come up with no matter what. So we might as well just be organized. Be organized, you know.
Go ahead and organize. Yes,
yeah. Inshallah, you know, if there's any more question, and again, you know, with Imam Jamil, may Allah, you know, get him up out of that place, man, because he didn't put his work in. He sacrificed so much, and we ask Almighty God, Allah, to get him up out of there, man. He can go home, inshallah. Imam Jamil was a leader in so many different ways. I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, we had the young people every year coming to a city to throw footballs and run track. We had a Riyadh. We had our own little Muslim Olympics. You know, the shuras of leadership from all around the country would come together, you know, and talk about some things that we need to talk about to move forward and continue to move forward. You know, we know some of us, for us, man, we're in the fourth period. We're in the last period, man. They can give us 2-minute warning. So we got to make sure that we get some more stuff on paper and books and things that somebody be lying to me, well, you know, we was the ones that stopped the gang violence in America and all that stuff. You know, the police department. Yeah, right. You know, that ain't happening.
No, it didn't happen. May Allah Ta'ala reward you, my brother. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Shukran for advice.
That reminds me, Brother Khalid, maybe there is one of our sisters, actually Sister Zaynab knows her, Sister Faiza Coleman. She does this oral history project of elders in minority communities. So perhaps it's called Words Heal. Perhaps maybe a collaboration with her. So until those books are written, we can at least record oral history down, so this history is not wiped away, and others don't take credit for the work that you all have been doing for the past several decades.
Oh, no doubt about that. Is so important, because it's like she said, you know, I mean, no, if somebody didn't know, they would think that it's always been this way, you know. But no, I mean, you know, we know, those of us who've been around a lot, you know, in Cleveland, they had a little place. It was a whole block between the nation and the Sunni Muslims and all that. We had like a mosque here that was there from the first Cleveland mosque, the first mosque that we knew of in the history of America, in urban America, right there in Cleveland. Then right after that, Masjid Mumin, you know, we've been around for a little over 50, 60 years, you know, other Masjid Noor. And when these masjids come together to do collective things amongst the collective leadership, we had Imam Mutawaf Shaheed. He's the longest standing Muslim Imam of a major Muslim mosque in America. Imam El-Hajj Imam Shaheed he has served in over 50 years in leadership in the North America. El-Hajj, you know, so we got all these people, you know, in these cities who have put their work in, but of course you ain't gonna hear a lot about them. No, you know what I mean? But so that's right, we got to do that.
Yeah,
definitely. We'll be in touch, and inshallah, any stories that we can highlight on this platform, you know, use it. Inshallah, it was built for the Muslim community, so inshallah, we hope that we can highlight those stories. You know, I believe we're now waiting for Imam Isa from New York to join us.
Okay.
So up till then, so yes, we don't have him on board yet. Perhaps, so I'm just going to be I know Brother Hugh has a video that he wanted to highlight. So until the Imam comes in, perhaps we can play that video. Brother Hugh?
Alhamdulillah. All right, shukran.
Jazakallah khair for your time and your work and your efforts, and Allah reward you all. And thank you, Sister Zaynab. Sister Zaynab, I know you were crowdfunding for a book. If you want to put that down in comments on where people can contribute to your book, then we can share that, inshallah.
Inshallah. All right, Sister Zaynab, it's always good to hear you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Alhamdulillah.
Put a lot of work in Cleveland. I remember that.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Oh boy, man. But Masjid Noor is still up and running. Alhamdulillah, you know.
Alhamdulillah. I'm looking at Facebook, and I'm looking at y'all here on this thing. Yeah, subhanAllah. Yes. My son is married to
Alhamdulillah, you know.
Okay. The book, subhanAllah. Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, it's called Common Sense Muslim, and it's literally talking about my polemic self, talking about some of the issues I have in concern with the Muslims and the necessity for Muslims to come together, united, be a united front. So that's literally what it's about. So yeah, I'm trying to raise the funds to get that thing finished, published, and inshallah, it's going pretty good. The crowdfunding, inshallah, I don't have anybody else's email, so if you want to send me, inshallah, I can send you.
Yeah, definitely. Zaynab, I know. Yeah. Okay. That's right.
Alhamdulillah. Inshallah. So you want to just send me anybody who they can, I mean, you can give my email address out here on HENA, inshallah, and they can send it there. If they want information about the book, inshallah, and I will forward the funding campaign to them, inshallah.
If you have that link to the campaign fund, we can share it.
Okay. Where did I put it?
All right.
I'm going to look for it and I'll send that. I'll post that, inshallah.
All right, thank you.
Well, Jazakallah khair to both of you, and inshallah we will have now. Oh, okay, inshallah.
Inshallah.
The Prophet ﷺ has said, never petition Allah for armed combat, but when it comes, be patient. Never petition, never pray to Allah for armed combat, never pray for war, but when it comes, be patient. And so therefore he gives us those tools that enables us to practice sabra, to develop sabra, prayer, fasting, charity.
See, it's no in between. You're either free or you're a slave. There's no such thing as second-class citizenship.
If we go to YouTube and search H-Rap Brown, I don't think there's anyone, I think his performance was unparalleled after, he became Imam Jamil. We know the tremendous work that was done.
We seek refuge in Allah from a knowledge that is not useful, from a heart in which there is no remembrance, from a prayer that is unanswerable, from a tongue that is not truthful, and from a soul that is ungrateful.
I don't think we either know or we give the proper appreciation for the work that Imam Jamil, even before embracing Islam in 1971. Imam Jamil was one of the most fearless individuals that they had ever met. African-American men said that they found their manhood. They found how to express their manhood in the face of conflict because of the example and the words of Imam Jamil. The loss for almost the last 20 years that the Muslim community has suffered is a loss that has been, to a certain degree, suffered by the non-Muslim community as well. Even after this bogus conviction, he's still not able to publicly speak about the situation.
Now it's time to kind of scrub that clean and get him back to, the position of reverence that he deserves to be in, because he's done so much for us at this point as a ummah and as Black people. So they understand the power of his words, to move people to whatever action. That's the reason why he's in federal custody at this moment. It's because, they put the leader of the Aryan nation in a cell next to him and they got to talking and he took shahada. So,
that's true.
After that, they were like, okay, federal custody, solitary, we don't have time for this. And we can't let you speak to anybody. But they knew that, all the way back in the trial. So the current gag order is an unofficial gag order. Basically, it's just if you request an interview, they're going to say no. And the most pervasive thing in all of this is that since before day one of the trial, the guy who did it said, I did it.
That you had committed a murder and were involved in the shooting of a cop in March of 2000 in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
All right. You weren't arrested for it, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
In fact, another person was tried and convicted.
Jamil Al-Amin, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the trial, they cheated time and time again. And when I say cheated, I mean cheated. From faulty ballistics, the lady who did the ballistics in our trial, who was, hired by the state, she was fired from her job because she did faulty ballistics. The ballistics don't match. The description matches the guy who confessed. They said the man who shot these police officers was wounded. The guy who confessed was wounded. My father wasn't wounded. And so then all of a sudden the blood that was found on the scene, they couldn't find a match because it didn't match the email. All the way to the constitutional violation. They violated his constitutional rights a few times, but the most prominent one was they did a mock cross-examination where they asked him questions in the closing argument and then answered the questions for him to the jury after he exercised his right not to testify, because we believe that they didn't present a strong enough case that warranted him to have to testify. We proved that he didn't do it. It's just so many things that happened in this one trial. I mean, we have all these other things listed out, and we want them to review that as well. But it's like, hey, look, this guy Otis Jackson, he's sitting in prison in Florida. He's telling you he did it. He's been telling you he did it. We have three affidavits from him. We have him on video. We have handwritten like every kind of confession you can possibly get from a guy, he gave us. So it's like, what do y'all want? Like, if nothing else, we deserve a new trial. But realistically, let the imam go. Like, let him go. Look, this isn't even in line with the man who we know and love and have this respect for. If nothing else, he's told you he didn't do this.
And verily, man has been created into toil and struggle, that it is a part and parcel of the development that you encounter in this life, that you must struggle. So therefore, in this sense, the best struggle, the best way to be able to struggle deals with following the guide.
On the move. It's been 2 years now into the Obama administration. And despite the hopes of millions who voted for him, the wars are getting worse, not better. The Obama administration is engaged in more predator attacks than the Bush administration, and there are rumblings for a war with Iran. Meanwhile, the anti-war movement has been quiescent, as if Obama bombs are somehow better than Bush bombs. Isn't it time to heighten the anti-war movement? War poisons everything, for the state expands its reach and powers through war. Now is the time. Now is the season. Anti-imperialism is the perfect reason. Iraq, Afghanistan were false wars for oil, and it's about time to bring the anti-war movement to a boil. These wars aren't against foreign countries. They're against you, your jobs, your communities, your schools, your civil liberties. These wars have resulted in so-called black sites, secret prisons, torture, extraordinary rendition, attacks on Arab Americans and American Muslims, equally under Bush and Obama. They have bankrupted the Treasury, destabilized the region, and created the conditions for horrific blowback. So, ain't it about time to say this chant? Now is the time. Now is the season. Anti-imperialism is the perfect reason. Iraq, Afghanistan were false wars for oil. It's time to bring the anti-war movement to a boil. Thank you. From Death Row, this is MUMIA, ABU-JAMAL. These commentaries are recorded by Noel Hanrahan of Prison Radio.
Open your eyes, see, cause the revolution will be televised. I gained some hope, I came to court, cause the judge didn't even budge, didn't even look at him, shrug and shook at him. He gave you
My name is Imam Jamil Abdullah AL-AMIN, the former H. Brown. I am a devoted servant of Allah and an unwavering devotee to his cause. For more than 30 years, I have been tormented and persecuted by my enemies for reasons of race and belief. I seek truth over a lie. I seek justice over injustice. I seek righteousness over the rewards of evildoers, and I love Allah more than I love the state. Their intention is to extinguish Allah's light by blowing with their mouths, their propaganda. But Allah will complete the revelation of his light, even though the unbelievers may detest it. This is a verse from the Quran, the 61st surah of the Quran, the 8th ayah or verse. On March 16th, 2000, Fulton County Sheriff Deputy Ricky Kinchin was killed, and Sheriff Algernon English was shot and injured in the neighborhood where I have lived, worked, and prayed. Indeed, this tragedy occurred across the street from the mosque I founded. I have been accused by the state of Georgia of having committed these crimes. Let me declare before the families of these men, before the state, and anyone who would care to know the truth, that I am innocent of the 13 charges that have been brought against me. Let me also declare that I am joined at the heart with his widow and her children at the loss of a husband and father. I drink from the same bitter cup of sorrow as the siblings at the loss of a beloved brother. I am powerless to do anything to ease your pain and suffering except pray that Allah comforts you in your hour of need and grant you peace for the remainder of your days. I have been maliciously maligned, scandalized, and vilified in the press by the police establishment and before the court of world opinion, even before I was charged with any crime. They have sought to marginalize my humanity and humiliate my family. They have done their level best to reduce me to a one-dimensional monster that is a composite of a Black Panther with a negative connotation, a cop killer, and the fictional character of the Godfather. I am entitled to every right and every consideration as every other human being, including fairness, a fair trial, and the presumption of innocence. Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard, as a representative of the state, has asked for my death. Mr. Howard can have my death based on the power of the state, but not on the basis of justice. He can only have my death because my life belongs to Allah, and He alone in life and in death will deliver me from my tormentors and persecutors. I will pray for those who spitefully abuse me because of power, prestige, or blind ambition, for they must face the ultimate bar of justice and face the judge of judges and answer the question, by what right and by whose permission did you ask for the death of this human being and my devoted servant? Signed, Imam Jamil, Abdullah, AL-AMIN. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. I want to begin by thanking everyone who is present and those who are yet to come for this evening's very, very important conversation on the life and legacy of Imam Jamil Abdullah AL-AMIN, the former H. Rap Brown. You know, I mentioned earlier in an address I gave on the West End that it is impossible to talk about Imam Jamil Abdullah AL-AMIN without talking about H. Rap Brown. It is impossible to talk about H. Rap Brown without talking about one of the most important and most turbulent decades in American history, the 1960s. I'm looking forward. I am looking forward with great anticipation to this conversation that's going to take place tonight.
On behalf of the African American Studies Department in Georgia State and Suncoast Society, we welcome you to this wonderful get together we got. This is important. He's used a word that I like to bring up, inspirational. Let this inspire you. This is what you know, let this gear you to seek out your goals, out your, knowledge, basically. Let me get that. This is just one of the events we like to show to the world and the community and the society that we live in. Political prisoners, are evident thing. There's multiple ones still in jail now. We got evidence that they didn't do such things and yet they still sit in prison. We need to work on a lot more than just, just collectively getting together. We need to actually put forward, get the society moving, the community working.
I'm indeed honored to be a part of this very important conversation, to recognize, to acknowledge, to build upon a legacy of struggle that our brother H. Rap Brown, Imam Jamil Abdullah AL-AMIN, a legacy of principled struggle on behalf of oppressed people, a legacy of principled struggle on behalf of struggling people of African descent in particular. And when we come together this evening, we have to first remind ourselves of a comment. It actually was a letter that Imam Jamil wrote me about 2 years ago. And it's just something, and he wasn't the only person to say it, but in the context of his very eloquent letter, he had something that stays with me all the time, and that is that struggle is the price that we pay for our soul. That struggle is the price that we pay for our soul. And the persons that we're going to have this conversation with this evening are exemplars of this saying, that they have paid the price. They are paying the price for their soul through their decades of continuous struggle.
I was excited when I got involved in the civil rights movement in the 60s. And over the decades since then, I've seen different folk who were involved in that movement and aspects of that movement who have sort of been relegated to the status of a deity or something similar. And I find it kind of disturbing. However, it is somewhat understandable when people who speak about those people place them on a pedestal. Jamil would not allow you to put him on a pedestal. He was a human being. He was a fighter. He was a community person. He was a loving person and a compassionate person. And one of the things a lot of people have forgotten how to be, he was a friend. He was a community conscious person. In the city of Atlanta, where he resided in his last number of years, he was very conscious, not just about the community of Muslims, which he had become when he changed from H. Rap Brown to Jamil AL-AMIN, but he stayed friends with people he was friends with before. And he tried to make sure that in that community, the senior ladies could walk the streets safely. It doesn't matter whether they were Muslim or not. He was concerned about the community as a whole. He even made sure to take them sometimes shopping when they didn't have a way to get there, make sure they got back. He was a friend.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, there are more people here than what I thought would be here. So I am really, really pleased with your coming. Some of you have come from some distances. And I just want to mention the young ones who are here. We have a group from Whitehall, Alabama, and I mention the young ones because they write the Imam on a consistent basis. And he writes them back, and they are just wonderful, and they just inspire him. And that way he knows that there are so many people who still care. And then you have to give credit to their parents who consistently raise the Imam in their household, his name and his work. And it's as though he's not even gone. Imam Jamil, and I think I've shared this with some of you, even though he is being held in Colorado, in the Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado, and he's being held there, and I think all of you know, without any federal charge, sentence, or conviction. And he was moved out of the state prison and taken to Colorado without notifying his attorneys or family members. And the reason for moving him stemmed from what they're saying, stemmed really from the fact that inmates in the Georgia prison system, Muslim inmates, wanted him to be the imam over all of the Georgia state Muslim inmates. When you think of a fugitive or someone on the 10 most wanted, the FBI 10 most wanted list, you don't think of someone who made a speech. And as a result of making a speech in Cambridge in 1968, right after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, the Congress put through what is called the Rapp-Brown Amendment. And the Rapp-Brown Amendment, which was enacted in August 1968, made it a federal crime to cross state lines with the intent of inciting a riot. Now, you may, and that's making a speech. You know, we have a lot of imams who cross state lines to make speeches. And if your listeners react, then it becomes a crime against you. As a result of that H. Rap Brown Amendment, more than 80 charges and convictions and sentences and cases came about. Imam Jamil's, when we look at his cases, we have to go back to when he was known as H. Rap Brown. And I maintain that this government has not forgiven him for what he did back then. And what did he do? He was trying to raise the consciousness of people of color. When people were being bought off, we called it bought off, he was not.
He's one of the few leaders that come out of the 1960s, come out of that movement, who didn't sell us out, who didn't compromise. COINTELPRO was established because there was this Cold War going on. And after a period of time, when the civil rights movement began to get momentum, and then there was a transition to what we call Black Power, that became the primary target of this thing called COINTELPRO. And they were concerned of a development of a leadership that could unite all of these groups. But there were a couple of young men that they were really concerned about. But one was H. Rap Brown. Once you're targeted, they try to find anything they can to get rid of you. The term they used in the COINTELPRO document was to neutralize you. If you listen to his speeches during that time, he always talked about linking the situation of Black folks in this country with people worldwide. He's seen as a threat because it's mentioned by brother SAALAKHAN because of his history, but at this particular time in history, some people think it's a crime to be a Muslim. And it's particularly a crime to be a Muslim that's uncompromised. This is why he's incarcerated. We have to be more vigilant in informing people in our communities, our friends, our families, the people we worship with, about this case and other cases that are used to not only incarcerate individuals, but to make sure that none of us really have true freedom. So that's why this is an important forum. I want to thank the Truth and Justice Foundation for sponsoring it, and also the Sankofa Society for helping to bring us here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Johanna Fernandez, filmmaker, activist, is the next speaker. She also will make it perfectly clear. We must drive home the point of what is going on here. On the move.
I think we have an opportunity that's historic in the city of Philadelphia. For 36 or 37 years, the media in Philadelphia has pretty much aped. They've parroted the line of the Fraternal Order of Police, of the Pennsylvania establishment, of the mayor of Philadelphia, all of whom used the case of MUMIA Abu-Jamal in the 1980s and 1990s to build the apparatus of mass incarceration. Everyone around the world, from Africa to the Caribbean, to Latin America, to Amnesty International, has said that there is something profoundly wrong with the case of MUMIA Abu-Jamal. But the Philadelphia media has pretty much carried out a blackout. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is time to change the narrative on the case of MUMIA Abu-Jamal, and that begins by talking about who is MUMIA Abu-Jamal. At the time of his incarceration, MUMIA Abu-Jamal was an award-winning journalist. He won the coveted Armstrong Award from Columbia University for his reporting on the Pope's visit to Philadelphia. He was also elected the president of the Association of Black Journalists. Now, let me ask all you journalists here a question. If MUMIA Abu-Jamal had been a white journalist, would we be having this conversation today? Would he be in prison today? Would he have been railroaded in the courts? Would he have been convicted in the court of public opinion? Absolutely not. Had he been a white, award-winning journalist, he was also a father and a husband and a brother. Two of his brothers are high-ranking officers of the military. This is a son of Philadelphia. He is Philadelphia's native son, and he deserves an impartial hearing in the court of public appearance. Mumia has always maintained his innocence. I think it's important to note that we are gathered here today in the context of Black Lives Matter. In the context of Black Lives Matter in the city that has the most corrupt and homicidal police department in the country. It was that homicidal police department and corrupt police department that framed Mumia Abu-Jamal. 15 of the 35 police officers involved in collecting evidence in Mumia's case, within weeks of the end of Mumia's case, were tried and convicted of falsifying evidence and tampering with evidence to obtain convictions. The key investigator was Alfonso Giordano, who went to jail for tampering with evidence and falsifying evidence to obtain convictions. 2 years before Mumia was railroaded and framed by the police, the Department of Justice, for the first time in the history of the United States, took over the Philadelphia Police Department. That investigation that was initiated by the Department of Justice concluded that the level of homicidal violence on the part of the police against Black and Latino detainees, quote, shocks the conscience. They also said, the investigation, that the level of falsification of evidence and tampering with evidence on the part of police to obtain a conviction shocks the conscience. What else was going on in this case? The presiding judge, Albert Sabo, known as the hanging judge, was overheard by a court stenographer say to another judge, quote, I'm going to help them fry the nigger, referring to how this judge, Albert Sabo, the hanging judge known around the world, was going to instruct the jury that was hearing Mumia's case. I think it's time for us to say that we can't acknowledge in the mainstream that there is a problem with the criminal justice system and that innocent people get put behind bars, but everything went right in the case of Mumia Abu-Jamal. That does not work. We know that exculpatory evidence was concealed by the prosecution, by Joe McGill. What was that exculpatory evidence? There was a fourth person at the crime scene. Kenneth Freeman.
KAIRI. Okay, I'm Karima Al-AMIN, KARIMA AL-AMIN, Karima Al-AMIN.
If you could just start to tell us what your involvement was with SNCC,
Mhm.
any information you'd like us to know.
Right. Before I go into my involvement with SNCC, I just probably need to take you back to who I am and what I did while I was being raised. I was born and raised in New York City. not in the South. My mother was Canadian. My father was from Virginia, but did not want to go south of the George Washington Bridge. So he was born in Virginia. My mother was undocumented when she came here, and she was here for many, many years, undocumented. Married my US father. And then in 1959, my mother was hired to be over the payroll department of the Legal Defense Fund of the NAACP. So my mother was hired by Thurgood Marshall. I was raised in a household around attorneys. Some of the attorneys who were involved with the Brown v. Board of Education case, in addition to Thurgood Marshall, Constance Baker Motley, and really some of the giants who defended and took on cases of the students in the South. So I was raised in New York City. I was used to seeing Malcolm X on the street and listening to him on 125th Street. And in fact, I was one of the very young ones. I think I was about 14 years of age when Fidel Castro came to the Hotel Teresa, and we were out there cheering him on because he had to leave Midtown because the hotel did not really want his entourage there. So I was raised looking at Marcus Garvey parades, and it was a really very rich experience being raised in Harlem, having a teacher in the 6th grade having us recite Langston Hughes. So I was raised with a very deep sense of peoplehood and the necessity to correct wrongs and to change the condition and the quality of life for people of color, especially African Americans. So I was, after high school in New York City, I went to predominantly white, I say European university in upstate New York. I was one of 20 African Americans on any given time, any semester. But my parents taught us to go to the schools, even though I wanted to come south and go to a HBCU, but they taught us to pick up the skills and then come back to Harlem and to teach, our people. While I was in college, and that was in like 1966, right after 1965, I wanted to come to Selma naturally in 1965. I called my parents. They said, that's okay, we'll go. You stay in school. And I started a Friends of SNCC in college. I was able to get many, of the students, non-minority students, to join the Friends of SNCC. After that, when I came back or went back to New York City in 1967, in fact, July 31st, 1967, I met my husband, who was then the chairperson of SNCC. When SNCC moved into what was considered or called the Black Power movement. So then I was really, thrown into the SNCC family, and, which I loved because, they were young, we were young at that point. Many of them had gotten a lot of experience and direction from Ella Baker, who started, was the founder of SNCC in 1960 with at Shaw University. I've been to, naturally, the anniversaries that SNCC, hold what they hold. The Mississippi Veterans Organization, and I've been there and I've spoken there. So my experience coming from New York City is a little different, but I've been here, I've lived here since 1973. So that does tell you that, you know, my home, I think, and I feel, is in the South. I came to Atlanta to live because of the history of Atlanta, not only SNCC, but at that time, Maynard Jackson was coming into running, you know, for mayor. And it was just a really very exciting period. In SNCC, naturally, in the 1967, 68, you know, we had to try to raise money because at that time, SNCC, a lot of the support, financial support, was beginning to dry up. Even though Harry Belafonte was still involved, his family, and helpful in raising money.
If you want to just maybe you have any experiences, I know you were after, you made a point to say you were involved after the 65
Right.
movement, which is what most people talk about. Anything that was significantly different, especially with you being up north versus in the South, if you know people that experienced, like I said, anything different, being in the difference between being involved in the movement in the North and maybe, for instance, here in Atlanta?
Well, I had one experience. My first experience South was to ride on a train with my girlfriend who had relatives in Columbia, South Carolina. So this was in the 50s. And we got on the train and went to Columbia, South Carolina. And it was my first experience in the South, although we did consider Philadelphia the South. And every April, my parents would take us to the pen relays. So, you know, that was, you know, one experience. And Philadelphia was South, you know, for anyone living in New York. But in Columbia, South Carolina, it was my first experience with direct discrimination. Even though when we were growing up, we protested in New York City against White Castle for their discriminatory practices, not only with, well, with customers, because they weren't hiring African Americans. But when I got to South Carolina, my girlfriend and I, we decided to go shopping, and we went into one of the 5 and 10 cent store. Maybe, I think it was a little upscale. And I went to try on earrings and to purchase earrings. And, you know, I noticed a behavior from the worker, which I had not experienced in New York. And when I finally purchased something and gave her my money, she actually gave me my change and she threw it on the floor. And so I said, well, this is really different. And, you know, I was young, so, you know, I probably, you know, ran my mouth a little bit. But that experience, and then we went to buy a hot dog. And we weren't allowed to go inside to the establishment. And really, I don't know how we could have even fit in there. It was really one of those storefront ones. And we went to order a hot dog. And the person said, oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So we went to order and we said we wanted some hot dogs. And we had some young fellas with us who were her cousins. And the owner said to us, well, we don't serve, and you know the word that he used. And we said, well, we didn't order that. You know, we want hot dogs, you know. And so, so we stood there. And because of that, the fellas said, well, you know, we need 20 hot dogs. And so then after they prepared the 20 and gave, we walked away. So we said, we're not giving you our money. You know, if you don't want to serve us, we're not giving you our money. So that experience, you know, introduced me to a condition that existed for African Americans, which we did not have to go through. It wasn't, it wasn't that direct with us. It was more institutionalized, racism. And then, being in Harlem, we thought we just ruled the world. We didn't, we just knew that, we could do everything and anything in there, but we were very conscious of what was going on in the South. Because my mother was over the payroll department of the Legal Defense Fund, NAACP Legal Defense Fund, she had me get my girlfriends, about 4 of them, and during the intermission at the Apollo Theater, we had cans for people to donate for the Freedom Riders, the ones sitting in. And so we weren't disconnected. It was a real connection. And a lot of that connection not only came from the way I was raised, but because my mother worked for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and I was a babysitter. I babysat for Thurgood Marshall. He used to drive me home. I can still remember the coats that he wore when he drove me home. And I babysat for many of the African American attorneys and judges. So we were from an activist family, so it was not out of the ordinary for me to become involved with SNCC. Being involved with SNCC naturally, in the 60s, I had my natural, and I was really very, very much involved, and also in the African movement. In 1962, my sister went to the Gambia to work to build schools. And so then when she came back, it was Africa, So it was very, many of the SNCC workers were, and many of us are not here anymore, many of us are passing away, and it's very important to get the stories. So I'm happy that you're doing this project. I really am.
Okay. Do you have anything to say about, or are you familiar with obviously Don Hollowell? Do you have any experience with that, or anything that was going on at the time that you'd like to share?
Right. Probably, I know information, and it probably would be better for you to get it from those who, were really around him. But no, I know of his work, and when I came here, it was very close to me.
So when you say it was close to you, would you say there's some type of influence from him, or just any type of connection you could think?
Well, not personally. Not personally. I would say that I was a teacher before I became. Well, I was a teacher, and then I worked with a foundation here, Southern Education Foundation, for 15 years, giving money away to work on the desegregation of the Georgia university system. So because of that, we were involved or connected with a lot of the attorneys, but not personally with him. I won't claim that.
Okay, I'm just going to call out a few topics. I know you were not in Atlanta, so if you don't know anything about it, it's fine. We'll
Okay.
move on to the next. Just the Atlanta student movement in general. Any connections with people that were involved in that, or did that have any type of impact on you?
Right. Well, all of the SNCC workers that I met, I was very close with them. But again, I came after that. But people like Faye Bellamy, Stanley Wise, Cortland Cox, Charlie Cobb. I mean, all of the,
Assalamu alaikum. We are here for our afternoon discussion. I will be bringing on the son of Imam Jamil, Russell. No? Okay, I apologize. I will be bringing on Russell Schultz III, the son of Russell Maroon Schultz. My apologies. And so he has been involved in the struggles to free his father. And we've seen him grow up in this struggle in Philadelphia. And so he will be talking about the execution and medical neglect that his father has encountered.
Greetings. I would like to first and foremost thank all of the supporters and people who have joined today for this great event, and thank all of the organizers who have brought all of us together, which is a Herculean task. And I respect and appreciate all of you comrades for that. And of course, the Most High and the One, the All, is most worthy of praise in this space, in this conversation. And I think it's extremely important to point out that not just Imam Jamil, but a lot of our political prisoners point back to, in their spiritual studies, the importance of digging into our spiritual studies and remembering and working on those specific pillars in our spiritual teachings that teach us to fight against injustice, to be social activists, to give zakat or to give charity or to help the weak and the poor. And these are some of the things that in our fight for the release of our political prisoners, that we have to up the ante, specifically if we are saying that we are following a spiritual practice, specifically a spiritual practice that has a pillar of doing social justice work, of giving charity, of making sure that those who are treated unjustly, that they get justice. These are very fundamental principles in most spiritual teachings, definitely in Islam. And I think a lot of times these very basic fundamental principles are looked over in our study, in our practice, in our deen. And so for my father, in his spiritual work, in his deen, he is recognizing those very fundamental details and those very fundamental practices and pillars of Islam. And a lot of times in social movements, we get caught up in the names of things. So now we have a lot of political correct terms that we have to adhere by in a lot of our social justice work. We can't get caught up in terms as much as we need to get caught up in actually what people are doing, not what they're saying, because someone's actions may differ from what they say, or they may be politically incorrect and say something wrong, but have the perfect actions in reference to their social justice work, in reference to their charity, in reference to their making sure that the weak and poor are taken care of. So if in their grammar, in their delivery, in their lack of ability to keep up with terminology, if they fail, we have to definitely keep a close eye on their actions and what they are doing or giving to the community and how they are deeming in that way. So on the other hand, it's the same with our deen. I'm a firm believer that Allah makes Muslims and that Allah made the trees and the squirrels Muslim, and that we have a lot of work to do in our communities in fashioning what Allah has made us and making that charity, making that social justice work, making that commitment to those who had a rougher time in life than us. That commitment has to shine in a way that people say, I want to meet Allah, you know, I want to deen, I want to walk in the way that these Muslims walk, because they have shown it to me in their way, not in what they said, not in they said you should come to Juma, or not in they bump their heads 7 times a day, and none of that, but in the very specific work that you have done to get them to come to the prayer rug with you. That is one of the bigger pieces of work that we have to do, specifically here in Philadelphia, but nationally and internationally, to open up these conversations and also to show the intersections between the work. And when I say the intersections between the work, that first example is just one, but there are tons of intersections in the work, specifically in the case of my father, Russell Maroon Shokes. And you can find information on my father and his case at www.freerussellmaroonshokes@wordpress.com. And you can also find us on social media, Russell Maroon Shokes, Twitter, Facebook, and also Instagram. But these intersections are very important, specifically in the context of the work that a lot of our brothers and sisters have done. And I'll be very specific to my father's work and Baba Imam Jamil Amin. So both of these brothers have a very strong historical understanding of Black and brown people's struggles. They both have a very strong understanding of our Islamic struggles and where those struggles intersect. And I think both of them have done a very good job of doing the work and putting examples forth of what a good Muslim, what a good servant is of the community, what a good charitable person looks like, those type of things. The other intersection is the study that they have done around our history as a people and how that relates to our social justice, how that relates to the laws that govern the places which we live, how to get better rights for us in these different places where we may live. They have both talked about national and international struggles, have been involved in national and international struggles, and toe a very tight rope in the context of just making sure that they are definitely well studied in the history of social justice movements along with their spiritual practices, and then aligning those spiritual practices together, specifically in the context of knowing what I'm supposed to be doing and giving from a spiritual aspect, but then intersectionally making sure that I'm boots on the ground, I'm in the streets, that I'm doing charity, that I'm educating, that I'm being a servant to my people in the community and those who have less than me and are less educated than me. And I'm trying to also educate them politically, not just spiritually, and using the political education to bring them over to the spiritual, and sometimes vice versa, depending on the neophyte, the student, the one who is seeking. And so these are the very important points to me in the Imam's work, in my father's work, is the ability to be able to go out and, for lack of better terms, show and prove, be a pillar in the community, give zakat, give charity, do for others who have less than you, and educate them. Spiritually, a lot of times we miss the education piece. Islam is a learning religion. And so if we aren't continuing to educate ourselves, then we are really missing the mark spiritually. And we can say that with a certain level of assuredness that Imam Jamil is a lifetime learner and Maroon is a lifetime learner, and the freedom fighters and political prisoners that are incarcerated today are lifetime learners. So again, I can't put enough emphasis on how important it is for the Islamic community in general to come together collectively, to come together in a educated way, to come together in a outreach way, and to come together in a way that is doing the work and allowing that zakat, allowing that education, allowing that work in the community to be the tool, to be the show, to be the education that the community sees from us and sees. Of course, we're going to deem the way we deem outside of that, but we need a specific dean that reaches out outside of our comfort zones, that goes to places that are uncomfortable, that makes us feel uncomfortable, that questions whether or not we are doing enough, that questions, that does the level of work that my father did, that does the level of work that Imam did, that would have the state question you. So a lot of times I look at the work that we're doing, and a lot of the times I can gauge it specifically in the reaction that we get from the powers that be, or the state, or from those who hold our loved ones. And those are the things that got Russell Maroon Shokes and Imam Jamil incarcerated. Their audacity, the ability to stand up in the face of injustice. And we are not, I repeat, we are not standing up in the face of injustice in the way that I believe that I should be, we should be as a collective community for these freedom fighters, if nothing else. These children who are being murdered in the street, not to mention George Floyd, that's a grown man, but we have children being murdered in the streets, and we are saying nothing. We allow a pandemic to cut us off from our covenants with the one. We allow it to stop us from doing things that we're supposed to just die doing together as a community. If we say that we believe in the one, if we believe in the all, if we believe in Allah, then we gonna face all of that. And Allah has told us that it's gonna come the time where, yeah, it's gonna be plagues and it's gonna be all of that. So yeah, these brothers stood up to all of that, all of the pressure, all of the brutality, all of the murder, all of the torturous threats, all of the beatings in prison and outside, and that's part of it. That's part of the dealing that they did. That's part of the dealing that I am doing, that I'm promoting, specifically in the context of standing up in the face of injustice and calling it what it is unabashedly without any coating or sugar on it. So for Imam, I am humbled to be able to raise my voice for his liberation, and I have for 20 years, and I will continue to do that consistently on our outlets, on our pages. He is a freedom fighter extraordinaire. He is one of America's Mandelas. He is deserving of all of those state representatives and heads of countries, princes, kings, and queens that went to see Mandela. They need to come here for Imam Jamil. Why? Because he is of that stature, because he's given his life for America, not just for Africans in America, not just for Blacks, but for America in general. And when America wakes up and recognizes that, they will give him and these freedom fighters the respect that they deserve. Until then, I will continue to raise my voice, and I hope that you do, specifically for these brothers who have given their lives to give an example of what it takes to actually be free. This is what it actually takes to be free. I think people have pushed that to the side. I think people have also pushed to the side that there's a way that we can fix this system. And I've listened to the Imam since he was H-Rap, and H-Rap knows we can't fix this system. It was meant to do exactly what it's doing. So if you're of the ilk that you think that we can fix it, then good luck with that. I'm not of that ilk. I am of the ilk that I think that you could be a spook that sat by the door. How good of a spook are you? Can be, will be, is another question. So again, I think that our freedom fighters, our political prisoners are of the highest esteem. My dad is coming out of COVID and coming out of stage 4 colon, rectal, and intestinal cancer, where he's had his intestines upper and lower removed, and now they're trying to go in and have operations to remove his rectal cancer. So we constantly need support. We constantly calls to the governor's office. All of this information can be found at www.freerussellmaroonshows.com or at WordPress. So again, comrades, the Shokes family loves you, supports you. Anything that we could do, anything that you need from us, we are here for you, with you. Join the Jericho movement. Join the movement to free Imam Jamil Al-Amin, free MUMIA, free all political prisoners, free Sundiata, free Matulu, free them all.
Alhamdulillah, assalamu alaikum. As you can see, I have an extra friend with me today. We're going to introduce Pam Africa. Pam Africa is an organizer with the International Friends and Family of MUMIA ABDUL-JAMAL, and she will be speaking to us shortly. Pam, you there and you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm ready.
All right, Queen. One fist, one voice.
That's right. On the move. Can you hear me? Oh, she just let me know I'm in. On the move. I don't know. I don't hear anybody. Okay, I don't hear anybody. Am I muted? It says I'm in the show. I don't hear anything. Down below and see, let them know I'm not hearing anything.
Hey, Pam, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can get started.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Somebody was going to ask a question or anything? You know, I'm not understanding the program. That's what was happening.
No, you're good. We're good. We're good to get started. Thank you.
Okay. So, on the move, I'm Pam Africa. I'm Minister of Confrontation for the MOVE organization, and I'm also the chairwoman of the Uncompromising International Concerned Family and Friends of MUMIA ABU-JAMAL. And I've been doing work around Brother Emil, Imam Jamil Al-Amin, for several years. I came upon his case. I used to hear my brothers and Move talk about him, but I didn't really know too much because it was like in passing. But in the 90s, when in the early 80s, when I was being involved with MUMIA's case, I heard a little more, and then they dropped the bomb on my family, and I went underground for some years. And when I came back doing the work around MUMIA, I discovered a picture of Brother Jamil Al-Amin, and a picture of MUMIA. And Brother Jamil had his son on his back, and MUMIA had his son on his back. And I combined the two pictures to make it one, so that whenever you saw, one, you saw the other. And that continues to this day. And from when the two brothers were young and on their father's back, to the point now that they're on their fathers is on their backs, and they are carrying them. They're on the front line doing the work for their father, and are carrying on the work that their fathers have done. When I really got involved with Brother Jamil Al-Amin's case, I had picked up a letter from somewhere. It might have been on the internet, that Brother Jamil Al-Amin wrote. And it hit me to the very core. I can't even tell you what the letter said, because I was trying to remember it before I went on. But I got in contact with MUMIA, and for the longest, I thought MUMIA told me about the letter. MUMIA said, "No, I didn't. You told me about the letter, Pam, and you told me what you were going to do. I supported you." So when after reading that letter, I was trying to find a spot where somewhere in Philadelphia people was doing Brother Jamil Al-Amin's work, and I couldn't find one. And I've got in contact with Brother Abdullah, sister brother my sister Aaliyah, long live her spirit. And he put me in contact with his wife, who talked with the Iman, I believe Iman Asim here, and he told her to work along with me in doing the work. We left no stone unturned. Aaliyah got postcards, and wherever we went at, and she would be at the table with the postcards. Wherever I would speak at, I would make sure that she was there with the table. And my husband wound up, because we had that big banner we had borrowed from the brother who passed that was doing Jamil's work. Razakhan, what was that brother name? Came here to the house. He passed. Iman Khalil. I told you, Razakhan told me we need a banner. So anyway, he sent us that big banner, and we carried that banner. Oh, the big banner. Right, the big banner. We carried that banner until they needed it back. And when they did, Razakhan designed a banner with Imam Jamil Al-Amin and the brother from Detroit, Razakhan. I need help every now and then. CRS can't remember some things. So Razakhan, the brother from Detroit, what was his name? What is his name? The brother from Detroit that was murdered. Iman Lukman Abdul, with his picture on the bottom, because we did not want people to forget him, as well as Brother Jamil Al-Amin. So if you see any pictures with us, you see when we went to Brother Herman Ferguson's funeral, and Brother Jamil Al-Amin was there. MUMIA ABU-JAMAL was there. The Move 9 was there. And because when we took it into our hearts, into our souls, to do all that we could do, and in every program that we were on, and when Razakhan's sister brought a new home in North Carolina, and we went down there, we had to put Brother Jamil on a front porch, and the banner of MUMIA, and take pictures, and to remind anybody and everybody, no matter where we go at, if they don't, because people will look, to the Harlem Day demonstrations and all. We put them up there and all because there's a lot of people who actually forgot, but when they see them and the colors are so beautiful and so vibrant, make you come over and say, well, who is that? And then you start talking about them. Brother Sunni Bilal Ali, he'll tell you that even at the Locks conference in Philadelphia, and when you come around us, you'll see MUMIA, you'll see Moving, you see Brother Jamil Al-Amin. And I said, you can't do them all, and we can say free them all. And but I took on, and we took on Brother Jamil Al-Amin and Brother MUMIA and the Move 9 and Russell Schultz. I don't have a banner for Russell and all, but that's one of our ways of keeping the brother's name out there and reminding people around the time of like voting time, like now, and that Brother Jamil Al-Amin was one of the pioneers of getting people out to vote in some of the most dangerous times that there were. And I get, look, I'm telling you, I get so pissed. I get so mad because this brother is not remembered for the work that he did. And he did time in jail for speaking out and going to, telling people, going from one state to the next state and getting people to understand the meaning of how it, why they should vote. And they came up with this Jamil Al-Amin, law, and where they locked him up from going from one state to another, saying that he was inciting violence when you had that 45 thing, monster, and who did just that, and he was suppressing people from voting, telling people at his rallies he was going to beat them up, and telling his people to beat them up. He got their backs, and that wasn't how our brother Jamil Al-Amin is. And I'm saying I think that we should take every chance, every opportunity that we can to compare him to what it is that he did in the White House when he went to the White House, the outhouse, and there in Washington. He sat down with Johnson, President Johnson at that time, and a whole lot of other people. And and when Johnson said, well, something about his time, and because his daughter had a graduation or what, some event that she had to go to, and and brother Rat Brown at that point, and he said that, well, what was the exact words, Raza Khan? Well, he spoke out against it, telling him about, how we are suffering. And, and it doesn't compare to what it was that, his daughter was going through, missing, a time, a date time or something like that. But, I feel as though that each and every last time when they talk about that stuff with Trump, and how he do it, bring our brother's name up in there, in that. And when they talk about sitting down with the president, because that day when he spoke up on our behalf, and Lyndon Baines Johnson, the president of the United States, went to the cross-dresser FBI dude J. Edgar Hoover and put our brother's name on the list, and they have been, dealing with him in a awesome, in a terroristic way ever since then. I'm saying a letter that this brother wrote so many years later, and I don't know whether I pulled it off of internet, but it touched the very, core of my body, and to realize, and I want to learn more and more and more about this brother, and and was fortunate enough to meet Brother Jamil Al-Amin's wife, Sister Karima, and one of the most lovely, persons, that I met, and the people that are working in the community, and for Brother Jamil Al-Amin, going to, court dates, and well, that one court date I was at, and but I'm gonna be me when I come, and I come with the banners, me, Raza Khan, and a couple other people, Brother Wasim and Sister Linda. We came with our banners on the outside, and because we want people to know What is going on the inside? It's something, that everyone should know. This is one of our freedom fighters. This is someone that God, Mama, Allah put on the front line to battle for us. And the thing is, he's not on trial. We on trial for what we want to do and what we continue to do. The eyes of the world is on him and is also on us. And what I'm proud to say, that I met a lot of people who are consistent and been doing this work for years. And and some people have just backed up, because people had that feeling that, oh, he'll never get out. And I'm saying, look at here, they got a carcass in there, and the mind, the body, or the spirit of this brother, it got out. It came to me. It came to me in my house. I'm reading, and I got up off my behind and had to do the work that was necessary. And so I'm saying, this is what they want. They think that they can keep. And I'm saying, we fight like all hell to get that brother from out there. But I want people to understand that don't understand, because there are people on here that understand what I'm saying. And that spirit of that brother, I'm saying, what they say, you can jail, but you can't stop that spirit. I'm saying, I see children that wasn't even born, and some of their mothers wasn't born when this situation happened, or they was little kids that's involved. And I'm saying, like right now, this what's happening with MUMIA. And what I'm saying that we're doing, there's a whole lot of other people doing. I'm not saying that we just doing this and nobody else. Please, nobody misunderstand, because I've heard that before. And that we're coming along and then we're acting like we're doing the work like other people are doing the work. And but when I'm speaking about the work that we did, and the people that Brother Jamil touched, that we're touching things together, and we're study bringing other people in. I will never ever stop working for Brother Jamil Al-Amin, and like I will never stop working for MUMIA, like I will never stop working for all the other brothers, and but this one here touched my heart in a different way. And and not that all of them have it, and but I wish I could even get the letter, and that just sprung this to me. And but our coordinators say application needs no conversation. So once I read it, the application went into effect. And again, after doing that, I met people across the United States, and outside outside the country when I went in there, that also know the case of Brother Jamil Al-Amin. And we got to and I'm telling you right now, this shit hurts. Excuse me. But if I talk too long, you might hear that I'm trying to control myself. And the mere fact of what he is going through right now, what MUMIA is going through right now, what Brother Sunday Ida Akoli is going through right now, and the brothers who have died, and on the front line fighting for us. And we got Brother Abdul-Majid, and who died in the prison. And we must get out of this habit of not dealing with situations because this is my homeboy, or what he did in the past, this was good and that was good, so forth and so on. We talk about what you doing now. What you're doing now. And we got to come up. We got to bring that brother from out there. And it take all of us working together. Every religion that there is, and working together. Every community group that there is working together. Right now, we have people, that's have pulled together 87 colleges, and that number is growing as we speak, to deal with the situation with MUMIA. Our position is the hell with a trial. There's no way in the world MUMIA or Jamil Al-Amin could have a fair trial, because every time it comes to the point where there's going to be some semblance of fairness, these people come around and they pull another, something that they wrote on paper. I remember was said to us, which is the most powerful, the pen the gun or the pen. And it's the pen, because they write things to stop you in your daggone track that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong, but because they wrote it and they said it's law, we have a tendency to want to follow it. We cannot follow these people's laws to get what we need in our freedom, because they ain't doing nothing but writing it for themselves. We must defend ourselves in every way necessary, whether it's in them schools, whether it's on the streets, whether it's in their place where you're dealing with politics. There's a bad behind, meaning good. Brother Charles Barron, he's a politician, and he's in New York. You'll find him on the front line with political prisoners. He don't back down. We need more Charles Barons. In the area where he live at, he truly fights for the people that's in his area. Like our brother who passed, brother in Atlanta. Nope, in Mississippi. Oh shoot, Rise. I'm so sorry, y'all. But I
Thank
got
you
that
so
slot.
much, Pam. No, thank you so much, Pam. That was the power we needed. We really needed you to be here in Washington, D.C., honestly.
No, I wanted to be.
I know you did.
Because, not only did the Carth and Sister Sharifa was telling me, she said, because I was not feeling well. And I'm not feeling well right now. Sister Pam, do the come in on the Zoom and all that way you could you'll be there. But I want to be there. I want to be with the brothers and sisters who I haven't been with in a long time. I want to feel that vibe right up next to me. But you know what?
You're feeling all of that energy that we needed to feel here at Rashidun, because we can feel you. It's like you are here. Thank you so much for that powerful presentation.
Right. Thank you. On the move. And I'm still listening.
Okay, please stick around for the Q&A. We'll be doing that 3:45. 3:45, I'm sorry. Okay, and so next we have our brother JIHAD ABDUL-MUMIT. He is a former Black Panther, Black Liberation Army political prisoner. He was released September 2000. He's the chairperson for National Jericho, board member of Abolitionist Law Center, community case manager at Health Clinic in Richmond, Virginia, serving HIV positive individuals released from prison. And not only that, he's married and a wonderful father of 4. He's also a member and active of Jamaat Uthman Dan Fodio. Please give it up. Please give it up. Please give it up for JIHAD ABDUL-MUMIT.
Wow, sister. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. And we're going to go ahead and give you 20 minutes to give your spiel, brother. One fits, one voice.
Yes, indeed. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah, nahmaduhu, nasta'inuhu, wa nastaghfiruhu, wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa may yudlil fala hadiya lahu. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan rasulullah. Amma ba'd. Surely we give all praise to Allah. We seek His guidance, His mercy, and forgiveness. We seek protection from Allah from our own deeds and actions and the consequences thereof. We recognize the fact that whoever Allah guides, there is none to mislead, and vice versa. Whoever Allah allows to be misguided, there is none to guide. And I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad ibn Abdullah is His last servant, prophet, and messenger, and what comes after. And again, assalamu alaikum to everybody. My name is JIHAD ABDUL-MUMIT. I want to give sincere, profound thanks and gratitude to the sisters and brothers who organized this platform and this program. And may Allah reward you, and may Allah grant us success in our endeavors. I want to take a moment I was listening to some of the presentations. I had to get off. I was on another call, and that's the busy work of a lot of us. And I'm sure we can relate to that. Also had to participate in funeral services for Black on Black. A friend of my son was murdered, shot 10 times last weekend. And I was listening to some of the presentations. And speaking of that,
and how do we address that in our own community. So I may have some comments about that as I go on in my 20-minute segment right here. But first, I just want to explain a few things to sisters and brothers. Jericho movement was started in 1998 by Bubba Herman Ferguson, who's passed away, and Sister Safia Bukhari also passed away, and Brother Jalil MUNTAQUIN, who's recently released a political prisoner for 49 years, living up in Rochester, New York now. The Jericho movement is an organization of individuals that have come together as a result of organizing effort through the Republic of New Africa to kind of like build a coalition of efforts and networking to free and campaign for the freedom of political prisoners in the United States. And we've been in existence, obviously you can do the math, since 1998 by the grace and mercy of Allah. And so we do a couple of things. I just want to briefly explain them. So when we say, first of all, when we talk about political prisoners, I guess in a sense that any person's case, particularly any person of color's case in the United States, is political by nature of the racist system, that just a system that we are under. You know, so in the sense that your case, you're not a political prisoner, but your case has political ramifications because of the system that you're going through, regardless of crimes that you may commit against our own people, reprehensible crimes, disrespect, and all of that type of stuff. But Jericho represents those prisoners, Imam Jamil Al-Amin included, that that have been involved in the movement and their efforts in the community and are politically and ideologically motivated. So most of our the freedom fighters that we represent come from that era, the post-civil rights era, the Black national liberation era, and some thereafter. We've taken on a lot of the prisoners in the animal rights movement and such. So we try to represent all political prisoners. When we say represent, we're talking about not only upholding their legacy of who they are by educational campaigns and community programs throughout the United States, but we also represent them by visiting them, by giving them commissary money. A lot of our freedom fighters are getting older now, as we've been talking all the time. MUMIA and Russell Schultz and all of them are getting older now, and their old age infirmities are setting in. Just the whole thing about being in prison. So we have third-party doctor intervention. We do massive focused phone calls, campaigns to address these medical conditions that they may be experiencing in prison, and also joining in campaigns, calling for their freedom by writing the parole board, calling governors, making zillion calls, and coordinating those efforts. Just recently on a call with Sister Pam, who we're just on now, for MUMIA, and she's been leading the charge. And Pam, you hear me talking, you know we're behind you 1,000,000% on that. And I want to take a serious moment to not necessarily just talk about the problems, but to actually lay out some options, some strategical options that all of us can really embrace and hear clearly. A lot of times, we spend 99% about the problem of our oppression, which definitely needs to be broken down and understood. And we have generations coming up behind us now that need to understand these problems and these issues. But it's not enough time, I think, and focus on dealing with how do we address them? How do we really address them? You know, I am 66 years old. I know I look old and decrepit, but here I am. And I joined the Black Panther Party when I was 16 years old. And wallahi, the same issues that we talk about now with the police violence, you know, it continues to exist, the marginalization, discrimination, homelessness, food insecurities, lack of control in our own communities, they still exist today. And we need to really look at that, sisters and brothers. I know that the beast that we're fighting is a superpower. And so what does that mean when where are we at today? This gray in my hair, and what is being passed on to the generations following? Because it is up to the youth how they're going to navigate and deal with this monster to deal with our exploitation, to deal with our oppression, to deal with the racism in society. But hopefully the older ones of us can give some type of light and passing that torch on. But I will say that the torch has been dropped in a lot of respects, but it doesn't leave the youth off the hook from picking it up. You know, when I was a teenager, it would be hard pressed for me to be asking a 66-year-old man to do pretty much anything for me. When we look at our leaders of the past and back in those days, the heyday, as we want to call it, you know, I guess the oldest of them were Al-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., both were assassinated when they're 39 years old. But when you look at the Huey Newtons and the Bobby Seals and the Daruba Ibn Wahads and all of us, the Sekou Dingas, all of our freedom fighters, myself, we were all young, and I was the youngest of the young. MUMIA Abu-Jamal is my age. He was born a couple of months before me. We were both 66 years old. And so we were out there young, and we were the vanguard. And believe me when I tell you, we were the vanguard, even in our communities, all right? We used to have a saying in the Black Panther Party that 2 hurricanes can't blow at the same time. There's only one hurricane, so where there's a Black Panther Party office, you know, that eliminates a lot of the street nonsense and the drug selling in that neighborhood. Because we are the hurricanes. We are the ones that are setting the vibe for protection and trying to address the survival needs of our community. And I think, sisters and brothers, we really need to kind of like get back to looking at how we can do that. Because my son's friend was assassinated by a Black person. I'm in the community every day for my work, as the sister read my bio. And I'm not looking over my shoulder for a cop. I'm looking over my shoulder for an ignorant Black man killing me. You feel what I'm saying? So our Black Lives Matter and the activists, we don't address those issues. And what we end up doing, sisters and brothers, a lot of times is begging the slave master to tell the overseer not to kill us or how to treat us. And we're very remiss on building our own communities to strengthen ourselves so that we don't have to ask them anything. So that over a period of time, we can set the vibe and establish the climate in our community. You know, where the police know that they can't do that. They know that they can't choke out Eric Gardner. They know that they can't put their knee in the back of George Floyd. They know they can't bust, you know, rabbit into an apartment and kill Breonna Taylor. They know that, and it takes time to do that. The situation with my son's friend getting killed, you can't address that in the immediacy that right then, because these brothers won't get back. You know that. But how we can address it is by beginning to get in our community to establish a foundation to change that climate so that in time, and everything is in time, everything is protracted, that these things won't happen anymore. So here's an option. I look at all the Zoom calls I'm on. I've been on 2 this morning already. So there's a lot of positive work going down with a lot of sisters and brothers organizing. But a lot of this work is like kind of like in silos. And that's not a criticism, just that we're working with trying to get our networks together, you know, and it's this over here and it's this over here and it's this initiative over here. You don't know about that initiative that's going on over here. So Jalil called for, before he was released, a coalition which was established mostly in New York, now is spreading, called In the Spirit of Nelson Mandela. Now it's called In the Spirit of Mandela, and that is spiritofmandela.org, spiritofmandela.org. You can access the website there. We're calling for a October 2021 International Tribunal. Now, the word tribunal is being really flipped around a lot. We have tribunals for MUMIA, we have tribunals for this, we have tribunals for that. This is the mother of tribunals. This is a trial against the United States. We're attempting to organize 250,000 people across the United States. And the reason why that organization is important is that the tribunal itself is just an event, a place and time. Organizing toward this tribunal, getting these endorsements, this support, networking with people, organizing the organized so that we can find, we need a focal point to look at. We need a focal point to organize around, and then afterwards, we'll have a foundation to do massive organizing, and what we'll be calling for is the establishment of a people's senate, so that we can have not a third party, but a people's senate of organizing across the country, so that when capitalism chokes itself out, or when the right wing mainstream elements of society take over the neoliberals mainstream of society, we will be standing strong across the board. And sisters and brothers, Pam Africas, Russell Schultz, all of us listening, we're going to have to learn how to do that. We're going to have to learn how to do, we're going to have to learn how to speak beyond our comrades. I have to learn how to do that. I have to learn how to tweak what I'm saying, because what I've been saying for the last 50 years of my life puts me still right here sitting on my couch talking the same thing. So I have to like figure this stuff out here. I have to figure out where we are with 330 million people in a place called the United States of America, with everybody having their own special interest group. Drill down deep. How are we going to organize that to survive? And we have to learn how to do that without abandoning our own initiatives. I'm not saying that, believe me. We're talking about how can we do that together while keeping our own initiatives, but get to a certain level of resolve. And I'm saying this tribunal, which is going to be led by Sister NKECHI TAIFA, and she has a stellar team of attorneys behind that. We're charging the United States with human rights violation and civil rights violation. I know El-Haj Malik El-Shabazz has said this is a human rights issue. He's correct, and we should do that. But you know yourself, the United Nations hasn't done anything for us since he said that. I've been there many times, overseas, Geneva, and in Manhattan. You know that too. You know that too. And even when a cop kills and slaughters us on the street, guess what? They don't even indict the police. But George Floyd's family was awarded $20 million. I know that's going to be broken down with the city and all of this. Breonna Taylor was awarded $12 million. Eric Garner, $6 million. That's why we are having a caveat of civil rights showing civil rights violation. And we're going to attach this historic and systemic abuses that we've been experiencing and attach it to statute and international law violations. And we're going to present this to the people. In the process of doing that, we're going to have organized all of us together, all of us having an input. And once this tribunal is had in October, the weekend of the 22nd, 23rd, or whatever, after that, we will have established a foundation of input, of webinars, the same thing that you're doing now, my sisters and brothers, but it's going to be doing with a connectiveness that's not really there yet. You know, we're all working for it, but this is going to help us get there. We're going to have a nodal point, a focus point right there. It's going to be that tribunal. And after that tribunal, we're going to have more conferences for the purpose of networking and organizing. We're going to learn how to establish a process to vet out who's going to represent us across 50 contiguous states, Native and indigenous nations, major religious groups. Inshallah, that's what we're striving for. We're striving for more than just having a rally with 20 people on the street corner. We're striving for more than having a program with 40 people on a Zoom call. That's what we're talking about doing. We're striving so that we can begin to really take, how can we take our revolutionary narrative? How can the Muslims take their Islam into the community and organize? What can we do different that has not happened? I know it's all by the grace and mercy of Allah anyway, but how can we take that and reach your next door neighbor, reach your grandmother? We have to figure this out, sisters and brothers. And so it's more than just freeing MUMIA ABU-JAMAL. It's more than just freeing our comrade Freedom. Those freedom fighters, I was in prison 23 years, and a lot, alhamdulillah, not 49 years or 60 years or over 60 years like Ruchell McGee. Alhamdulillah, I'm glad, thankful Allah to that, you know. But a freedom fighter knows that they may die there. We ain't bull jiving here. You're a freedom fighter. You know that. Our job is to get them out. We're not begging no one. You know what the stakes are. You pick up a gat, you stand up for what you are, you know what the consequences are. And for each and every one of us that believes in La ilaha illallah, we know that on that day and that time we will die. We will cry our tears because we're going to miss you. But we know what's happening. That doesn't make us fearful. That doesn't make us weak. And then from when I used to wonder, how am I going to tell a a brother in prison that has a life sentence never going home? I said, man, I'm going out next year. I'm going to tell this brother. I finally realized what I tell that brother. You be strong, and you represent yourself to the last minute, to your breath. The angel takes your breath out of your body. That's what you do, man. We don't involve ourselves in a revolution and a struggle and get captured, and then all of a sudden, and the activists today got to realize that when you get out, I know my time is up in a minute. When the activists on the street today that are challenging police brutality, and a cop knocks you upside your head, you can't be crying. When they put the pepper spray in your face, you can't be crying. If you did a weekend in jail, you can't be crying. Dad, go and do your push-ups, and you'll be strong. That's what you do. That's the stakes. That's the vicious enemy that we're fighting. You don't be groveling on the ground and begging for no damn freedom. You fight for it, and if you die there, you die like this. You die like this. That's one freedom fighter to another. I'm telling you that. We're not coming from a position of weakness. We're coming from a position of strength. And I pray to Allah that I can embellish my words if I ever went back to prison again. You be saying, what's that 80-year-old man doing? He's doing push-ups. That's what I'm doing. I'm making my salat. That's what I'm doing. And I'm not begging no one. None of that. No more, sisters and brothers. We're working from a position of strength. We're going to rely on Allah. We're going to do the right thing. We're going to bring our Creator into our hearts and souls so that our character will represent the new nation that we're trying to build. We're going to get out in that community. We're going to super organize. This is a protracted struggle. It may not happen for another 50 years. That is my piece. And I cannot be more emphatic. Obviously, you can tell by the tone of my voice. I speak like a BLA member, so I speak strong. I'm not whispering to you. I'm telling you the deal. None of us are begging. And when the police puts his knee on the back of another brother or sister in that community, not only we're going to pull out a cell phone, we're going to pull out something else, because that stuff stops now. And if you're not ready to pay them dues, as we quote Malcolm X all the time, then you need to get out the way. Don't ever get in front of another microphone again if you're not able to pay them dues. And I pray to Allah that He puts it in sincerely in my heart that I can represent everything that I just said to you. In closing, I'll say as all Muslims say, if there's anything I said that was offensive, if my tone upsets you, forgive me. Anything that touches your heart to bring some light into this situation, it is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Glory be to Him, the Most High. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you. I'll stand on the mic later.
Assalamu alaikum. Wow, brother Mumit. Whew. We needed that. We needed that. That was well needed. Whew. Thank you so much for that powerful message, brother. Wow. Okay. So I think that this will be appropriate. I'm going to give a piece of poetry and to lead into our next speaker, Sister Shafia. And so this piece was inspired by what is going on. And so I hope that you all enjoy it. What happened to morals? The extra mile just to extend a hand for the consideration of common courtesy. What happened to protect the streets? Instead, our babies are being slain before middle school as their peers sign up for counseling because the hood can't heal grieving babies. Daily, I'm sorry to all the moms who lost and had to bury their baby, because today's America lets me know I can't be crazy for my constant fear of safety. So I isolate my mind Allah gave us eyes to see, but we running round blind. But as I look to Jannah's sky, all I see is the angel's eyes protecting us from population control. And they ain't gotta kill us, brothers, cause we taking the role. And to our young girls, I can tell you don't fear our maker, cause you too busy praising the pole. I said protecting us from population control. And they ain't gotta kill us, brothers, cause we taking the role. And to our young girls, I can tell you don't fear our maker, cause you too busy praising the pole. I don't think y'all ready for this conversation, but it has to be made. All the young dude care about is getting paid at the expense of a raid, just so he can go out like them dead presidents he collected and just made. And desperate handshakes of an addiction. Depression ain't real, y'all. It's all an illusion. And to my conclusion, we all walking around half alive, mentally abusing ourselves, crying out for help. We gotta change the world, but first we gotta change ourselves. Yeah, it's a sickness. Matter of fact, it's sickening. Better yet, it's trickling. Oh no, it done got to our babies. I'm sure I don't think normalizing disorder is gonna solve the issue. I think it's gonna take a while before we can handle these problems, cause we don't need the white man or his white tissue. Y'all gotta understand what's really going on. And see, I get everything I do and I write it in this poem. And so I need y'all to understand. We are here for a purpose. This form was put together with blood, sweat, and tears. And so everybody that's tuned in right now, I hope you really, truly understand that we all need each other. Thank you. And so I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Are y'all ready for the next speaker? Her name is Sister Shafia Mbalia. Am I pronouncing that right? Alhamdulillah. And she came all the way from Savannah, Georgia to Washington, D.C. to give y'all everything she's going to give y'all. And so without further ado, Sister Shafia, can y'all give it up, please? Give it up, give it up. One fist, one voice. Give it up, give it up. One fist, one voice. Okay. And I'm going to get out of her way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sister Azara. One fist, one voice. Azari, one fist, one voice. One fist, one voice. I want to thank Sister Azara, for all of the hard work that she's given in helping to organize this weekend, along with other brothers and sisters of our Rashidun. My name is Shafia Mbali. I'm the Southeast Regional Coordinator for Imam Jamil Action Network. I'm also a member of Black Workers for Justice and assigned as co-director of its education partner, the Community, and a founding member of the Muslims for Social Justice. On behalf of Imam Jamil Action Network, the advocacy arm for Imam Jamil Al-AMIN, we also would like to thank Muslim Matters and Rashidun, Imam Ali, and all the brothers and sisters who have been patient with us, who have hung in, not only stood for this weekend, but also have been standing long before us with our Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-AMIN. That includes Brother SAALAKHAN, Sister Pam. Sister Pam, boy, you always bring the fire. And Brother JIHAD, I don't know how many even follow you. You just laid it down. We wish to thank everyone who has been a part of this and to say, you know, we take it to the next level. Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-AMIN, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, was the 5th chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He got to that position because of his work in Greene County, Alabama, that in the parlance of today, fighting voter suppression, in the parlance of today, fighting police brutality and extra legal right-wing actions, the Ku Klux Klan, the KKK. But for our younger brothers and sisters, we need to take a step back and explain what that means, because you know, we hear about John Lewis and all these names get thrown around, but what does that mean? The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was an organization of young people, many as young as 12, 13, 14 years old, who took it upon themselves because they were tired of the conditions of the US apartheid system that is called Jim Crow, and rebelled against it. And they went across the South in times where buses were bombed, churches were bombed, lynching was a common occurrence, where the burning of Black men and Black women was a common occurrence in order to be in submission to our people. The US apartheid system that grew out of slavery, and grew out of the question, the practice of white supremacy and the use of suppression of slavery, of murder, of physical ownership in order to gain and control all of the West, what is now called Western capitalism. We are the basis, we are the foundation of this whole entire system. And I believe Sister NKECHI TAIFA will be breaking that down further next on Sunday in her workshop. The freedom of all political prisoners is a down payment on reparations. And so, brothers and sisters of the new generation, the millennials and the Gen X's and the Gen Y's, it's your time to step up. But I also want to say that it's your time to step up and link arms with the elders, because there are many lessons to learn that we've learned the hard way. And so the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Black Panther Party as well, a little later in the North, but SNCC in the South was the vanguard. And they're the ones that put their bodies on the line to break the laws, the civil laws that Brother Jihad just talked about, where it was codified that a Black person had to step in the street when a white person walked down the sidewalk. It wasn't about sitting next to white folks. It was about the question of where the resources for our schools go, where all the schools, the Black schools had secondhand books or no books, where it had no heat, and the white schools had all the best. And the question of every time a Black community collectively stepped forward, it was attacked. And I'll get back to that a little bit more, because this is the conditions that Imam Jamil Al-AMIN was raised. A Southern Black man, a regular working class background, where the family worked every day and taught the discipline and the self-discipline of what it takes to run a family, run a community. It's a community where, regardless of what someone may have said to you, that every Black man and every Black woman and every Black Flaming were not afraid. They didn't kowtow. That owning guns and self-defense was used for hunting as well as for self-defense of the family. It was not unusual to have Leroy and Willie by the front door. And you knew what that was for. It wasn't just for hunting, but it was to make sure that the family was safe. And that there was something called the Underground Railroad, where many a Black man, you know, had to escape to the North. We didn't just get to the North. Many a Black man stood up, many a Black woman stood up. And it was the organized models of the Black community that sustained us and kept it going and raised us with a sense of purpose, and raised Imam Jamil with a sense of purpose and stand up. And so he and his brother Ed Brown, became activists at a very young age. It is in the area in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where Imam Jamil and Ed Brown were raised, and they saw the differences in the resources that were given, for example, to Dillard University, the HBCU, and Tulane University, the white school, and the differences in the resources, and how the white power structure expected the Black community to be satisfied with the pittance that might be thrown its way. Imam Jamil Al-Amin, now known as that, but born and raised as actually Hubert Brown. He later took on the name H. Rap Brown for reasons that we'll mention. Was known for bringing out the aspirations, the cares, and aspirations and the best of the people and the communities around him. Whether it was in Greene County, Alabama, New York City, the West End, West End, Atlanta, Georgia, or Whitehall, Alabama. The strength of Imam Jamil Al-Amin was about bringing out the best that people could put together to do the easiest that was good for them and to build community. He's known for his courage. He is known for his courage. Let me correct that. He is known for his courage, his principled character, his fierceness and intelligence. But he is best known for his tongue, his wit, his courage to speak truth, his courage to speak the truth to power. Sister Pam already talked about how, when given an opportunity as part of a delegation to United States President Lyndon B. Johnson's office, and how everybody else in the delegation, this is in the early mid-60s, boy, folks were talking about what they were going to tell Lyndon Johnson. And they got up in the office and all they could do was grin and say and talk about how happy they would be to be there. And Lyndon Johnson complained. He said his daughter had lost sleep because folks had been picketing outside the White House, and it had kept his daughter awake. And H. Rap Brown said, well, think of all the Black children who've been awake, stayed awake out of hunger, stayed awake because their father's not there, stayed awake because of oppression and Jim Crow. He had the courage to speak when it's time to speak. This was during his time with the Nonviolent Action Group with his brother, Ed Brown. And that laid the foundation for the work that he would do later on in Greene County, Alabama. Again, fighting for independent political organization, fighting for people and standing in defense of people establishing their own political power. This is where he cemented his reputation of being fierce, of fiercely defending the rights of our rights to stand forward. This is what leadership is about. And because of that work, he was elected to the leadership following Stokely Carmichael, who would later become known as Kwame Ture. He followed Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, and became the 5th chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And through the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, they began to expand and the expressions, the principles, the struggles, the perspective. And so besides fighting for the right of Black communities in the South to represent themselves, to have representation, to build political organization independently, SNCC also upheld the right of Black people and oppressed people to self-defense. SNCC upheld the right of international human rights and international solidarity. SNCC was one of the first organizations to come out against the Vietnam War. It was one of the first organizations calling for the defense of and land return to the Palestinian people. And as Sister Karima, wife, beloved wife of Imam Jamil El-Amin, spoke earlier and talked about, you know, when money began to dry up with SNCC. This was a direct result of the principled stand of SNCC led by Imam Jamil El-Amin and Kwame Ture. The money began to dry up because the Zionists began to dry the money up. SNCC also reiterated on people's right to control and develop their own community, self-determination, Black power. And the question of power has to be raised in the universal sense that all people have the right to control their destiny. Imam Jamil challenged the notion that what the state really looks at Black people in our citizenship in the United States. He said, as Malcolm X said, that the so-called American dream is really the American nightmare. That violence is as American as cherry pie. And he spoke the truth across the country. And on one hand, he became revered by our community, respected everywhere for his stances and the fact that he would always been willing to back up his words with action. He not only walked the walk, but he not only talked the talk, but walked the walk. But the US state responded as well, and responded hard, and began surveilling him, harassing him. And after his election as the national chairman of SNCC, I believe from 1968 through 1970, not only were two of his comrades, Che Payne and Ralph Featherstone, murdered, but he was arrested more than a dozen times. More than 50 years later, the FBI, after a long Freedom of Information Act battle, admitted to Sister Karima more than 44,000 pages documented of their surveillance and harassment of Imam Jamil. Later on, they added another 13,000 pages of documentation of the surveillance and harassment of Imam Jamil El-Amin. Also during this period came into existence, I think as Pam mentioned, called the H. Brown Law. Merely for speaking truth to power, US named a law making it illegal, quote unquote, crossing state lines to incite a riot. Now, I'm sure that there are, at least at the January 6th, there should have been a whole bunch of folks who've been charged with that one. But I digress. Imam Jamil inspired the H. Brown anti-drug campaign in New York City, where brothers snatched drugs from the dealers and poured them out in the street and dared them to do something about it. And they walked away. So it was from New York City to Greene County, Alabama, to West End, Atlanta, to Whitehall, Alabama, that Imam Jamil constantly organize, inspire those to do their best, what is easiest for them, but what is their best. And so, for example, he inspired Brother Felipe Luciano to step up, not only as a poet, but to help found the Young Lords organization. And for those who don't know, that the Young Lords organization was the partner, the ally of the Black Panther Party in the Puerto Rican community. It was in this period that H. Rap Brown was arrested again, and while in prison there, he accepted and submitted to Islam. And just as Malcolm X became El-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz, H. Rap Brown became Imam or Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, and then Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. Malcolm X's essence and character was the same, but expanded, transformed. He didn't become another person. Just as H. Rap Brown's essence, character, he didn't become another person, but expanded upon what he already knew, what he'd already learned. And so for our Muslim brothers and sisters, we cannot deny our history and development, either individually as a people or the conditions in which we as Muslims or the Black community or the United States or the world, the conditions in the world. And we must respond to them, just as Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, responded to the world around him. And for our brothers and sisters in other oppressed communities, that the essence of Islam is character, and that worshiping Allah includes standing against oppression. That is fundamentally who we are. There is the saying that it is our duty, we are commanded to speak and stand for justice. And if we cannot stand for justice and act against oppression, then we must speak against it. We must speak against oppression. We must act against oppression. And if we cannot do that, then we must speak against it. And if we cannot speak against it, then we must hate it in our hearts. And that is the weakest link. As a Muslim, Imam Jamil Al-Amin established a community that organized itself, that called the prayer, that cleaned the streets, that organized the street groomers, that stopped the drug dealing, that stopped the prostitution. As a founder, as a Muslim leader, he was a founder and or founding member or a member of the board at various times of the Islamic Society of North America, the American Muslim Council, the Muslim Alliance in North America, the National Majlis Ashura. He mobilized international solidarity against Bosnian genocide. Imam Jamil Al-Amin said, use his name to raise the level of struggle. That is our call today. Brother Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin said, use his name to raise your level of worship, raise the level of struggle. Our new generation is coming forward, and the upsurge of last spring and last summer has changed the conversation in this country, in this world. Millions of people have mobilized in this country against white supremacy, against Black death, in this country, in France, in Belgium, in the Netherlands, in Australia, in countries around the world. It is time that we raise the level of struggle. That includes fighting for all of the freedom fighters, both those who've been traditionally held for 50 years 40 years, 50 years, but those who are in prison because of thought crimes. Imam Jamil Action Network stands for the freedom of Imam Jamil, but we stand for the freedom of all political prisoners. Sister Azira and Azari said yesterday, one fist, one voice. Imam Jamil Action Network says, along with Jericho, free Imam Jamil, free them all. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I can't hear you. The Q&A session for this panel. We hope that Sister Pam and Brother Russell, Brother Jihad, or if, can I hear them? Okay, we're just asking you to be around. Can you hear us? Jihad and Pam? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
1 second. So we're about to begin the period of question and answer for all of our panelists. Put all of your comments or questions into the chat and we will repeat them, and then, and please, say who you would like the question directed to, and we will try to answer that, get that to the right person and have that answer. Brother Jihad? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. I have my mic muted.
Pam?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Bismillah. Brother Russell, are you, okay, he's, all right, he couldn't stay. So, Sister Pam, we really wanted you to also give an update about Brother Mumia. What is his current state? Also talk some about the organizing strategy that y'all did in building solidarity when it was found out about the hepatitis C. Could you go in to do that update?
Right.
Strategy.
Right. Currently, Mumi is back in general population, and I don't know whether people know that he had he still have the results of hepatitis C, behind the fact that the doctors didn't do what they were supposed to do in the beginning, and it took a very hard, strong, consistent, non-stop battle on every ground that there was. In fact, our consistency in dealing with the governor and all, he got kicked out to Bellevue Stratford, and then he wound up putting a stating that people in Pennsylvania should get the hepatitis C, but it came after demonstrating at his mansion, demonstrating in Pittsburgh, demonstrating and going into the churches, and also what we did, and we had to deal with everything that there was. Went down to the Board of Health, and we found out that they had boxes and boxes of books on hepatitis C. When we found out about it, Mumia, dealing with MUMIA, we found out 7,000 prisoners in the state of Pennsylvania had hepatitis C. When we went to the Board of Health, I found out that there was 46,000 in the city of Philadelphia in the city of Philadelphia who had hepatitis C. So that information was pertinent to the everybody, for the people who said, you know, well, if you let them out, then you know we worried about us. I'm saying they need to be more worried about y'all than on because y'all got is 46,000 out here and 7,000 in there. So we got to unite to you know, get rid of this. Then we wound up at another place where they had more information about the hepatitis C. We got that into the community, got the Board of Health section that was dealing with hepatitis C to demonstrate along with us, pulling in people. And when we was in front of the governor's office at the Bellevue Stratford, and that's a very, you know, upscale place in Philadelphia, and was letting them know that in the city of Philadelphia, what the count was and what it was here, they would block us off. They would bring the police cars in, and all their guests had to go around the back door. But we was consistent, and they never knew exactly when we was coming back, because all it took was a person with a bullhorn and some flyers and some information start, and then they'll shut the front down and bring the police in. And also eventually they had to get rid of, you know, Governor Wolf. And going to the prisons, demonstrating at the prisons, passing out flyers and information, and to not only the inmates, but to also to the guards that was in there that's affected by hepatitis C. And it's the same strategy that we using, you know, now. And the pressure, you know, pushing all the buttons around the world, and all the different phone calls, having Sister Charlotte O'Neill from Tanzania, and to come in from Tanzania, and you speak out on, you know, what was happening, you know, in the prison to everybody. So we finally broke that with a lawsuit, because one thing, when you confront these people, they'll put all their wrong down, and they don't think that nobody's going to catch them. So when we went to court, we was able to win that battle by packing the courtrooms, packing the outside, and it was in a place called Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's Ku Klux Klan land. We came, you know, to us, we was in the hood, no matter where we go at, and if you got our people in there. So when demonstrating on the out. And telling us about their loved ones and things that have hepatitis C as well. And you know, talking about how people walking around with the eyes look like cat eyes, just come from the young giants in there. So, you know, people just united and took the platform. We gave them the mic and let them speak about the injustice that was happening up there as well. So we wound up anyway getting it for MUMIA. And when we wound up getting the hepatitis C cure for MUMIA, it became a president, I think that's what they call it. And people throughout the United States at that point was allowed to get the hepatitis C cure. Dealing with MUMIA,
Yeah.
where he's at right now, and he still has the cirrhosis of the liver, because they wouldn't do it. We got a lawsuit in about that. He no longer have the congested heart failure. They say, we don't know, because this is what the prison hospital, you know, doctors are saying. He no longer have that. He no longer have COVID, and all the things that, you know, that's happening again with other people inside the prison. The skin situation is still horrible. He still itch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the cream that they was giving him in the prison infirmary, he didn't want to use that. It's full of some kind of steroids, and he couldn't wait to get back out so that he can actually use Vaseline. He covered his body top to bottom with Vaseline. That eased, you know, the itching. Didn't stop it, it eased it. And that's exactly whatever it was that they were giving him inside the prison, it eased it, but not as much as the Vaseline. So we're still fighting, and for him to come home. We're stating very clearly that we do not want, you know, well, you got the lawyers fighting for the trial, and we're fighting as well for the release of MUMIA, the immediate release of MUMIA, based on judicial and prosecutorial misconduct. And that ain't something that, you know, the world haven't seen, because it really played out in these last months. So with that, while he's in general population, he also have access to his tablet. and which his doctor on the outside can see him. This 45 minutes you get on a conference call, and he's also able to use email.
Pam, thank you. I think that there are several lessons that you drew out there, and one is, the looking to the people and inclusion of people of our larger community in the struggle, not only to free or change the conditions of the political prisoner himself, but that his or her condition is inextricably tied to the condition of our people.
Yes,
right. We have to raise and deal with the conditions of our people, and that in turn will kick off a larger struggle and make it that much stronger. We've got two questions, but I also want to just take this opportunity. I used my time to give a background on Imam Jamil. For the younger people who don't know who H. Rap Brown or Imam Jamil AL-AMIN is. But this issue of execution by medical neglect is something that all of the prisoners are facing. And so I have a question that has been put for Jihad and Pam, and that, we're still in this pandemic of COVID-19. And the question is, what is the impact on Black or any of the political prisoners, especially since many of them are elders? See, Jihad, you want to go first, and then Pam?
Yes. Is that all right, Pam?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I know we can't see you, so. Yeah. Well, it's a very short answer. To be honest with you, it has impacted many of them. Many of them have contracted the COVID-19, and by the grace and mercy of Allah, that they didn't perish or die from it. And it's another coal in the fire for our demand to release our elder prisoners. And Pam already articulated that, so did Brother Russell with his dad. It just adds to the urgency on our part. As far as the Department of Corrections in any facility, they're not doing that. That's it. They're not doing that. This, because it's as urgent as we see it to be. That has not happened. And a couple of the prisoners have had petitions in. Sundiata, I believe, now. Matulus was denied. And this, this something that we rally around, and just adds to the urgency of why our freedom fighters have to be home, and why we have to demand our release, however strategically that may play out to be, as I spoke about earlier, and Pam and everybody else before me, all the different wonderful efforts that's being made to build up that people support. And Pam already articulated how important that is. But as far as the government, we do the best we can. We make the calls, but no, it's just something that we would attempt to aging prisoners, COVID-19, repeated and unjust parole denials, all the, you're past the time that the judge gave you. All these if somebody cannot tune in with the political nature of why our freedom fighters are there, they can tune in by just the humanitarian aspect alone, as far as they want to isolate anything. They're aging in prison. They've done the time that the judge has given them, so parole boards are keeping them there well beyond that. And it's their right. They're eligible to be released, and they should be just like anybody else in a non-quote-unquote political case. So if you can't tune in with the politics of why they were there, you can tune in with the whole humanitarian effort to get them out.
Pam, you want to add anything?
When it's been some opportunities that came my way. I was listening to Roland Martin's show, and he was bringing up the situation about COINTELPRO, and he was saying that COINTELPRO papers, and the reason why we're in the situation we are now is because we didn't fully deal with COINTELPRO. So that's something that we need to look in, and because he has a big voice, and if he have an interest in COINTELPRO and saying that it should be brought up, he have access to people that we can actually use. The other day on the news, they were saying that on one of the news stations. They was pointing out that when Joe Biden was talking about the horrors of Russia, Putin spent back. He said, what about your political prisoners over there? And I'm saying, we need to, since that door was opened by one of those leaders and push that whole thing. Russia recognizes that there are political prisoners here, and make them speak to it. And it's something that's happening in current news. Every little thing that they say, and we can use it as an opportunity, for teaching. I do not know how to reach out to Roland Martin. If someone know how to reach out to Roland Martin, I think that we need to get him to do something for Jericho, and because that's one of the leading organizations that's dealing with political prisoners and also dealing with COINTELPRO, to get his involvement and put a program on. Ask him, since he brought it up, to put a program out on COINTELPRO and let the people who suffered through this be the speakers, and bring that program out to people as well. He has a very good platform, and I forgot what the question was. I hope and what was the question? Because I did have those two, right? I wanted to say
the impact of COVID-19 on political prisoners, especially since many of them are elder.
Right. All I can say is that, we have to stay consistent and keep pushing every door that we can. And just because they haven't moved now, don't mean that they will not move tomorrow. And I'm saying, these people have, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, that's right in our community. And we got to teach them. When you go, they don't let us speak at the churches, but we have information and flyers, to pass out. I remember with the Million Man March, because everybody want to go to the leaders of different groups and things and all. You got to get to the people, to the hearts of the people. When the Million Man March happened, a lot of ministers didn't want to come. A lot of politicians didn't want to come, but when they saw that mighty uproar of black men and women pulling together to put on what is known as the Million Man March, the Million Woman March, none of them want to be involved in it. But it was the people and the people movement. We have the power. We have the power. And if we want to get out, make that move, and because not only we fighting we fighting big business. Big business is what is holding all of our people in. That's what I think. And but we just got to stay consistent, persistent, and just keep going at it. And I am a member of the Philadelphia Jericho. Yeah, and I'm proud to be, and I'm pulling more people in to be a part of the Philadelphia Jericho. I was there, with Brother Herman Ferguson on the ground. My children, who are, one of them is a grandmother, right now, but was a part of that, that's a part of our history that I am so proud. And I'm sorry, I guess I'm just an emotional kind of person, but things that that happen, and we got to look back at our mistakes and see what what mistakes we made, make them better, pull everybody back in, and we can take this mother sucker down. We can take it down, and with consistency. And I'm so glad that Brother Jihad is, heading things here in Philadelphia and working with Brother Ghani and the Abolitionist Law Center. These is great things, and I just want to cheer out to all the brothers have came home and hit the ground fighting, working, and and pulling together to make things better for us. So I'm saying, I know that we will take this monster down. We're taking it down now. It's scrambling and trying to hold its head above water, and we got our feet right on top of it, shoving it down, holding it down. So we just need more people.
Malcolm said the house Negro, I'm paraphrasing, used to pray, talk about Massa, we sick.
Yeah.
Field Negro said would pray for a win. In fact, the field Negro would blow. Try to add two to win.
That's it.
I'd like to just take a minute, or actually more than that, if we got the time. I'm looking at my tech person. But we haven't talked about COINTEL. And COINTELPRO is vitally important for people to understand. And it's not just simply a historical thing that happened in the past, because after 9/11, COINTELPRO was transformed into the Patriot Act, which was then updated after that. But the COINTELPRO program that you hear some people talk about, and they name individuals, of which Imam Jamil Al-Amin was one of the individuals who were named, but it was broader than attacking certain Black individual leaders, such as Imam Jamil, such as Muhammad Ahmed, also known as Max Stanford, such as Elijah Muhammad. But it was about decapitating the leadership of the Black liberation movement. And so that those folks who were most engaged, or some of the folks who were most engaged in the strategy development and organization development, were no longer on the set. And as Van Johnson put it in the movie 13, he said it left the community defenseless. But that was only one of the objectives of COINTELPRO, which stands for Counterintelligence Program of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And it was in which, by the way, it was only one intelligence arm of some 17 intelligence agencies that the United States government has. And this is something that we wanted to bring out in this weekend, as we talk about the military attack against our community, against political prisoners and Imam Jamil. The other areas that the counterintelligence program aimed at, or objectives it had, was to separate the youth from the movement, to somehow keep the youth from understanding the lessons from catching the baton, to see the Black liberation movement and all the other movements against oppression as somehow separate and apart from them. Because if you remember, we said earlier that the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was led by young people. And in fact, the Black Panther Party was led by young people. I remember reading, I think it was in Safia Bukhari's book, or it was either the book on Afeni Shakur, who talked about that the unit leader, that Assata Shakur, when she joined the Black Panther Party, her unit leader, which was the person who was responsible for her development, responsible for her political education, was 16 years old. Now that's something to think about. So there was, the second objective was separating the youth from the revolution. The third objective was, or rather the fourth objective, was to cut the international ties. And so that we would see our movement as only contained by the US Constitution, that we would only see our movement within the borders, the confines, the definition that the United States put on our movement. But that was not the case, because we had already made ties with brothers and sisters in Trinidad, brothers and sisters in Haiti, brothers and sisters in Great Britain, oppressed peoples in Vietnam, oppressed peoples around the world. And we understood our movement as part of a worldwide global revolution. And that is one of the things, some of the things that the United States did not want us to understand, is that we are connected. Just as in Islam, we understand humanity and we are opposed to oppression against all humanity. You know, that we understood in that period that our revolution, our liberation movement was a part of and in alliance and in solidarity with the other liberation movements in Africa, Asia, Latin America that were around the world. And so it wasn't a thing to go to a conference in Brooklyn or in California and the person sitting next to you talking about housing, talking about water, talking about pollution might be from Trinidad, might be from Great Britain, might be from Mozambique, might be from Cuba. And we all talked, and it was And the United States saw it's to their interest to break those ties. When brothers and sisters, it's in our interest. You know, we are opposed to oppression wherever it stands, wherever it exists. And so we must rebuild those ties. Imam Jamil said, use his name to raise our level of struggle, to raise our level of worship. We have a question. Brother asked, wanted to address the brother Jihad. One of some of the things that young people need to be doing to be a part of the larger movement, to add to once the elders pass the torch, what do they need to do in order to move the struggle forward?
Right.
Lit.
Alhamdulillah, Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Appreciate the question. Well, there are, I think what's happening now, I guess is one of the interesting consequences of the COVID-19 is it has really opened up the opportunity to be connected to organizations all around the country, all around the world, because now everybody's familiar with Zoom or whatever this platform is also, and all kinds of platforms. Now, I would suggest a couple of things just pragmatically. One of the easiest things to do is to, when you're hearing a program such as the one put on here today, that you contact the organizer if you want to be directly involved in the Imam Jamil Al-Amin Action Network, for example, Jericho, for example, our friends and family MUMIA ABU-JAMAL, for example, just reaching out. And I pray that the organizations that host these programs make themselves transparently available and easy to contact, you know, because sometimes you can, you know, the organizers are hidden behind layers of a website. You can't even get to them. Who, you know, if I wanted to become involved. So we as organizations want to make sure that we make it easy for young people or anybody for that matter to be able to reach out and actually contact somebody and say, hey, I want to become involved. So we want to be mindful of how we are transparently displaying ourselves and being inviting to people. Second thing I want to suggest real quickly is that just organizing where you are. You have a group of friends, you know, you can meet over coffee and tea, or, you know, however you may do that. Coffee and tea, I'm old, but maybe a young person be doing a coffee and tea thing. But you just call a meeting amongst yourself and ask, what can we do? Start an organization, start a study group. I know when I was in the Black Panther Party, that's how we actually, I mean, we connected with the larger group out of the Bronx, but, you know, organizing locally as a 16-year-old, just hey man, this is what I'm into, check this out. We started reading Mao Zedong's quotations, Red Book, and doing these studies. We did much more studying back then. There was no superficial flipping through Instagram or something like that, actually hardcore reading and studying. But the point is that, you know, reach out to established formation or organization, and I hope those established organizations make themselves transparent and available to individuals that want to join. And secondly, you yourself in your area, you can just hook up with your friends and family that's interested, have a little session, call a meeting amongst your family, amongst friends, 4 or 5 of you, sit down. What can we do? What's going on in my area, my city? If it's nothing, just start something. Start with a bi-weekly study group or something like that. If you have some goals and objectives, I mean, that's how I would go about it. Those 2 different ways: starting something on your own locally right there and connecting, or just yourself as an individual connecting with established formations and organization that already exists, and say, hey, I want to help. Avail yourself to that. You know, hopefully there's mosque in your area that you can go to that's inviting. And hopefully there's organizations in your community that you can go to that's inviting, or you can visit the internet and do it that way, reaching out. So.
You like that?
Excuse me?
I asked Pam to add anything.
Okay.
Pam?
I can say, speaking for Pam, you could probably go to Philadelphia and stand anywhere and say, Pam Africa, I'm here.
That's right.
And somebody representing Pam or with Pam or Pam herself will come. So it's
That's
easy
right.
to connect. We got Philadelphia Jericho. We got the family friends of MUMIA ABU-JAMAL. We got Pam Akron, her beautiful husband. We have Salim Holbrook and Ghani Banga. We got so many people there already. John Africa Jr. and Michael Africa Jr. Excuse me, and many people there already in Philadelphia and New York, Jericho. There's so many places. I'm in Richmond, so hello. Maybe I won't see you there, but I'm here. I'm sorry, Pam. Go on.
You good. You hollered Pam Africa. I said, I'm here. That's right.
I've done that, and you showed up. So there.
There you are. So, you know what? The youth, the people think the youth aren't doing anything. You know, I mean, people be saying that, but you know, these webinars, you know, they wouldn't be without them. You know, they're the ones that pull all this, you know, things together. And I'm looking our website, the Jamal Journal, and that's done by young people. The mobilization to bring MUMIA home, and young people. The one from the campaign to bring MUMIA home, young people with their art and their talent. I'm telling you, when you go to our site, the petition is there. When you talk about Larry Krasner, you can push right on that name, and it'll bring up, you know, what he did. I never seen stuff like that. You know, I'm from the old school. You just sign on a line. But the young folks is key. And might I add, you know, if we have a minute, the brother Sundiata Kohli, and you know, the political prisoners, and they are sending brothers out here that Ghani and Salim, and the list goes on and on, of youth that was in the prison have come to the front line, and with the spirit, the very spirit of the brothers that taught them during the time that they were there. And what I'm saying is, I'm throwing up a strong black fist for all those brothers who had to be the mother for them, the father for them, the friend for them, somebody that can put them whole and take the insanity out their head. And I'm telling you, a lot of brothers, they give it up to the political prisoners that was there before, you know, before they came, and that are still there. But we still got to get them out. And as far as like carrying it on and passing it on, they're passing it on inside the prison, and the product is out here before us.
I want to just, that leads right into the question that someone asked. Even though I'd really like to add on to that question, but since many of the brothers are seniors, why does the state view them as such as enemies if they're in their 70s and 80s?
The threat.
Yeah, go on, Sister Pam. Go on. You first. No, you go on. Totally fine.
I'm saying, you know, because they haven't been able to break them, and all these brothers is suffering with cancer and can barely talk and everything, and they're still putting out that information despite everything that they did. They're still teaching. They are a threat to them because, you know, they're not afraid to speak out. And, you know, the power of them, you can see in the people that come from out them prisons. And those that have not come out and may not ever come out, the mindset is one that they're teaching. And also, that's my end to that, because I'll go on, you know me.
I would say the same thing as Sister Pam just said. Just the ideas, the inspiration, the motivation, and I guess, you know, needless to say, the government and the state would like to show that that if you dare step across the line with your activism, you know, you'll be in prison just like the rest of them for the rest of your life. You know, that fear thing like that. You know, all those are the reasons that Pam was saying. I guess that is it.
That's right. I agree. The thinkers, the strategizers.
And then, you know, is nothing more powerful than a source of life that have us all here and have us in different positions. Brother Jamil Al-Amin, when they put him up in, was it Florence, Colorado, and had him all those several feet below ground, and that spirit of him, you know, organized people to come out, because their intention was to have him there till the day he took his last breath. But he's out. He's out, and he's doing the things that they don't want him to do. and he did them, there. But I'm just talking about the power of the source of life, which will never betray us. And as long as when you really, really believe in that source of life, God, Allah, Mama, whatever people want to call that source of life, and is keeping us here for a reason. And I'm just proud to be a part of that reason.
Alhamdulillah.
And it's painful, and but we do see the reaps and the benefits of everything that we have gone through, and and pass it on. We are those ones that's passing it on to the next generation to continue this fight, whether we inside the prison or outside, whether we 6 feet down in Florence, Colorado. The source of life, and speaks loud for us. And this is something we've been dealing with for centuries, but we keep coming up, and I'm just proud to be a part of this program. I'm going to pass it on, and the education that's coming out of this. And you know what? This program, personalized people, because Sister Karima, and I love her, and I love her that much more, and getting to know the brothers and sisters that's a part of this. That's what these programs do as well. And bringing us together to make us feel that genuine love. And what more can I do? And I'm just proud to be here, and proud to be a part of everything that's happening here.
Sister Pam, we want to thank you so much. We just love you, and we love to be a part that you are honoring us with being with us, running with us, helping give us direction and inspiration, ideas. In the last couple of minutes, I'd like to ask yourself, Brother Jihad, give us a last closing words of wisdom, of inspiration, of guidance, of direction.
Sister Pam, you may go.
Keep it short. Never give up.
Yeah, maybe I should go.
Never give up. That's it. I'm going to be short. Never give up. And get in contact with me, JamalJournal.com.
All right. Jihad?
Yeah, I just remember Allah, however you may view the Creator in your mind, keep that attachment. Realize that when we pass, we return to Him. In Allahi and Allahi Rajiun. From Allah we came, into Him we shall return. That's maybe seem like a very simple statement, but to really embellish that and embrace that gives us a type of courage and strength in the face of oppression, in the face of violence, that will keep us motivating and moving forward. So I just want to give my prayers and praise to all you sisters and brothers who put the program on. I just wanted also to acknowledge Brother Khalid Samad, who was on earlier this morning. I heard him and all the work that those brothers and sisters are doing in the street to keep up that struggle. And may Allah reward us for our best deeds and actions. Amen.
Amen. Fear none but Allah. We want to thank Pam, Africa, Brother Russell Schultz III, Brother Jihad ABDUL-MUMIT, for that education, for inspiration. Sister Noam Hamani. Oh, okay, I didn't hear her. Okay. Sister Noah Harmony, who wasn't here today. We didn't hear her voice, but she was here. We want to thank her as well as the brothers and sisters who spoke earlier today. We will be moving on to a break. And during this break, from now until 4 o'clock, we will be running a tape of a sermon or khutbah by Imam Isa Abdul Karim out of Roosevelt, New York, Masjid Taha. A very powerful message for Muslims and beyond. After that, the panel will be internationalizing our struggle with Brother El-Hajj MAURI SAALAKHAN, Brother Bilal Sunni Ali, Brother JALIL MUNTAQUIN. And that panel from 4 to 6 will wrap it up for this evening. Thank you so much.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم كذلك فعل الذين من قبلهم فهل على الرسول إلى البالغ مبين. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful. And so did those who went before them. But what is the mission of the messenger but to preach the clear message? Now, I'm going to try to condense this khutbah because I started late. But this ayat is indicative of the fact, and it has strong inference in relationship to the difference between the periods, or what we should understand or what we should know as al-Asa al-Nubuwah, which is the time of the Prophet alayhi wassalatu salam. And during that time, it was split up into two different periods. And you had the period of Mecca or al-Makki, and there was the period of al-Madina or al-Madani, the period of Medina. And the importance of understanding the difference is as important in terms of understanding the proper context in which we recite the Quran, we read the Quran, and the proper context in which we read and recite the hadiths. Because sometimes, because of our lack of understanding the difference between the two periods, we tend to mix up ayats and we tend to mix up hadiths. We take them out of context because we fail to realize that there's a difference between Rasulullah alayhi wa salatu salam when he was among the society in Mecca, as opposed to Rasulullah alayhi wa salatu salam when he was among the society in Medina. What is the difference? This is why this ayat is so important. Because the ayat states here, particularly the last portion of it, it says, but what is the mission of the messenger but to preach the clear message, giving a clear indication that Rasulullah alayhi wa salatu salam, as the messenger, came under the category of what we refer to as the theoretical authority. Theoretical authority meaning that he only was responsible for giving you counsel. He was only responsible for giving you advice. He was only responsible for the deliverance of the message. But that in terms of the responsibility in relationship to being the Amir, that responsibility was not there. It was only when after the Bay'at at Aqaba, particularly the second Bay'at, that the whole concept of authority changed. And that's why it's important to understand the two periods. Because the Bay'at marked the beginning of the Medina period. And in the Medina period, the Prophet ﷺ was no longer a theoretical authority, but he became the Amir. What's the difference? Theoretical authority, he only has the right to advise you. He only has the right to counsel you. He only has the responsibility to deliver the message. But now he becomes the Amir, and as the position that he takes as the Amir, you must hear and obey in times of whether you like it, in times of whether you dislike it. So it's important that we understand that. Because as Muslims, particularly Muslims who live in America, we tend to lump it all into one package. And we confuse certain things. We confuse certain ayats. We confuse certain hadiths based upon the fact that we don't understand the difference between the two periods. I'll give you an illustration. Because what takes place when we do that is that we find ourselves in positions where we interfere in the administrative aspect under the position of the Amir, and we give it the similitude as if it is still dealing with the theoretical authority that was dealt with in Mecca, understanding that there's two different societies there. And so when we come in conflict with that and we confuse that, then some things take place. One of those things is we tend to usurp the leadership, and we tend to emasculate those brothers who have given the bay'ah. And why do I say that? Because any brother who gives bay'ah and then has the intentions of fulfilling that bay'ah, that is a brother that has exemplified the concept of manhood, because it takes a man to fulfill your bay'ah. It really does. It takes a man to hear and obey in times of whether you like it, in times of whether you dislike it. And I'll go even a step further. It takes a man to hear and obey in times of whether you dislike it. Because the discipline, the discipline of controlling your nafs, of being able to restrain your nafs and adhere to the command based upon the fact of two things. One, the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not the fear of the man. It was the fear of the man, you in the shirk. But it's the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in addition to the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is the manhood under which you display that says that you are about to keep your word. And sometimes it is very hard to do that. So that takes manhood. In relationship to usurping the position, I have to go back to particular ayats or particular hadiths, I should say. And there's one hadith that we quote often, and this is in relationship to brotherhood. The question is, what brotherhood? Are we talking about the brotherhood in Mecca, the society of Mecca, or are we talking about the brotherhood in Medina? And this hadith states that Rasulullah alayhi wassalatu salam was reported as saying that the Muslim is he to whom other Muslims are safe from their hands and their tongue. And the Prophet alayhi wassalatu salam, he went on to say that to speak illy against your brother is an outrage, and to strike him is an act of kufar. This is a well-known hadith. And this hadith is in relationship to brotherhood. But then there is another hadith. And sometimes brothers can get confused between the two hadiths because it might appear that it contradicts one another. And in this hadith, Rasulullah alayhi wassalatu salam is reported as saying that you should hear and obey the Amir even if he puts his hands on you. Even if he strikes you, if he beats you, you have to adhere to the command of the Amir. And the reason why this can be confusing, because remember the Prophet ﷺ said that a Muslim to put his hand on another Muslim is an act of kufar. So it sounds as if the Prophet ﷺ is condoning the Amir to commit an act of kufar and telling you that you must do, hear and obey. You can get confused there if you don't understand the difference between the societies that you're talking about. If you don't understand the difference between the Meccan society, under which the Prophet ﷺ was Rasulullah ﷺ, and being that he was the theoretical authority. In other words, he didn't have the right of command. He had the right to advise you. He had the mission of advising you, of counseling you, of giving you the message. But then when you get into the Medina society, remember again with the bay'ah, he was given the responsibility and the power to command you in times of whether you like it, in times of whether you dislike it. So understanding the true significance of these societies is important in relationship to these two hadiths. Now I'm going to give you an example. There is another tradition that relates the story. And this is in relationship to Rasulullah alayhi wassalatu salam as he was sitting amongst his wives. And his wives were pressuring him. They wanted some materialistic gain. As of course, we know that our women often do. And as they were pressuring him about this materialistic gain, Umar radiallahu anhu walked in. And immediately the wives of the Prophet alayhi wassalatu salam, they got up and they ran out. When they ran out, Umar turned to Rasulullah alayhi wassalatu salam and asked him, why did they do that? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said to Umar, he said, they fear you. And Umar said to him, Ya Rasulullah, alayhi wa salatu salam, they should have fear more to you than to me. And the Prophet, alayhi wa salatu salam, he said to Umar that if you were walking down the road and Shaitan was coming up that same road in the opposite direction, he said that the Shaitan would get out of your way. Indicating something very, very special. Because when we go on between the relationship with Rasulullah alayhi wa salatu salam and Umar, we find that even though they had no contention with each other, there was no agreement about the ideology, which is what you learn in the society of Mecca. The Prophet ﷺ did not always agree with Umar's methodology, because Umar was very physical. He liked to grab brothers. He liked to, put his hands on them. And so therefore, that was what won him the reputation of being feared. But the fear wasn't actually the fear of him as much as it was that Umar would make sure that people would adhere to this deen, even if he had to physically put his hands on them. And the Prophet ﷺ was known for correcting Umar. Umar, don't be so rough. Don't be so hard on them, Umar. But you find that in this hadith that I just related, in relationship to Umar coming in on the wives of the Prophet ﷺ, and then the statement that the Prophet ﷺ made to Umar that if you're coming down one road and the Shaitan is coming up the other road, the Shaitan will get out of your way, was an acknowledgement of that Rasulullah ﷺ, even though may have disagreed with the methodology, he understood that it was effective, that it worked. And that was an acknowledgement of that. But still, there's disagreement in methodology. And we know that the best example is Rasulullah ﷺ himself. And so I give you another similitude. And this is dealing with the Battle of Tabuk. When the Romans invaded Tabuk, the command came down from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, calling the Prophet ﷺ to rouse the believers, to get them ready to prepare to go to war. And some of the believers did not go because of materialistic gain, because the command came down during the harvest season. And therefore they knew that if they had left and they went to war with Rasulullah ﷺ, they might blow maybe a whole year's worth of crop and therefore lose out on their economics. And when the Prophet ﷺ came back, he did something very profound, because we're talking about really treason here. Remember what the Bay'ah says. They hear and obey in times whether you like it, in times whether you dislike it. Well, this was obviously a time when they disliked it, but they did not hear and obey. At a time when you're talking about going to war, so in reality, the Prophet ﷺ had a case of treason against them. And Allah knows best how Umar radiallahu anhu would have dealt with that situation. But Rasulullah ﷺ, he came back, and the way he dealt with it was different with the way that Umar deals with his situation. He didn't put his hands on them. He didn't subject them to any type of harsh treatment physically, but rather he refused to speak to them. He excommunicated them with his voice and with his actions. He acted like they weren't even there. And the rest of the community followed up on what he did. And they excommunicated him. They wouldn't talk to him. And their wives excommunicated them. They refused to talk to him. Everybody refused to talk to him. And they did not know whether this was going to be permanently or temporarily. And they went crazy. I mean, they literally went crazy, begging the Prophet ﷺ. It was more harsh on them than if Omar had grabbed them and threw them against the wall and whipped up on them. The feeling of being excommunicated, that the community boycotted them. That's what they did. They boycotted them. They turned away from him and refused to talk to them, had such an effect on them that they were begging for forgiveness. We see that the difference in the style, the difference in the methodology. The Prophet ﷺ had a different personality than Omar. So we see the difference. Now, why is this important? Because when you take the bay'ah to the Amir, then the Amir has all these things at his disposal. It means that if you take any of these things from his disposal, then you restrict his arsenal. His arsenal meaning his ability to deal with certain situations in different ways. And that ability comes from what we refer to as statutory law. Yes, we have statutory law in the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Statutory meaning that all those under that statute set a precedence, and that precedence can be followed by those who come behind him and inherit the office of the Amir. In this case, of course, it is Rasulullah ﷺ #1 precedence. But there's also other precedents. There's the precedence of the Khalifa to Rashid. There's the precedence of Abu Bakr. There's the precedence of Umar. There's the precedence of Uthman. There's the precedence of Ali. They're not called a Khalifa to Rashid for nothing. It means that they are the rightly guided Khalifas. And therefore, what their actions as the Amir has precedence. And therefore, anyone following that path as an Amir, they can use that precedence. They don't have to necessarily go with the precedence of Rasulullah ﷺ. They can go with Abu Bakr. They can go with Umar. Give you an illustration. People come to me all the time, and they want to know about what they refer to as talaqul bid'ah. And talaqul bid'ah is the pronouncement of 3 talaqs in a row. The first thing I tell them is that Rasulullah ﷺ, he hated that talaq. In fact, one tradition relates that after a brother ﷺ that did talaqul bid'ah, he threw his hands up and he said, "Oh, I wish that these people would stop playing with their religion." But the talaq stands. The talaq stands based upon 2 things. It is based upon the fact that we understand the difference between opinions, even with Rasulullah ﷺ and Umar. Because under Rasulullah ﷺ, his position might be different. But under Umar, his position was the same. And I'll give you an example in terms of talaq. Under Umar's caliphship, whenever someone divorced their wife for the 3rd time, then the talaq stood. Even if they were angry. But during the Amir of Rasulullah ﷺ, he didn't accept it. If they were angry, the Prophet ﷺ wouldn't accept it. So the Amir has an arsenal. He can accept it or he can reject it. He can reject it based on Rasulullah ﷺ in the position that he took, that he never accepted a talaq that was done out of anger. Or he could reject it and say, hey, you know, he can reject that and say, I'm accepting the talaq based upon the position of Umar radiallahu anhu. He has that arsenal. So it's very important that we don't restrict the arsenal and that we make sure that in the society of Medina, everyone has a responsibility. And I'm going to try to summarize this and bring it on around, because as I said, I started the khutbah very late. One of the things that we have to begin to realize as Muslims is that in order for us to improve, and I'm talking primarily to the Black, African American, indigenous Muslim in America, if we want to improve, we have to begin to approach our situation and our circumstances from a position of being objective as opposed to being subjective. Because when we approach it from a position of being subjective, it's always individuals pointing fingers at one another. But when we look at it from a position of being objective, then we begin to realize and understand that sometimes it's not as easy to be able to point the finger at an individual as opposed to realizing that in order for this thing to work, everybody must play their role. And if everybody is not playing their role, then everybody becomes responsible, even for the individual who is not playing their role. That's how the society works. Until we begin to understand that and take that responsibility for one another, then we'll find our situation where we're under certain circumstances, where we're pointing fingers at one another, and that's very easy, but we're not getting anything done. There's nothing that's being said. In closing, I received a text this morning from the National Security Director of the New Dar Islamic Movement. And I'm saying this for a reason. In the text, he called a red alert, and he has the authority to do that. And the red alert was based on the circumstances and the situations that have been taking place throughout the country. He also sent the red alert to different massages. So most likely, if you're not here at Juma, and there's no mechanism that you're listening to hear what I'm saying, you might not become aware of this red alert. Now, this is important, because this is some of the first pieces that are being put together in terms of administration. And administration is a sign of legislation. It means that there's some government going on. However small it may be, there is some government that is taking place. People are beginning to work on behalf of the Muslims. But as they work on behalf of the Muslims, we have to understand the rules and regulations that come along with that. And that is why I point out the significance of understanding the difference between the society in Mecca and the society in Medina. Because if you look at the last ayats in Surah Al-Anfal, we find that the society in Medina, when they did not make the hijrah, they were denied certain things. Yes, they had the support of the Muslims in relationship to faith, in relationship to religion. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says this in the Quran. But they were denied the waliyah. Waliyah meaning the protection. That they could not receive the protection until they came out of the society of Kufa and began to enter the society of Dar Islam. And here's something that's very significant. Because I was reading this morning in relationship to the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he says, La ikrah fi din. There's no compulsion in religion. And you hear it all the time. Brothers run that, particularly when they don't, they don't want to fulfill their responsibility. That's the first thing they say is, La ikrah fi din. There's no compulsion in religion. They forget all about the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, a'udhu bil uqud. Oh, you believe, fulfill all your responsibilities. They forget about that. And again, sometimes it comes into conflict when we don't understand the significance of understanding the Medina period as opposed to the period of the society that existed in Mecca. And so I'm reading this ayat, and I decided to go back to look at the ayat, and I find that this ayat, of course, is in Surah Al-Baqarah, and that's a Medina ayat, Medina period, Medina society, which caused me now to look at the tafsir on this, and I found a very interesting tafsir this morning. The tafsir of this was that this was in relationship to those people who were like Jews and Christians, and they weren't Muslim, they were of another religion, who wanted to come into the system of Dar-Islam. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was saying, La ikra fi din, that there's no compulsion in religion. In other words, you can come into the system of Dar-Islam and still maintain your religion. You're not compelled to become a Muslim, which is very interesting. Because when you look at the rights that the Jews and the Christians had under the system of Dar-Islam, we find that there were probably more rights than the Muslims had who continued to live in the society of Mecca, living in the society of the Kuffar. Therefore, they were denied the right of the waliyah, the protection, particularly if it was against a treaty or those who were living in Dar-Islam had a treaty with. So if they had a treaty with the Jews and the Christians, and the Jews and the Christians had problems with the Muslims who lived in Dar-Kufa, then the Muslims who were living in Dar-Islam could not help them. I mean, that's amazing. That is a concept that goes beyond a lot of us unless we sit down and we study the whole aspect of those two periods. Unless we study what they refer to as al-Asr al-Nubuwah, the time of the Prophet ﷺ, as it splits up between the period of Mecca and the period of Medina. Now, let me bring it on back around what I'm talking about. Very soon, I firmly believe that organizations, local organizations, regional organizations, national organizations, that communities, local communities, regional communities, national communities are going to have to come together. And either they're going to come together under the category of Ba'ath, one leadership, one Amir, or they'll come together as Rasulullah ﷺ did it in terms of networking in relationship to treaties. And so as these groups come together under treaties, those Muslims who don't have an Amir, they will be in a very, very precarious situation. And I want to make that clear, because people will come to me and they'll say, well, you know, so-and-so is over there, and, you know, they need a whole group of brothers to go over there and fight on their behalf. And I have an option. I may decide to do it, or I may say, hey, well, you know, they're not in there. There's no treaty. And so therefore, I don't have the responsibility. If Muslims don't understand the concept of these two periods, immediately they'll begin to respond and say, but you're supposed to respond to them because they're Muslim. This is why we have to go through this study, this research, begin to understand how this takes place. Because it was very surprising to me when I found that people living as a citizen under Dar-Islam, even if they were Jews and Christians, could have more right to the waliyah, to protection, than those Muslims who were living under Dar-Kufa, even though they were Muslims. Again, when we begin to understand that and we begin to put it in its proper perspective, then we'll find that we begin to understand the importance of the organization under government. And that is what's been taking place today when the national director of security put that out. And he sent it out to the different masajids, according to what he told me. He will be sending it out. But it's in terms of, you know, the invitation for interaction, the invitation for treaties. That somewhere along the line we need to sit down and we need to have treaties so we can get each other's back. But it's not applicable to the everyday Muslim who does not have any kind of connection with any kind of community. Because it comes in the category in which Rasulullah ﷺ said that he who separates from the united body dies the death of kufr. So you got to be connected, brother, with somebody. Because eventually, if this thing is going the way that it looks like it's going, it will automatically begin to bring the communities together. Again, as they'll come together either under one leadership or one amir, or they'll come together under treaties. And as they begin to do that, the treaties in terms of mutual protection, mutual support, working together, those who are, as we used to say, floaters, who have no allegiance one way or another, could find themselves in a position where they are left out. And if that happens, then again, don't take the subjective position and start pointing the fingers at imams or certain brothers, but look at it from an objective position, and that is that you need to get under the system of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala strengthen us and help us in our endeavor.
So my point here is that Imam Jamil Al-Amin's case as an icon and an activist from the 60s to an imam who has bayat from other imams, who, as the brother pointed out, has other imams who consider him their leader. You know, I talked about this last night on the radio, and I talked about how in the 1980s and the 1970s, Islam was the largest, fastest growing religion in the United States. It was the fastest growing religion in the United States. And a lot of people don't know that there was a movement right here in New York on the East Coast that the brother referred to, the Dar es Salaam movement. They had thousands of young black men and women in it, thousands, who had turned to Islam at a crucial point when COINTELPRO had succeeded in destroying and fracturing the movement. And there was no movements for them to join. And they turned to Islam, and they turned to Islam for much of the same reasons that we all turn to Islam. Because Islam gave us a higher understanding of what human sacrifice and struggle was really about. And as the Imam pointed out, and as he said, there are countless quotes in the Quran that urge us to stand up for the oppressed. O ye who believe, who will stand up for the oppressed and the afflicted if not you? You are the best evolved of mankind. Who will defend the oppressed if not you? So when we look at Imam Jamil in prison and the fact that he went to prison and took his shahada. He went to prison and took his shahada. And the person that gave him his shahada was Noah Abdul-Qayyum, a Black Liberation Army member. And all the time that he was in prison, the fear of the prison authorities was that the Muslims in prison were going to influence the rest of the prisoners and that we were basically BLA and Black Panthers in disguise, using Islam as a cover. There's brothers sitting in this room that pounded the big yard with me. And we used to sit up in San Corey Mosque. There's some of them sitting right here. Some of them sitting right over there with the Imam. They know what I'm saying is true. They know what I'm saying. Long before 9/11, Muslims were a target in America. But the Muslims that were a target were of African ancestry. The box was full of Muslims. And one of the reasons that they feared Muslims in the prison is the same reason they fear Muslims overseas. And they had to divide them. Because the Muslims in prison stood together. If you attacked one of us, you attacked all of us. And you had brothers like Imam Jamil and Baba Noah, who were beloved by other prisoners. Prisoners would go to the box for 2 and 3 years if you talked to Noah in a rude fashion. They would take your head off. This is how much they loved these brothers. So what I'm trying to say to you is the fear that the brother pointed out of Muslims coming out of prison and becoming involved in struggle is a very real fear that this government has. And it's had this fear since the days that they understood that Islam was becoming a rising force in the African community. And so wherever we turn today, the geopolitics of American foreign policy and domestic policy pivots around the repression of Muslims at this juncture in history. And why is that?
I don't think we... The Prophet ﷺ has said, never petition Allah for armed combat, but when it comes, be patient. Never petition, never pray to Allah for armed combat, never pray for war, but when it comes, be patient. And so therefore he gives us those tools that enables us to practice sabra, to develop sabra, prayer, fasting, charity.
See, it's no in between. You're either free or you're a slave. There's no such thing as second-class citizenship.
If we go to YouTube and search H. Rap Brown, I don't think there's anyone, I think his performance was unparalleled. After, he became Imam Jamil, we know the tremendous work that was done.
We seek refuge in Allah from a knowledge that is not useful, from a heart in which there is no remembrance, from a prayer that is unanswerable, from a tongue that is not truthful, and from a soul that is ungrateful.
I don't think we either know or we give the proper appreciation for the work that Imam Jamil, even before embracing Islam in 1971. Imam Jamil was one of the most fearless individuals that they had ever met. African-American men said that they found their manhood. They found how to express their manhood in the face of conflict because of the example and the words of Imam Jamil. The loss for almost the last 20 years that the Muslim community has suffered is a loss that has been, to a certain degree, suffered by the non-Muslim community as well. Even after this bogus conviction, he's still not able to publicly speak about the situation.
Now it's time to kind of scrub that clean and get him back to, the position of reverence that he deserves to be in, because he's done so much for us at this point as an ummah and as Black people. or they understand the power of his words, you know, to move people to whatever action. You know, that's the reason why he's in federal custody at this moment. It's because, you know, they put the leader of the Aryan nation in a cell next to him, and they got to talking, and he took shahada. So,
that's true.
you know, after that, they were like, okay, federal custody, solitary, we don't have time for this, and we can't let you speak to anybody. But they knew that, you know, all the way back in the trial. So the current gag order is an unofficial gag order. Basically, it's just if you request an interview, they're gonna say no. And the most pervasive thing in all of this is that since before day one of the trial, the guy who did it said, I did it.
That you had committed a murder and were involved in the shooting of a cop in March of 2000 in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
All right. You weren't arrested for it, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
In fact, another person was tried and convicted.
Jamil Al-Amin, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the trial, they cheated time and time again. And when I say cheated, I mean cheated. From faulty ballistics, the lady who did the ballistics in our trial, who was, you know, hired by the state, she was fired from her job because she did faulty ballistics. The ballistics don't match. The description matches the guy who confessed. They said the man who shot these police officers was wounded. The guy who confessed was wounded. My father wasn't wounded. And so then all of a sudden the blood that was found on the scene, they couldn't find a match because it didn't match the imam. All the way to the constitutional violation. They violated his constitutional rights a few times, but the most prominent one was they did a mock cross-examination where they asked him questions in the closing argument and then answered the questions for him to the jury after he exercised his right not to testify, because we believe that they didn't present a strong enough case that warranted him to have to testify. We proved that he didn't do it. It's just so many things that happened in this one trial. I mean, we have all these other things listed out and we want them to review that as well. But it's like, hey, look, this guy, Otis Jackson, he's sitting in prison in Florida. He's telling you he did it. He's been telling you he did it. We have three affidavits from him. We have him on video. We have handwritten like every kind of confession you can possibly get from a guy, he gave us. So it's like, what do y'all want? Like, if nothing else, we deserve a new trial, but realistically, let the imam go. Like, let him go. Look, this isn't even in line with the man we know and love and have this respect for. If nothing else, he's told you he didn't do this.
And verily, man has been created into toil and struggle, that it is a part and parcel of the development that you encounter in this life, that you must struggle. So therefore, in this sense, the best struggle, the best way to be able to struggle deals with following the guide.
On the move. It's been 2 years now into the Obama administration. And despite the hopes of millions who voted for him, the wars are getting worse, not better. The Obama administration is engaged in more predator attacks than the Bush administration, and there are rumblings for a war with Iran. Meanwhile, the anti-war movement has been quiescent, as if Obama bombs are somehow better than Bush bombs. Isn't it time to heighten the anti-war movement? War poisons everything, for the state expands its reach and powers through war. Now is the time. Now is the season. Anti-imperialism is the perfect reason. Iraq, Afghanistan were false wars for oil, and it's about time to bring the anti-war movement to a boil. These wars aren't against foreign countries. They're against you, your jobs, your communities, your schools, your civil liberties. These wars have resulted in so-called black sites, secret prisons, torture, extraordinary rendition, attacks on Arab Americans and American Muslims, equally under Bush and Obama. They have bankrupted
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. My brothers and sisters in Islam, friends of the human rights struggle in America, I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for blessing me to be here on this auspicious day. To the Rashidun Islamic Center here in Washington, D.C., to the many support committees, coalitions, and organizations in defense of the many political prisoners and prisoners of war in America, I salute you and greet you in our traditional greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I also want to express a very special note of thanks to those on the ground here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, for the work they put into this weekend conference that began yesterday, continues now on this Saturday and on into tomorrow. It concludes tomorrow, inshallah. I don't know about you, but this for me has been a very welcomed and thought-provoking conference. Brothers and sisters, after Salatul Dhuhr today, I opened the Quran that was on the shelf near where I was sitting, and the page that I opened the Quran up to was Surah 7, Chapter 7, Al-Araf, the 34th ayah or verse of the Quran that reads, in translation, to every people is a term appointed. When their term is reached, not an hour can they cause delay, nor an hour can they advance in its anticipation. My habit, more often than not, is when I am going to read the Quran, I just open it up. And wherever I open the Quran up, I mean, if I'm not looking for something specific, or if it's not the month of Ramadan and I'm following, you know, a regular pattern of reading for the month of Ramadan, if it's just any other day and I don't have anything specific in mind, I will open the Quran, and wherever I open it up, you know, it's for me, this is the message that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted to impress upon my heart and mind for the day. SubhanAllah, here at the Islamic Center in Washington, D.C., our Rashidun, again, I open the Quran to the 7th surah or chapter of the Quran. My vision immediately went to the 34th ayah or verse, which again reads in translation, To every people is a term appointed. When their term is reached, not an hour can they cause delay, nor an hour can they advance in its anticipation. Inshallah ta'ala, I'm going to come back to this at the end. I am here on this international segment of this weekend conference on political prisoners in America, and specifically Muslim political prisoners, to talk about a prisoner who I have spent an enormous amount of time giving my attention to, and that is the prisoner known as Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. Those of you who know your brother SAALAKHAN, you know that I am someone who is concerned about all of our political prisoners, all of them, and not just Muslim political prisoners. I'm concerned about political prisoners across the board, but with an extra special emphasis on Muslim political prisoners, and within that realm, with an extra special emphasis on two political prisoners, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui and Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. Why? Because these two political prisoners represent more than any other, in my humble opinion, a litmus test for Muslims and non-Muslims who are sincerely committed to issues of justice in America. They are a litmus test. Our political prisoners and prisoners of war don't receive the level of attention that they should. And this is one of the reasons why so many of us, both here in America and abroad, are catching hell. There's a verse in the Quran that reads, in translation, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is within themselves. There was a man in history known as Niccolo Machiavelli, who wrote a book that is considered to be one of the classics. It's a book that is studied at leading colleges and universities around the world. The Prince. In that book, Machiavelli, who lived during the 15th century and was one of the leading advisors of the rulers, the princes and kings and other monarchs of his age. One of the things that he advised the monarchs of was that there are two ways of fighting. One is with arms and the other with law. What we have seen here in the United States of America and in other parts of the world, in all of the leading quote-unquote Western democracies and all of the leading countries and the third world countries around the world, is how law is used as a weapon of war. Our political prisoners, our prisoners of war, are an example of this. And it's very important for us to emphasize the fact that we have political prisoners in the United States of America, because this is a country that likes to boast of its democracy. It is a country that likes to present the idea, which is a false idea, that political prisoners only exist in other countries, in other parts of the world. We don't have those kinds of issues in the United States, when in fact we do. And we have always had these issues from the very birth of this country. We have always had these deep-seated contradictions. The thrust of my presentation today, in addition to sharing with those who don't know who Aafia Siddiqui is and reminding those who do, is to emphasize for my Muslim brethren especially the sacred responsibility we have according to the Quran and Sunnah and the seerah of our Islam, and the seerah of our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the responsibility that we have. It's a responsibility that cannot be ignored. Because to ignore this responsibility, we do so at our own peril. Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, like Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, her living nightmare began in the month of March. For Imam Jamil, it was March 16th, 2000, the night before Eid al-Adha. For Aafia Siddiqui, it was March 30th, 31st, 2003, 3 years later. And you know, there's something about this month of March, because in that same month of March, on March 16th, 2003, we also had the assassination, the deliberate murder in broad daylight of a young American woman, a non-Muslim woman with a big heart, just 23 years old, Rachel Corrie, who was in occupied Palestine attempting to stop the demolition of a Palestinian family's home, when an Israeli soldier operating one of those specially made American bulldozers in broad daylight, in the presence of witnesses, deliberately ran over her and crushed her body. This coming Sunday, inshallah ta'ala, tomorrow, we will be in our weekly broadcast out of Johannesburg, South Africa. We will be talking about Rachel Corrie. But getting back to Imam Jamil and Aafia Siddiqui, and specifically Aafia Siddiqui, again, all three of these tragedies took place in the month of March. Aafia Siddiqui came to the United States at the tender age of 18. She came here from Karachi, Pakistan. Brilliant, full of all kinds of promise. She did her freshman year at the University of Houston in Texas. And by the end of her freshman year, she had acquired a full scholarship to MIT. She went off to MIT in Boston, graduated from there with honors, went from MIT to Brandeis University, two of the leading Ivy League universities in the world. She graduated again with honors, with a PhD in cognitive neuroscience. But it was more than her academic prowess that distinguished Aafia Siddiqui, far more. What distinguished Aafia Siddiqui was her heart and her mind, her soul. For in addition to being this academic scholar, she was also and is, because she is still alive, a shell of her former self, but she is still alive, a hafida of Quran. For those of you not familiar with this term, a hafida of Quran is a female Muslima, or a female woman. The male is the hafiz, who memorized the entire Quran from beginning to end. She is a hafida of Quran. This is what propelled the work that she did outside of her academics. During the time that she was a student at MIT, excuse me, a student first at the University of Houston, and then on to MIT, and then on to Brandeis. Not only was Aafia known for her academic prowess, she was also known for her extracurricular activity. She was a sister who was committed to dawah, and she was also committed to humanitarian relief. During the Bosnian crisis, one of the most powerful and effective organizing voices in the greater Boston area was this young student by the name of Aafia Siddiqui. She was the one that was most responsible, I was told, for galvanizing the entire greater Boston community to respond to the humanitarian requisites that emanated from that crisis as a communal force. Aafia Siddiqui was also known at that time for delivering books, Qurans and books of hadith and other books and materials to men and women who were locked up in jails and prisons in the greater Boston area. She was known for the halakas that she would organize, not only to teach non-Muslims Islam, but also to teach new Muslims to Islam, their deen, their religion. She was a dynamic force. And it was because of this dynamism that Aafia Siddiqui, after the tragedy of 9/11, became a person of suspicion, simply because she had been so active, in addition to being this brilliant student. She came under a very sharp and menacing microscope, first of certain groups, especially certain Zionist groups in the greater Boston area. And those groups are very powerful. They're very influential in Boston. I'll never forget some years ago when I was in Boston for one of the annual conferences of the, subhanAllah, I forgot the name of the organization that begins with an S. They do this annual conference on on Zionism and the occupation of Palestine every year. Anyway, I'll never forget how the late South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu was the keynote speaker for the 3-day conference this year that I attended. I'll never forget the tremendous, in terms of numbers, demonstration that was held outside of the church, one of the oldest churches in the United States of America, the Old South Church. It goes all the way back to America's revolutionary days, the Old South Church. He was the keynote speaker, South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And they were outside demonstrating not only against the conference, but against him, saying some terrible things. And this was a demonstration that had been spearheaded, had been organized by the Christian and Jewish Zionists in Greater Boston. I saw up close and personal how influential and powerful of a voice they were in the socio-political construct of this metropolitan area. Aafia Siddiqui came under that microscope of criticism and denunciation as well. And then, subhanAllah, ultimately, it culminated with, after she had left the United States After she had completed her studies, in 2002, she goes back home to Karachi, Pakistan. One would think that if she was such of concern to the U.S. government, that concern would have dissipated after she left the country, but that was not the case. You're a little loud, brothers. She was, you would think that it was, you know, it had dissipated, but it wasn't. It followed her all the way back to Karachi. And within months of her return home, this woman who had married while she was in the United States, had given birth to 2 children, American-born citizens, her 2 oldest children, and was pregnant with a 3rd. 6 months after she delivered her youngest child, in March of 2003, she gets into a taxi cab. The taxi cab is on its way to the airport. She's going to visit a maternity. It was either on its way to the airport, or the taxi was going to drive her from Karachi to Islamabad. One of the other. But anyway, she never made it outside of Karachi. The taxi was stopped. She was forcibly removed along with her children, one age 6, 4, and 6 months. And then they disappeared. They disappeared from March of 2003, and she did not reappear until the summer of 2008 in Afghanistan. And when she reappeared there in a weakened and disheveled state, it was after she had been secretly held and tortured for years, and they basically released her to set her up to be killed. Before everything ended, at that fateful moment in her history, her personal history, Aafia Siddiqui had been shot by an American soldier. She didn't die. On the insistence of Afghan soldiers and police personnel on her getting treatment, they helivaced her to where she could get emergency treatment, and then in violation of international law and Afghan sovereignty, they removed her from Afghan territory, brought her back to the United States, rehabilitated her just enough to put her on trial. And what masqueraded as a trial about 2 years later, in 2010, a little less than 2 years later, in February of 2010, after this kangaroo trial ended, Aafia Siddiqui, the only person who ended up being wounded that day, who had been charged with attempting, had to come up with a story to justify her being shot, claimed that one of the American soldiers in this crowded room filled with soldiers, FBI and Afghan police and what have you, one of the soldiers laid down his M4 rifle, and she came charging through the curtain, from behind the curtain, picked it up off the floor and took the safety off of it and tried to shoot her way out of captivity. This was the lie they came up with. And as the French philosopher Voltaire said, those who can make us believe absurdities can also cause us to commit atrocities. And this is what that sham of a trial was. It was an atrocity. And now this Muslim woman, this Hafida of Quran, this graduate of MIT and Brandeis, is in her 18th year of political imprisonment as a prisoner of war in the country that likes to call itself the land of liberty and justice for all. This is a litmus test. This is a litmus test for anyone and everyone who claims to believe in the lie that America is a land of liberty, freedom, and equality for all. Aafia Siddiqui, Imam Jamil, Abdullah, AL-AMIN, MUMIA, ABU-JAMAL, Leonard Peltier, and so many others challenge that lie. The existence of the largest penal system in the world challenges that lie. I want to conclude with a very direct challenge to my Muslim brethren and a direct challenge to non-Muslims who claim to be people of truth, people of justice, people of conscience, people who view themselves as being this way. I don't care whether you fall under the political label liberal, moderate, or conservative. This is a challenge to you, but it's even more so a challenge to my Muslim brethren, and especially prominent Muslim leaders in America, prominent Muslim organizations in America, the national organizations. And also a challenge to my Pakistani American brothers and sisters. Whether you are Muslim or not, we have a tendency oftentimes to give ourselves over to tribalism. We live in a very tribalistic world. So I want to appeal to the tribalistic tendencies of my Pakistani brothers and sisters, given the fact that this is a Pakistani woman. I opened with that verse from the Quran that spoke about, how when a people's appointed term is reached, there's nothing or no one that can accelerate it or slow it down. We are right now in a global pandemic. This global pandemic is a punishing wake-up call for the world. America, again, the land that likes to present itself as the land of liberty and justice for all, the land of freedom. It has been the epicenter of this pandemic almost from day one. It is the epicenter of the pandemic. And despite all of the political maneuverings that are taking place by politicians, especially on the far right, the conservative Trump supporting politicians who want to see this pandemic from their rear view mirror of their scope, pretend that it is dissipating. The science says otherwise. This pandemic is going to be with us for a while, and nobody knows except for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when it will end and how it will end and what the ultimate consequence of it will be. But one of the things that we know from the Quran is that no calamity occurs, and this is what this is. We are right now immersed in a calamity. No calamity occurs except by the permission of Allah. This is what Allah makes very clear in the Quran. No calamity occurs except by the permission of Allah. There's another verse in the Quran that reads, corruption has appeared on the land and on the sea on account of what men's hands have wrought. Allah will make them taste a part of what they have done so that they might return. Think about those words. To my Muslim brethren, our beloved Prophet said, when you see an evil action, you must change it with your hand. If you cannot do so with your tongue, the jihad of the tongue. If you cannot do so, detest it within your heart, and that is the weakest degree of faith. Our beloved Prophet also said one of the greatest jihads is to speak truth to a governing authority that has deviated from the right way. This is something we can do in America. And this is something that we should be doing. To the national Muslim organizations, to the Council on American Islamic Relations, to the Islamic Society of North America, to the Islamic Circle of North America, to the Muslim Political Action Committee, to MAS, the Muslim American Society, and yes, even to MANA, but although MANA, alhamdulillah, this past month, you know, it in February, it did a phenomenal a conference, a teleconference, webinar on Imam Jamil Abdul-Amin. That was a good restart for MANA. Don't forget your sister Aafia Siddiqui. And to all of the other major organizations and the various Islamic leadership councils of different major cities in New York City, in Washington, D.C., in Atlanta, Georgia, especially in the major cities, the Shura councils in these various places. You have a responsibility to not ignore any political prisoner, but especially your own. And especially female political prisoners. They represent a very special category of political prisoners. And this is very clear in Islamic law. Very clear. When the Treaty of Hudaybiyah was signed and agreed to during the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and as part of that treaty, those Muslims who escaped from the non-Muslim controlled territory of Mecca, they had to be returned, but not the women. If a woman made it into Medina, into Al-Medina, she was not to be returned. Special category of person. Aafia is a special category of political prisoner that we have a special obligation to, and we have ignored that obligation 18 years too long. It's time to stop. Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is within themselves. And the last thing I want to say is this. I want to advise my Muslim brethren who have, in my humble opinion, and I'm not alone on this, who have been wasteful of the opportunity they've been afforded with, counterproductive in their argumentation, you know, spend so much time criticizing Black Lives Matter because of a certain feature of this movement we disagree with. Stop being so wasteful. Stop being so counterproductive. Stop presenting an image that does not enhance the image of Islam and Muslims in the United States of America or globally. This is a global movement, and it didn't begin with this organization that calls itself Black Lives Matter. This movement is a movement that has been going on ever since the first Africans were brought here in the holds of slave ships. In fact, let me share with you something on the back of this book, Revolution by the Book by Imam Jamil Abdul-Amin. He said the struggle. Imam Jamil said, the struggle is an ongoing process. When the first slave rebelled against being a slave, he gave an alternative to slavery that has been built upon until now, that struggle. And there have been many movements in the struggle. The abolitionist movement, the anti-slavery movement, the civil rights movement, but the struggle continues. The mission of a believer is totally different from a coexisting or being a part of the system. The prevailing morals are wrong. Their ethics are wrong. Western philosophy has reduced man to food, clothing, shelter, and the sex drive, which means he doesn't have a spirit. Successful struggle requires a divine program. Allah has provided that program. We have a responsibility to demonstrate through our example, not through our anti-Black Lives Matter rhetoric, what we stand for. What we stand for. This movement is bigger than this organization. This movement is rooted in history. Let us spend more time and energy demonstrating what we are for as opposed to what we are against. And one of the best ways we can do this is by giving our attention, more of our time, attention, and energy to our political prisoners and to the issues, the larger issues that this Black Lives Matter movement represents. The last thing I'll say, this book, The Imprisonment of Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, Is It a Government Conspiracy?, is required reading. Not only to understand Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, where he is and how he got where he is and why he is so important as a political prisoner, symbolically to this whole issue of political imprisonment and prisoners of war, why he is so important, but it's also a book that will help you to understand the movement, the time frame that Imam Jamil comes out of. Information is power. I encourage those of you who already have this book, but if it's sitting on the shelf collecting dust, read it. If you don't have the book, get a copy of it and read it, and then pass it on to someone else, or even better, gift someone else with their own copy. With that, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless and preserve us in all of our endeavors of good. May Allah ta'ala fortify those of us who are committed to this struggle. May Allah increase the numbers of those committed to this struggle. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us to die not. Those of us who have embraced Islam, bless us to die not except in a state of Islam. I conclude with Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim wal Asr. Innal insana lafi khusr. Illa alladhina amanu wa amalu salihati wa tawassaw bil haqq wa tawassaw bis sabr. Which means in translation, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, by the token of time through the ages, verily humanity is in loss, except those who believe and do good, and exhort one another to truth, and exhort one another to patiently persevere in the struggle for peace through justice. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I'd like to thank very much and want you all to thank Brother MAURI SAALAKHAN, El-Hajj MAURI SAALAKHAN, for that very spirited and very necessary address he gave. It's important that we always keep in mind the place that women should have in our lives. the place where Allah gives them, where our Creator says that, you know, a lot of people get it twisted. But Allah says that man has a duty, the man has a duty to protect the woman because he has given one more than the other. And we, from deep introspection, we see that who has been given something special is the woman. And we have that duty to protect her. Sister Aafia Sadiq, as Brother MAURI SAALAKHAN said, is a very special category, of political prisoner because she is a woman. She had a child, 6 months old, when she was abducted. 6 months old, she had just given birth. It's the woman who gives birth who keeps this journey going. And we as men have a duty to protect them. Not because they're the weaker sex. We have a duty to protect them because Allah has given them something special, has given them the gift, the ability to carry on life, to continue life. And we as men have a duty to protect that life that women have been given the charge to continue. And we better not keep getting it twisted, because right now it's all in our face. Sister Aafia Sadiq has been, I believe it's 18 years. 18 years. Time goes by. Time goes by. How long has it been since Imam Jamil has been locked up? 21 years. The year 2000. This is the year 2021. It's been 21 years. We're sitting here 21 years after, as we said before, it's been 21 years since someone confessed. Since someone confessed to the crimes that Imam Jamil has been sitting in prison for. And in that 21 years, and it was the morning after the confession. We have the confession on video now, and we've been showing it. But we also have been showing, if you notice, a video of the same person who 21 years ago came forward and said to the press that he knows for sure that Imam Jamil didn't shoot anyone. It's the same person who came to the press 21 years, 17 years later, and was proven and was declared sane, that they had been trying to tell us that he was insane, that he had some kind of ulterior motive, that he just liked to confess the things that other people had done. But this confession and this sworn affidavit took place the morning after. Imam Jamil was arrested 4 days later, and this brother was arrested 8 days after Imam Jamil was arrested. He was finally violated for parole. And they tried to hide him all of these years. They can hide people. We sent an investigator to go speak to him, had a good talk with him. One day, the next day, the investigator went back and they said they didn't know where James Santos was. The same prison that he was in the day before. All of a sudden, they didn't know where he was. They couldn't find him. So this issue of Imam Jamil has been over 21 years. I'm gonna bring, not to take too much longer, I want to bring on a brother to you who was locked down much more than 21 years. It's Brother Jalil MUNTAQUIN, who's sitting in the wings waiting to come on. Okay, he is on. Okay, and so I want to remind you that Brother Jalil MUNTAQUIN served just short, I believe, just weeks short of 50 years. Weeks short of 50 years, and then when he got out, they arrested him again. They said for voter fraud. They told him to check out what he had to get, what he could get from the from special services. And among the things he filled out was a voter registration form. But instead of saying, oh, you can't fill this out, this is not for you, because instead of just removing that or explaining it to him, they arrested him for voter fraud. But it's them who frauded, because they're the ones who presented it to him. And I want to go ahead and present to you my brother, your brother, Jalil MUNTAQUIN. Brother Jalil, you with us?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Yeah. Please go ahead.
لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له له الملك وله الحمد وهو كل شيء قدير. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am honored to be here to discuss matters pertaining to Imam Jamil Abdul-Amin. It is extremely important and gratifying for me to be here, and I want to begin by just sharing some personal reflections in regards to Brother Jamil Al-Amin. And those reflections begins in 1972. 1972, I was extradited from California, having been convicted in California for having a shootout with police officers. I had been a member of the Black Panther Party and Black Liberation Army. I was arrested at 19 years of age. And by the time I turned 20, they decided they wanted to prosecute me for a case in New York. And they extradited me to California. To New York from California. And in the process of extraditing me, they took me to a prison, a city prison called Old Queens Detention Center. And when I arrived there, I was taken to the 4th floor, I believe it was, and there was 3 other guys on that tier that they put me on. Only 3 guys on the whole tier. One of the guys, a guy named Collins. He was a notorious bank robber. The other guy named Max Sanford. Max Sanford was the head of the Revolutionary Action Movement. He changed his name. It became Muhammad Ahmed. Another person was the name Rat Brown. And Rat Brown, to me, was an icon, as was Max. At the time, icon in the movement, coming out of the Civil Rights Movement into the Black Power Movement. And here I am, 20 years old, coming into on this gallery with these 3 guys, 2 of which I recognized as being, like I said, the icon of a movement. Max Sanford, like I said, was the head of the Revolutionary Action Movement. And of course, Imam Jamil Al-Amin, Rat Brown, at the time, previously had been the leader of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and also a member of the Black Panther Party. I believe he was the Minister of Justice for the Black Panther Party before he decided to move on. One thing that was peculiar to me in my stay with them, being with them, was that the 2 of them, 5 times a day, would get up and make prayers. And at the time, I had no idea or any understanding of Islam whatsoever. I consider myself a quote-unquote black communist coming out of the Black Panther Party. And I had that question. I said, man, why are you guys making these prayers? And what is this all about? We're supposed to be fighting. We're supposed to be engaged in struggle. And and for about 6 months, I argued with them about the issues of spirituality, and as opposed to materialism or dialectic historical materialism, was the ideological foundation that I was resting upon. At the conclusion of 6 months between Max, or Muhammad Ahmed, and Imam Jamil Al-Amin, I took my Shahada. I credit Imam Jamil Al-Amin basically saving my life in terms of the years that I've spent in prison, over 49 plus years in prison, from the age of 19 to weeks before I turned 69. I was released from 1971 to 2020, October 2020. So I've only been out of prison for the last 6 months. And so for me to be here speaking about this and sharing this with you, this experience that I've had with Jamil Al-Amin, my Imam, is for me, it's an honor. During the course of the years of my imprisonment, I've communicated with the Imam on various issues. At the time when I was in prison, he was in the streets, he was living in Atlanta, I communicated with him. And I raised the question, raised the issues of how come he's not speaking in regards to the issues of political prisoners. Unbeknownst to me that he was already in the transition of a rotating imamship during that period of time between him, Imam Warth Dean Muhammad, and 2 others. And this was a period of time right before, I think 2 years before 9/11. And he was getting ready to become the next rotating national imam during that process. And it occurred to me that what are they going to do with him becoming the national imam if that was to occur, or if that was to happen? And in my reflection, in my communication with him over a period of time, and issues of political prisoners, I've always been advocating for the fight for political prisoners. I was wondering, what was he doing? He had established his community in Atlanta, I think on the east side of Atlanta, and building his base there. And soon thereafter, this incident occurred where he was framed, arrested and framed. And I can only look at this in terms of the politics in which I have always been involved with. And the incident of 9/11, what would have been the situation if he had been the national imam when that incident occurred? And I wonder whether or not this is a coincidence or not. That they had arrested him, they got him off the street right before this incident of 9/11. And in my mind, in my thinking, understanding the system of government, it's hard for me to disassociate or disconnect the two. I'm of the faith, I'm of the belief that they want to remove him from the streets because they knew what they was getting ready to do or what was going to occur. And they didn't want to have his national voice in response to that particular issue. Imam Jamil Al-Amin has always been an activist, in my opinion, a revolutionary. And in the course of understanding that, I continue to work towards the ideals of building a campaign for the release of political prisoners. In 1977, I started the first international campaign in that regards, had the first petition submitted to the United Nations by a prisoner that was heard by the United Nations in regards to issues of political prisoners in the United States and the condition of prisons. That was a national campaign, the Prisoners National Campaign to the United Nations. I can't remember the name. Petition to the United Nations. That was in 1977. By 1998, there was a time where it was necessary for us to reassert the idea of political prisoners and I made the call for the establishing of the Jericho movement. The Jericho movement originally originated out of Republic of New Africa. And in 1996, they stopped doing what it was Jericho marches at the White House, calling for the release of political prisoners. And so I had to ask the question why this was being stopped, why they're no longer building these marches. And I asked several of my comrades, some people in the streets. I had been transferred from California to back to New York to serve this particular sentence. And Sister Sophia Bukhari, a dear, precious sister of mine, Muslima, and Baba Ferguson, Herman Ferguson, came to visit me in the Eastern Correctional Facility. And they decided to say, yes, Jalil, we need to restart this. And they commenced to organize it in 1998. They had the Jericho March, approximately 6,000 activists from across the country came to Washington, D.C. to march and demonstrate. And soon thereafter, because of the enthusiasm and the support that was cultivated by their organizing and advocating for logistics, support for logistics of political prisoners, we created the Jericho Amnesty Movement. The Jericho Amnesty Movement has been existing over 21 years now. And as some of you have heard from the chairman of the national movement, Jericho National Movement, JIHAD ABDUL-MUMIT, we have engaged in a campaign to once again call the international jurists to the United States to investigate and determine whether or not the condition of political prisoners and the condition of Black people, people of color in the United States, particularly Black people and indigenous people in the United States, on the issues of the question of genocides. Now, there are two issues in regards to the question of genocide in regards to Black people in this country. As many of us are, in fact, Muslims, we should be very much in part of this campaign, engaged in this issue, supporting it in every way we possibly can. But one of the issues that we are bringing to the international jurists is the question of genocides. Now, I want to reflect on that. In 1951, Paul Robeson and William Patterson was the first to bring the issue of genocide to the United Nations, called it We Charge Genocides. And the conditions that they had brought back then are very similar to the conditions that we are bringing today, for the exception of we're also including the issues of political prisoners. And so our fight on this particular issue is raising everything that has been transpired in the 450 something years that Black people has been brought into this country, and our toil and our struggle in this country. Muslims should be engaged in this. The Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran tell us that we should fight tumult and oppression wherever we find it. That was the issue that I raised with Imam Jamil Al-AMIN back in 1972 when I first met him. I said, man, listen, if we become Muslims, we're going to be like Christians. We have to turn the other cheek and get slapped again on the other side of the face. Will we still be able to continue to fight? And he pointed me to that passage in the Quran, that we have an obligation to fight tumult and oppression wherever we may find it. The tumult and oppression is worse than slaughter. That was a clinch for me. I said, okay, I can do that. And I also raised the question, listen, you're a good guy, right? So you're a good person. I said, yeah, I'm a good man. He said, well, listen, if you're a good person, then becoming a Muslim, you don't lose nothing. Right? And so the understanding this significance of my own spirituality and the objective of being a Muslim, being the vicegerent on the planet, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that we are Muslims, are the vicegerent of the planet, that we are the protectors of this planet, then you have an obligation to engage to prevent tumult and oppression, because it is worse than slaughter. And so for me, the goal and objective the freeing Imam Jamil Al-Amin is being inherent to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has charged me with, or charged Muslims with, being vicegerent on the planet, to be detectives of the planet. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, instructs us that He has made people of different colors and race and tribes, not so they have enmity for each other, but so they began to know each other, to know one another, to learn from one another. But unfortunately, in our social order in the United States, not only in the United States, but around the world, there is a group of people who believe that they are above that. And they qualify themselves under the ideology or the delusion of being white supremacists, to be supreme. And that has been our conflict. That has been our contradiction from 1619. As Hajj Malik Shabazz said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And we've been struggling ever since by virtue of our own inherited right of nationhood, an inherited right, inalienable right to be people of peoplehood. And so we are applying the international law in regards to bringing these issues to the international community on October 2021, the 70th anniversary of Paul Robeson and William Patterson having brought the issues of we charge genocide to the United Nations. The conditions for which we are suffering in this country by virtue of individuals who claim themselves to be, or individuals or groups of people who claim themselves to be white supremacists, is one that we have to charge the international community to become part of our struggle. If we are the vanguard against this idea of white supremacy, then the international community is the staff of that spear. If we are the point of that spear, then the international community is the staff of that spear. If we are the vanguard, then they are our rear guard. And as Hajj Malik Shabazz has often said, that our situation, our struggle is one of human rights. That if we confine them to the issues of civil rights, then we have confined them to the borders of 3,000 to 2,000 miles of territory of the United States. But once we make our struggle, makes our issue one of human rights, it becomes international. And so, as we make this call for the release of Imam Jamil Al-Amin, we have to make this raise this issue on the international community, in as much as we do so on a national level. And Muslims, more importantly, Muslims should take the lead in this fight to gain the release, gain the amnesty of Imam Jamil Al-Amin and all other political prisoners like Aafia Sadiq and many others who are in prison due to the issues of a system of governing that is on the ideology of white supremacy. That's a total contradiction of what we've been instructed as Muslims by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in terms of our relationship to the human beings, our own humanity. It's a blatant contradiction. And we've been negligent, Muslims, negligent in dealing with that charge. So basically, that's why I feel honored, had an opportunity to make a presentation here on this matter. And I'm praying that for those of you who have heard this story, who understand my position on this matter, who recognize what Brother JIHAD ABDUL-MUMIT offered, I ask that you join the Jericho, become a part of this campaign that we are bringing international jurors to the United States for the purpose of raising this question of genocide and to demand the release of our comrades and brothers and sisters inside prison, our political prisoners. And with that said, I say, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum and shukran. Thank you very much, Brother Jalil MUNTAQUIN, for that very important message. One of the reasons why that message is so important, that we need to understand tribunals, that putting tribunals is a part of our self-determination. So many times when we put forward a tribunal and our right to tribunal, and we say we're going to put the oppressor on trial, people come up with the false conclusion that it's a play trial, that it's a play, that it's something just done to mock a trial. But I submit to you that the criminal justice system is a play thing. It's done simply to mock the idea of justice. And when we establish our own tribunals, it's a very important part of establishing our right to self-determination. It's important to understand we have a booklet that if you go to the website www.Imam Jamil Action Network, you'll find a booklet called Internationalizing the Legal Case of Imam Jamil Al-Amin. And in that booklet, you'll find the first judgment and decree of the African American Tribunal. Before that, you'll see the statement from the IHRAM Directorate. IHRAM, just to bring you a little history on this struggle for human rights and development of our own tribunals and our own right to establish tribunals. IHRAM is the International Human Rights Association for American Minorities, which was mainly organized by a man named Dr. Yusuf Naim Clay. Dr. Yusuf Naim Clay is one of the foremost scholars, international scholars. He's Gullah Geechee by birth, but he was a part of the companions of El-Hajj Malik Shabazz. So when we hear about, a lot of people talk about El-Hajj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X talked about human rights. And we need to understand that it was, in fact, Dr. Yusuf Naim Clay who was teaching international law to Africans in the community back then. And he created an institution which brought about other scholars, present-day scholars, who brought about the organization known as IHRAM, who brought about the tribunal that was held December 2000, before the actual Fulton County trial for Imam Jamil. And when they presented the tribunal, they said it was important that we, the African American community, the Islamic African American community, have a tribunal, have this forum before the world, before Fulton County puts on its show, its fake show, its mockery of justice. So you can read about the judgment and decree that after the tribunal was held, when they heard the issues, one of the things that the tribunal held, that it found and that it ruled, was that under international law, the U.S. never obtained legitimate, legal, and moral jurisdiction over Africans in America. The jurisdiction that they maintain over Africans in America and over most people in America is through coercion, through terrorism, through voter suppression, through negating us of our human rights. And we have that right and we have that duty to please go to the website. Please look up the international, the folder internationalizing the case of Imam Jamil, and understand the importance of the development of IHRAM, the International Human Rights Association for American Minorities, and the development and the actual putting forth of the tribunal back in December 2001. That court decision also encourages us to continue practicing and exercising our right to self-determination by having further tribunals, doing things in our own name. And part of that, a very important part of that, is the development of nationhood. There was a conference in October 2017, September and October of 2017, called the first conference on Confederation and Human Rights Remedies, which was a furtherance of the same people who were part of the International Human Rights Association for American Minorities. One of them, Attorney Moussa Danfodio. Attorney Moussa Danfodio is the international human rights legal advisor to Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin. Attorney Moussa Danfodio is under the International Human Rights Commission of the UN. He is the official representative for the descendants of Africans, the African descendants that are here in the Western Hemisphere. The same brother, Moussa Danfodio, who called the conference the first conference on Confederation and Human Rights Remedies. You study this conference, you'll see that there was established a Declaration of Self-Determination, just like there was established a Declaration of Independence in the spring of 1968 in Detroit, Michigan, that brought about the foundation of the development of the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa. And just as they had been in 1921, the Declaration of the Universal Rights of the Negro that was put forth by Marcus Garvey. This, which was established in September 2017, was another step in that same direction, so that when we bring about these developments on an international level, we develop standing. So at that conference, we had this declaration which you can study about and you can even sign. And we had at that conference people who were part of our community, also met people who were members of the Nation of Islam, who were part of Louis Farrakhan's community, Brother Silas Muhammad with the Lost Foundation of Islam. We had brothers and sisters who were indigenous, who represented the Chippewa Nation, who represented the Chickasaw Nation, who represented the Washita Nation, and various other nations of people of clearly African descent who were indigenous to the Western Hemisphere. So we are asking people to be a part of this tribunal, which Brother JALIL MUNTAQUIN has talked about, and study the development and study the importance of developing ourselves into a body which can have standing in the United Nations. So we're not just a group, and it doesn't matter if you've been a part of a group that who are already establishing citizenship, such as many of us who are citizens of the Republic of New Africa, many of us who are citizens of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, African Communities League. We can also be considered citizens of this nation that was defined at the first Conference on Confederation and Human Rights Remedies. These are things that we want people to understand, and we want Muslims to understand, and Muslims to do this research and do this study and begin studying these things in your masjids and begin teaching these things in our schools. And so we can begin to move with a greater status and so we be clear when we put forward a tribunal who it is that's putting it forward. And so without any further ado, we want to bring this to a close. We're going to bring back Sister HENA ZUBERI, who before she comes back, just want to thank Sister HENA ZUBERI, and again thank Muslim Matters, and again we want to thank the Rashidun Center here in Washington, D.C. And we want to thank all of the brothers and sisters who are part of the Rashidun Center and who are part of the community, who are part of the Islamic community, and who are part of the struggling community for helping the Imam Jamil Action Network put on this forum. And we'll have time for questions and answers. And that's the close of my presentation. We'll be back tomorrow, but right now we'll hear from Sister HENA ZUBERI with MuslimMatters.org.
Assalamu alaikum. Shukran to both of you. SubhanAllah, just every time I am sitting here and just taking notes because there's so much to learn and so much to do. One of the other hats that I wear is I'm the director for a Muslim human rights organization called Justice for All, and we work on anti-genocide around the world, especially of Muslim minorities. Part of our work, we are working on getting a project started called Black Muslim Advocates, precisely because we are accredited with the United Nations and have and do a lot of work at the UN on the Rohingya cause and the Uyghur cause, as Kashmir, India. So especially Black American cause is something that is definitely something that needs to be highlighted and pushed for in a systematic, organized manner, and would love to collaborate further, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. The basis of our deen, when we are talking and speaking about Islam and practicing the deen, one major facet and fard kifaya, like fard, like this is, we need to do this. God holds it incumbent upon us to do is the establishment of qist, establishment of adl. These words mean fairness, justice, equity. And this has been told to us by God Almighty himself. My sheikh says that generations remember those who stop violent storms. More than a half a century ago, shortly before his death, Malcolm X, Shehbaz, rahmatullah alayh, spoke boldly of the entangled relationship between racism, poverty, and the geopolitical conditions of his time. He said, "I believe there will ultimately be a clash between the oppressed and those that do the oppressing. I believe that there will be a clash between those who want freedom, justice, and equality for everyone, and those who want to continue the systems of exploitation. It is incorrect to classify the revolt of the Negro as simply a racial conflict of Black against white or as a purely American problem. Rather, we are today seeing a global rebellion of the oppressed against the oppressor, the exploited against the exploiter." And his words hold true today, that interconnectedness of those who want to maintain the power of governments and control of wealth by the very few in this country and around the world. This has a long global history, and it's a global history of colonization, settlers settling on indigenous land, along with the introduction of forced labor and slavery. As we say this, we must recognize that we are on colonized land and pay homage to our Native American brothers and sisters whose land we have occupied. Not us, perhaps, but the governments that came before us and this history of this nation. Today, as we're talking about political prisoners in the United States, I want to make some connections with global movements and genocides across the world and connect that here locally. As we talk about political prisoners who are jailed based on charges related to resistance to oppression and repression. In Kashmir, India has been oppressing the indigenous people of that land for over 70 years. Men, women, and children live underneath not only an internet blockade, but a blockade where they cannot leave their own homes because of their identities and because of the faith, because they are Muslim. Again, in India, a new law is trying to strip Muslims of their citizenship. So imagine that. These are many of them are indigenous people of their land, and now they're being told that no, prove your citizenship, prove that your great-great-great-grandmother was born in this country. And if you can't prove it, then leave, then you are stateless. Across India, anyone who dares or could dare to express political disagreement with the now Hindutva majority political party of Modi government risks going to jail on trumped up charges, just like Imam Jamil Amin, in which trial and bail are extremely difficult. This is what India has become. Poets and professors, activists are being put into jail on what are widely considered to be trumped up charges to shield the violent edge of Hindutva violence. Now, Hindutva is very different from the Hindu majority. We're not talking about the religion of Hinduism. We're talking about a violent national paramilitary organization that is now running the government of India. The United States has joined the calls for the release of these human rights activists in India who are in prison waiting trial under anti-terrorism laws. And we see this here too. Let's move on. You know, the charges against them are very similar to what you may be very familiar over here. Terrorism, stealing, killing, cop killing. All kinds of charges are being drawn to use prosecution as an opportunity for persecution. One good doctor in India, Kafil Khan, was in jail because, I mean, this man is a man who treats children for free, and he was, just because he dared to speak out against the Home Minister of India, he was thrown into jail. So people are being convicted merely because they're exercising their constitutional rights. What doesn't this remind you of the United States? Again, I want to also remind people that there are 2 genocide alerts against India right now. This fascist government that leads over there is inspired by Hitler's rule over, and they rule the nation right now. I also want to speak about the caste system in India, where Dalits are considered untouchables. These are indigenous people of the land. Many of them are, and you will, another thing that is in common is they are of darker skin color. And many people don't know this, but many Muslim Indians are converts, Dalit converts to Islam. They came seeking freedom in Islam from the caste system, and they found liberation in Islam. Subhanallah, let's move on to our Rohingya brothers and sisters. The stripping of citizenship for them happened 20 years ago. It was the start of a slow burning genocide. And what has resulted after this? We now have 1 million Rohingya Muslims living in squalid conditions in Bangladesh, in the largest refugee camps in the world. Thousands were raped and killed, their villages burnt by the genocidal Burmese army. You know what they're called in Burma? Kalar. This is a derogatory, racist word, but used by light-skinned Brahmins. It's a racially derogatory term because it means black. Think about it. Anti-Black racism is woven in the fabric of our global society. It is interlocking, it's a paradigm of interlocking institutions, attitudes, practices, and behaviors that work to dehumanize and oppress dark-skinned people, Black people, in order to benefit non-Black people, and specifically in many parts of the world to benefit and maintain white supremacy. Let's look at corporations. The same corporations that use private prison labor here in the United States are using enslaved Muslim Uyghur labor in East Turkestan. This is another genocide, the crisis of the century, where millions of Muslims are imprisoned in concentration camps, being enslaved, working in cotton fields, working in factories, being used by the same corporations that sell $200 Nike shoes here in the United States to our children, in our communities, where people are killing each other for a pair of shoes. Same Nike, same Victoria's Secret. When I read these, this is part of my work, everyday research. When I read that, the Victoria's Secret uses prison labor here and uses imprisoned, enforced labor, slave labor of the Uyghur women in East Turkestan, occupied by China. The capitalist economy is a global economy. It's not just the United States, it's global. Economic interdependence and the global capitalistic power means that we're not free unless every person is free. An international movement is needed to defeat this rotten system. Wallah, it is so rotten to the core. Here's a partial list that has of companies that use the prison system and contract pennies on the dollar. What they're paid like 17 cents an hour, and the things that they make are sold for hundreds of dollars. Nike, Microjet, Victoria's Secret, Union Bay, Dell Computers, JC Penney. I mean, these are places where we shop, where we buy our clothes from. We are part of this. Unless we attack it from all different angles, we're all complicit. Here in the United States, there are detention centers holding undocumented workers, families, and students. Every year, more than 400,000 immigrants are detained. And on any given level or day, there are about 40,000 persons in immigrant detention centers. And let me tell you how many of them are Black, how many of them come from countries that are predominantly Black. Because we tend to divide these issues into silos. We think, oh, that's a Latino issue. That's not our issue. This is the way how they divide us, because they know when we win, when we join together, then we will win. And as recently as the 80s, the immigrants were rarely detained. They were either accused of misdemeanors and quickly deported, or they were permitted to go around living their lives, waiting for immigration hearings. But now we have millions, thousands, and on the borders we have these detention camps. We are seeing here an unholy alliance of neo-Nazis, anti-government militia, and notorious Islamophobes. And this is so dangerous. This is, as I spoke about this a little earlier too, this is so dangerous to especially our Black Muslim communities, because again, this is, the Islamophobes, anti-Muslims hit them, and then the racist neo-Nazis and white supremacists come at them too. We must have solidarity between oppressed people in different countries. We must. And the development of a transnational movement that can coordinate these struggles, these liberation struggles everywhere. And I know we hear about it a lot, but at least as Muslims, we should be doing this. And this is why the call of Brother MAURI SAALAKHAN, of just our national and international Muslim organizations to speak up on these issues, like where, with the thousands and millions of followers they have, and the large reach that they have, why are these issues not being brought up on a daily basis, when the world's biggest genocides are being attacked against the Muslim communities, when the war on terror has hit Muslim bodies overseas and here in the United States? We must support efforts of consumer groups to divest from corporations that are major beneficiaries of exploitation of oppressed labor and resources. We have to support them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, this is why, when I was talking about us joining together and doing, I am talking now to my own community. I'm talking about to Pakistanis and Indians and Arab brothers and sisters, and our Indonesian, Malaysian brothers and sisters, and those all across the world who are watching this suffering and are quiet. Why? Because we say this is not our issue. This is not our problem. We want to be in this country because we came here to be economically better. We weren't brought over enslaved. We weren't living here and then were colonized. We came over here, right? So let's see what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran. O mankind, indeed we have created you from a male and female and made you into people and tribes so that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. And indeed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the knowing and acquainted. He says, O people. And then the word Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses is ta'arrafu. Ta'arruf means a long-term acquaintance. It doesn't mean just you get to know somebody just a little bit and that's it. You met them, you said hi, and subhanAllah, that's it. Ta'arrafu, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, get to know them, a long-term acquaintance. If people of different ethnicities, of different faiths, of different, wherever we come from, we interact and create a long-term bonds of trust and interdependence, then the intolerance based on these distrust will be reduced. But what do? We just gather on weekends with people of our own kind who speak our languages, who we marry amongst our own people. We just keep just huddled together. And if anything that this pandemic has taught us is that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to send down his wrath on us, then it doesn't matter. You can't even meet with your own mother. You can't even meet with your own brothers and sisters. So this is the time Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is urging us to rethink the way we live our lives. Allah's telling us to get to know each other, and to get to know each other means to get to know each other's struggles. You know, ta'arrafu also means they smell one another. How intimately would you have to know someone to smell them, to know their smell, to know the scent when they walk in through the door? You know, oh, that was Imam Ali. I know. I could be in another room and I can tell Imam Ali walked in. Why? Because you get to know one another and experience and understand each and everyone's humanity at a personal level. You know, we make these groups, right? We make these organizations, we make these platforms. And what do? We say they're supposed to bring everybody together, but no, they divide everybody. Oh, I just work for my organization, or I just do this for my own thing. I don't have time to be there for you. That is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses humanity as a whole. Each one of us does this. We all have preconceived biases and notions about each other, and we do this. When we sit down together, we see that our problems are similar. Sometimes our beliefs may be different, but mostly our beliefs are similar too. We seek the light. Our aspirations are similar. We seek in many ways where everyone else seeks. We seek tranquility in our homes and our hearts. We seek love. We seek care in our communities and our families. We seek peace and tranquility in our places of worship. We have to be careful that religion, organizations, our thought processes don't become these things that divide us, or even worse, religion doesn't become something that's just religious therapy. Literally people use it as just therapy. Is that why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent us on this earth? That we just come in and we pray our salah and I feel so peaceful in my heart, and yallah, that's it, khalas, I'm done. We may seek a peaceful life, but when our neighbors 40 houses this way and 40 houses this way, but when 40 houses this way and 40 houses, you don't know them. You don't know them. How many do you know? If they're not peaceful, their lives are not peaceful, then how do we seek a peaceful life? Most of us seek peace in the hereafter too. We seek justice for our communities. All of these are common things that we can work on together. I will just end a few, subhanallah, with just this reminder that we must make sure that if we want divine mercy to descend on each and every one of us and in each and every human being that was placed on this earth, we must do good work together. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the word ma'roof, means goodness, in the terms of good that is being done. We feed each other, we love each other, we care about each other, we care about those who are being imprisoned because they were doing good for their own communities, like Imam Jamil, like Sister Aafia Siddiqui, like the Holy Land Foundation 5, all those who have been put into imprisoned because they were trying to do good. We must not be afraid of doing good. It's so sad when human beings start becoming afraid of doing good. Then where are we? Where are we? If people join forces to do good, to end poverty, to promote peace, to work, to develop goodness, then these common goals will unite them as they work and tie them, and this becomes a common vision for everybody. Inshallah, I would just like to end, inshallah, that we center our return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, return to God. We return back to selflessness, and not just think of our own selves and our own communities, but other communities who are struggling and suffering. And then we return back to the centrality of justice in our work, and make the niyyah that we are doing this to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because He is the creator of all of us. And if we cannot be fair to God, then we cannot be fair to ourselves, and we cannot be fair to others as well. Subhanallah. Inshallah, I know we are out of time. But I am optimistic. I am, because I see young people accepting and embracing this rebellious culture, this dissident culture. It's become fashionable, and some people might think, oh, it's performative, but you know what? It's okay. Let them. This is how they come into the work. In the beginning, they'll perform, and then their own purity of their hearts will force them to do good, and it'll force them to become part of this movement. So subhanallah, we are all dissidents to all injustice. We are dissidents to all immoral behavior. So let's wish for a day where there's no oppression. Let's pray for a day where there's no poverty and there's nothing but peace, trust, and empathy for each other. Now let's go smell each other. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Now we're going to take questions and answers. I just need a minute to just drink some water, inshallah, and really, subhanallah, just sharing the stage with these amazing brothers, subhanallah. That's just such an honor in itself. So bismillah, please put down your questions in chat if you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, or if you're at Rashidun DC, please send the questions up to the guests on the table, the speakers on the table, inshallah.
Can I begin with a statement? Brothers and sisters, I want to bring something to your attention right away. SubhanAllah, sometimes, Facebook really irritates me to the max. The presentation I just did, I Facebook lived it on my Facebook page as well. And then afterward, I shared it with about 25 of the roughly 60 groups I'm connected to. Guess what? It's been deleted. The video has been deleted. All right. And there's a message here. This content isn't available right now. And then the message is, when this happens, it's usually because the owner, that would be me, only shared it with a small group of people, changed who can see it, or it's been deleted. I didn't do anything. The video is no longer here. It's been deleted by Facebook. SubhanAllah. So I'm hoping that the presentation is still embodied in this overall conference's day of presentations. If it is, that's the only way you're going to be able to see it. I deleted it from my page. SubhanAllah.
Fortunately,
It is recorded. Brother Mauri, it is recorded, and we'll try to trim it down and we'll send you over a recording of just your presentation or this panel as you wish.
YouTube or something, a YouTube link or something.
Yeah, we'll have a YouTube link. Our website has it recorded.
Okay.
Our website, the www.Imam Jamil Action Network, we have recorded it along with this group here, Muslim Matters Incorporated. During the briefings and planning for this, we had our tech people get together and we were able to form an alliance, and so we can continue this work. If Facebook has had a part in sharing it, and YouTube has a part in helping us to wide stream it, we do in fact own it between Muslim Alliance and Imam Jamil Action Network, and we can continue to share it.
Okay, Bismillah. The first question is Margaret Summers is asking Brother Jalil, what is the status of your so-called voter fraud case?
Alhamdulillah. It's still pending over the top of my head. The district attorney Dorley still has me under 2 felonies and a misdemeanor, and they seem to be adamant about having me sent back to prison, although I've only been out 6 months. And as a result of my efforts trying to build a support base here in Rochester, which has been pretty strong for the most part, I'm hoping that the charges will be reduced and possibly reduced to a point where I will not have to face prison. The idea that I will be, and let me make this point explicitly clear, no one in the history of the state of New York has ever been charged with a felony or a misdemeanor for having mistakenly registered to vote. Not vote, just register to vote. No one. So this is in essence a selective prosecution. And a selective prosecution due to the fact of my own history as an organizer and being part of Black Panther Party, the Black Liberation Army, and my release from prison and back into engaging and organizing in the community. And so therefore, for one reason or another, quote unquote, white supremacy, they are trying to put me back in prison. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the best of planners, and inshallah, they will be defeated, we will succeed, and I will continue to do the work. Thank you for asking that question.
Yeah, Brother Abdul-Jalil, subhanAllah, man, when I first heard that this had happened to you, brother, the first thing that I did, I mean, I responded to the absurdity of it all, the vicious absurdity of it all, in my in the realms that I have a voice within. No. What I also did was I sent a message to our brothers and sisters, our African American brothers and sisters, our Muslim brothers and sisters, special emphasis on our Muslim brothers and sisters in New York. New York, especially those who have connections with, with government.
Sure.
They should make a major issue of this. They should make a major issue of this because the viciousness of it, the manipulation, the sinister manipulation around it is so evident that, given the fact that you have been a political prisoner for decades and subhanAllah, you just released, we should not let this happen to you without a communal fight. That's what I said then, and I'm repeating this again then, especially for our brothers and sisters throughout New York, but especially in New York City. And I know this is upstate New York, further upstate, but there are these connections. that we have, and so we should make a major issue of it, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah.
And hopefully,
Alhamdulillah.
So I believe there's another brothers Jalil or Bilal, please explain more details of the October Tribunal and how local struggles can be a part of it.
Bilal, you want me to take it or you take it?
Go ahead, you take it, Jalil.
All right, assalamu alaikum. Let me put some history on this. The proposal for the developing of the International Tribunal became when I was in prison in 2018. I put out a call to re-establish the international jurors for them to come back to the United States and deal with the issues of political prisoners. The call was heard by the Jericho movement, and they began to organize it. It took about 3 years now for us to come to a point where in October 20th to 21st, October 20th to the 23rd, we'll be having a virtual and physical tribunal here in New York. We are asking individuals to go to Spirit of Nelson Mandela, the spiritofmandela.org to learn more about the campaign. Go to spiritofmandela.org to learn more about the campaign and to join. There will be a letter there for endorsement. We're asking organizations and individuals to endorse the campaign, to endorse this the tribunal, and to also support this endorsement. We're asking for $25, minimum $25 as endorsement for the spiritofmandela.org information to be presented, and we are building a national and international campaign for this. We are reaching out to the international community and getting them on board. So far, I think we have 15 international jurors who's already committed to listen to our petition and to our argument. Sister NKECHI TAIFA will be the leading attorney to present these issues. They are varied in regards to environmental genocides or environmental conditions, all the way to mass incarceration and police murders. We're dealing with all those matters as well as the issues of political prisoners. And so we are bringing an entire gamut of issues confronting people of color, Black people, and indigenous people in the United States, dealing with the issues of white supremacy and the institution of white supremacy, as the sister ZUBERI had elegantly talked about the international dynamics of white supremacy and its incorporate institutionalization. And so we are bringing this matter not only in regards to our own situation, but as a representative of our situation as dealing with the colonial state of the United States, imperialism, and how to confront and deal with issues on the people of color on the international platform as well. So again, contact spiritofmandela.org and become an endorser, and contact either myself or Jihad Abdul-MUMIT, the national chairman of Jericho movement, or Sadiq Odinga of the Northeast Coalition of Political Prisoners. And for each of us in the organization that we are a part of, we will address your issue, your concerns, and hopefully solicit your support one way or the other. Thank you for the question.
Also want to add that we want to merge with that tribunal the fact that there has been a history of other tribunals. One dealing with a tribunal on environmental justice, and we want to again address the issues of this tribunal, and another tribunal that was held called by workers, Black workers in the South, in the Black Belt South. And it's at this point where we want to combine these tribunals. So the understanding that it's genocide, what our political prisoners face is a part of what our whole entire nation faces.
I'm looking at, just trying to see messages as they come in. There's one viewer who has a blog talk radio show who would like to contact. So they were asking if you all could share how they could get in touch with you to be guests on their show.
Bilal?
You can get in touch with the Imam. You can get in touch with the Imam Jamil Action Network. You can, in fact, you can call my number 470-451-8416, and you can also contact us through our website, www.imamjamilactionnetwork.org.
All right, for me, you can reach me at the following email address: MAURI, MAURI .SAALAKHAN, SAALAKHAN, as in Noor, at Aafia, AAFIA.org. That's MAURI.SAALAKHAN at Aafia.org.
So a question that is coming up is that is the movement, like we had a lot of talk earlier about elders leaving their legacy and the new generation. What are the points of contact? Like how has the movement been working together with the new movements that have sprung up in the past, or the move organizations that have sprung up in the past 5 to 6 years?
Well, one of the most direct ways that I can speak of is that we have an organization called the Black Panther Alumni Association, and the Black Panther Alumni Association has been working with two groups who have been working together. Those two groups are the Movement for Black Lives, M for BL, and also the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement. And we've been doing, as veteran organizers and veteran human rights workers, we've been doing trainings and overseeing trainings of new younger people who are joining the movement and who are joining these organizations which are currently functioning, the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement and the Movement for Black Lives. And we've been supervising their training. The training has been primarily around understanding what political prisoners are, how we became political prisoners, and the organizations that we developed that led many of us to become political prisoners through working in those organizations. And the other issue that we've been dealing with is developing community safety associations and to defund the police. It's a part of our right to self-determination to create our own safety apparatus. Just as we talked earlier, we infused ourselves into the system as much as possible, as just so that we could be effective and teach people. Like when we had Brother Amir Abdul-Samad on earlier, Khalid Abdul-Samad, talking about how he, as the assistant safety director of the city of Cleveland, worked to bring about much of the uniting of the different street organizations, not only in Cleveland, but throughout the country. And we've been working to unite this effort, and we've been helping the young organizations trained with them, and we even were on the phone with many of them during that period last summer when they were out in the streets, and there were attempts to encircle them by telling them to. There were times when police would tell people to get out of the street when no one was out in the street. It would just be the police making a lot of noise, and then they would grab people. And we had to be on the phone with a lot of people as they were in the street, instructing them how to avoid this police encirclement. So our work with the young organizers and the young agitators has been very direct. It has been on the street, in the field, and it has been in classroom settings and in Zoom presentations. And we've had a 6-month engagement so far, in which we will continue.
Can I share something? In regards to my own extending my own practices and or legacy, well, since I've been out about 6 months now, almost 6 months, I've gave a presentation at the University of Rochester, gave a presentation at Herbert Smith University. I have an online class that I'm teaching now based upon my previous book, We Are Our Own Liberators. Is being registered for that class with the Boston Jericho. Boston Jericho, you can register with that class. It's on Tuesdays and Thursday evenings, every other Tuesday and Thursday evenings, and that's one way that I'm trying to give back and actually trying to pass the baton to the younger generation. They need to learn the history. If without the history, you don't know where you stand right today, and you know have any idea where you're going in the future. And so what we're trying to do with this book is, and with my teaching these courses, is to present the history of our struggle and pass it to the young folks. And so that is extremely important for me, to ensure that the young people, the next generation, has a solid foundation of historical depth of our struggle in this country. And that's important. So, and also, since I've been released, I am now I work for Citizens Action. If anyone of you are involved in or live and reside in the Rochester area, please get in contact with me. Get in contact with Citizens Action. We are now in a major fight to restore full funding for the Rochester School District. Rochester School District school is the 5th worst in the country. And for me, stopping the school to prison pipeline is very much close to my heart. We need to end this mass incarceration. And one way you have to do so is ensure that these kids are getting the kind of resources that's necessary for them to succeed and be prosperous in our communities. And unfortunately, they are cutting all type of resources, particularly in schools. And in doing so, they have basically created a funnel by which, a spigot by which they can open and close whenever they want to, ensure that these young people are being sent to prison in their judicial injustice system. And so for me, my engagement at this point in time is with Citizen Action and the Rochester chapter. And if anyone who wants to get in contact with me and support this campaign or this fight, then please do so. I can be reached at jalil.mutaqin gmail.com. jalil.mutaqin@gmail.com.
Okay, Jazakallah khair to all of you.
Let me weigh in too, Sister Hena, on that question, because it's a very important one.
Okay, Brother Maury, just want to let you guys know we've been going straight for 8 hours, so we're not streaming on Facebook anymore because it's been they cut off after 8 hours, but it is streaming to YouTube.
Okay, great. That question is a very important one, and I have been very, very encouraged. I've been at times greatly inspired by what I've been seeing coming from young people in this country. We're in a very unique place right now in American history, in U.S. culture, a very unique place. The activism that we're seeing right now reminds me of the activism of the 60s, but on a whole different level. because, you know, the activism of the 60s was primarily rooted and emanated from the African American community, our struggle for human rights. What we're seeing today is really a rainbow of energy out in the public squares, you know, across this troubled land, and in other parts of the world, and that is a good thing. And it harkens back to an observation that I made during my presentation to some of my Muslim brethren, who I feel have been overly critical and needlessly so of the Black Lives Matter, quote unquote, movement or organization. We need to do as much as we possibly can to encourage our young to shoulder the responsibility they have to engage in struggles for positive change. You know, the great freedom fighter, you know, psychiatrist from Martinique, Frantz Fanon, he said in his book, Wretched of the Earth, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. This is a responsibility of every generation. You know, and so we should be encouraging our young. As for our Muslim young, we should not be holding them back. We should be encouraging them to be as much a part of the struggle as they can within the limits of their Islamic principles. We should be, you know, just reminding them of the importance, especially, you know, as Muslims, hopefully with an understanding what we do for the pleasure of Allah. What we do with a sense of accountability to Allah. We struggle shoulder to shoulder, figuratively speaking, with our non-Muslim brethren, friends, acquaintances, in those areas where we have common agreement. And the last thing, without violating our principles, the last thing I want to say is I want to share this quote from, of all people, Dave Chappelle. This is a very, very wise quote. This is a very insightful quote. Dave Chappelle said, quote, "Our culture has accepted two huge lies. The first is that if you disagree with someone's lifestyle, you must fear or hate them. The second is that to love someone means you agree with everything they believe, say, or do. Both are nonsense. You don't have to compromise convictions to be compassionate." This is a very powerful and insightful quote. And this is what should it should be one of the guideposts, you know, for especially young Muslims and other young folk who say they believe that there is a God and there is a day of accountability to that God, you know, to struggle and to remain within the limits of what they understand to be right. But you don't have to hate the other. You don't just because you disagree with them. You disagree with certain aspects of their lifestyle or their belief system. No, you come together on the basis of what you can come together, the common thread, and agree on, and you struggle to make this troubled land of ours a better land than what it is.
Well, Jazakallah khair to all of you for being here. Inshallah, this concludes the final panel for today. And inshallah, tomorrow's panel will start at, let me just check our.
1 o'clock, Sister Henna.
And we will start with an update from KAIRI AL-AMIN. He will give us an update on the case, and then inshallah at 2 o'clock, we will have forgive me, please help me pronounce her name, NKECHI, TAIFA?
Yes, Sister NKECHI. TAIFA, Attorney NKECHI TAIFA. And the update will be by Attorney Najee Mujahid. Brother KAIRI will not be able to make it, but Attorney Najee Mujahid is here with us, and he'll be doing the update tomorrow.
Okay, inshallah. And then we'll have a panel on combating the genocide of our community and medical execution of our political prisoners by Dr. KOKAYI Patterson. And then the IGEN call to action will close it out at 4 o'clock, inshallah.